Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the third part of the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle. In this canon-adjacent, high-stakes alternate universe, actions have permanent, devastating consequences. The Shinobi world is not a fairy tale. It is a brutal, unforgiving meat grinder of child soldiers, shifting geopolitics, and ruthless assassinations, and Team 7 is about to learn that the hard way. During the clash on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Sasuke Uchiha steps in front of Haku's Senbon needles to save Naruto. But in this reality, he doesn't wake up. The last loyal Uchiha is dead. How will a traumatized Naruto and Sakura cope with the loss of their teammate? How will the Konoha react to the sudden death of the Sharingan heir? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by EliadS, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 8, Debts Paid in Blood. Seen river steps and red faces, POV Naruto. 2 weeks later, 2 months before the Chunin exams, Training Ground 31. I blew into my hands and rubbed my fingers together, watching my breath puff white over the river. Across from me, Ino crashed into the water. Again. Troublesome woman! Shikamaru muttered from the bank, voice flat with suffering. He'd stripped down to pants and mesh, arms folded tight against the cold. We could be lying in the sun. Instead we're freezing our asses off. Ino came up spluttering, blonde hair plastered to her face, eyes blazing. Shut up, Shikamaru! She snapped, wading back to the rock she'd chosen as a starting point. If you actually helped instead of whining, maybe I'd have this down already. I pressed chakra into my soles and pushed off the riverbed, letting myself rise until the surface went from icy water to hard, trembling skin. The current tugged at me, but it felt like familiar resistance now, like training weights. I settled into tiger riding on the clouds and ran through the sequence. Kick, plant, palm strike, pivot, spin, land. My feet stayed glued to the water. Show off, Shikamaru grumbled. There was a tiny smirk tucked in the corner of his mouth. I used to be the one face planting every 5 seconds, I thought, flowing into the next set of movements. Now I'm the guy they call sensei, for chakra control. That's still weird. My fingers brushed the ink seals on my arm guards, feeling the faint, constant hum. Between the resistance seals, the weights, and all the taijutsu drills, my body wasn't the same scrawny mess I'd grown up hating in the mirror. I didn't think about it much. It was just efficient. Stronger muscles meant better acceleration, more impact, more reach. But Ino kept tripping over her own feet and going scarlet every time I stripped down to my undershirt. So, yeah? Apparently the training was visible. The soaked undershirt clung to my skin, cold as hell, but it moved with me like a second layer of muscle. Jacket, bandana, hitayite, and mesh were folded in a neat pile on the bank. Normal people would have needed years to pack on this much muscle. I'd done it in months, because I wasn't normal. High metabolism, ridiculous chakra reserves, and the constant slow leak of yuki through my coils meant my body rebuilt itself faster and harder every time I tore it down. Kyuubi's poison, I thought, jaw tightening as I shifted into the next chain of kicks. Might as well make it pay rent. Under Kakashi-sensei's eye, and half the villages, they kept trying to slow me down. Limit clones. Capped training hours. Mandatory recovery days. They were terrified I'd grow too fast, that the seal would slip, that the fox would get a better grip. They pushed the brakes, I slammed the gas. We met in a tense, uneven truce that still ended with me sore and panting. Academy curriculum? almost 3/4 done in my head. Ichiraku-sensei made sure of that. Nights at the tower weren't just ramen and sleep anymore. They were scrolls and books, chakra theory and field medicine, Ichiraku drilling terms until they actually meant something when shouted in a fight. All because I'd finally looked at myself and admitted I'd been weak. Loud, cheerful, determined, and still a dead last who put his friends in danger by not paying attention. Never again. Naruto! Kakashi had said not long ago, eye serious above the mask. High chakra means you need control more than anyone. The more precise you are with your life force, the safer it'll be when you start handling truly dangerous jutsu. So even when Jonin sighed and said it was pointless to teach me fine control, I kept at it. Tree walking. Water walking. Sticking leaves to every inch of my body while Asuma pelted me with pebbles and insults. Wind-shaping drills until my lungs felt like sandpaper. I chewed through every note Mom left about wind chakra, Kushina's cramped handwriting, ink faded but sharp. Between her theories and Asuma's tips, wind came to my fingers like it had been waiting there the whole time. The chain-smoking Jonin called it unnatural, shaking his head like he couldn't decide if he was impressed or worried. Didn't matter. I still hadn't mastered the hard stuff, cutting waterfalls, bending wind and space together without seals. That was another level. For now I had basics, Kaze no Yaiba to edge kunai, the clan's rending wind, the newly learned crushing winds. I was ahead of everyone my age. Everyone knew it. It didn't mean much to me. If I had room to push, I pushed. And wind was only the start. Bufudoki, my family blade, spent its downtime on a stand by my futon. Its pommel gem, the dragon tear, had given us a surprise. We tested it on a rainy afternoon. I'd pushed chakra through the blade while Kakashi dipped the tip into a basin of water. The gem flared deep blue. Secondary element, water, he'd said, almost sounding pleased. He'd shown me some old Sueten notes after that. The tear was better than chakra paper, Mom had written. You channeled chakra through the sword, touched an element, and watched the color and intensity. Simple. Terrifying, if you thought about what kind of clan made a weapon your personality test. I'll check the scrolls again tonight, I promised myself, working my footwork, feeling the drag of the river beneath my soles. See if Kachan left anything else on water. Right now, though, I wasn't allowed any clones. Kakashi had checked my chakra a week ago and decided my physical and spiritual energy were out of balance again. Too much mental strain from clone feedback, not enough body under it. Too much chance for the fox to slip extra Yuki into the mix. So he'd banned Kaige Bunshin from training and missions for 2 full weeks unless he approved or it was life or death. I'd grumbled. Then I'd seen the worry in his eye and shut up, throwing myself into taijutsu instead. My taijutsu at graduation had been a joke. Now, it was still messy, but it was a style, not just wild flailing powered by insane stamina. Kakashi kept saying the same thing. Your footwork, Naruto. Fix your footwork. So I drilled stances on water until my calves burned, trying to match my new strength to a body that was still growing and reshaping itself under the seals. I spun into a kick, and the timing was off. Again. Too early, I muttered. Telegraphing. Ribs wide open, idiot. The surface shivered under my misstep and I had to shove extra chakra to my soles to keep from plunging in. On the other side of the river, Shikamaru toppled backwards off the surface with a splash and a grunt. He came up, hair spike ponytail half undone, spitting water. I hate you, he told me weakly. And your stupid water walking. You're the one who kept complaining you needed a challenge. I called back, grinning. This counts. He glared, but his eyes wandered past me, tracking the way Ino's shirt stuck to her skin as she pushed herself upright again, feet trying to grip the water. His expression shifted into that weird squint-thinking face he got when he actually cared. Choji, happily under a tree with a bag of chips, decided to help. You know, Ino, he called, mischief thick in his voice. If you spent half as much time working on chakra control as you do checking Naruto out, you'd probably have it by now. Ino froze. Her feet half sank as her chakra wobbled. What was that, Choji? She yelped, cheeks going bright red even as she windmilled her arms. Water slapped at her ankles. She had to dump chakra into her souls fast to keep from going under again. I snapped my gaze away before my focus broke. I was not about to faceplant because I'd been caught staring back. Anti-pervert, I reminded myself firmly. That's what you said you'd be. Anti-pervert. Practically a monk. Monks probably didn't notice how Ino's clothes stuck when she came up out of the river, or how her hair darkened and stuck to her neck, or the way water slid down her bare stomach, or how she'd filled out while I'd been busy not dying on missions. Her usual purple outfit wasn't exactly modest to begin with. The soaked version might as well have been an ambush from some pervy cami. I tried not to look. Didn't mean I didn't see. And Ino noticed me noticing, which made it worse. She'd smack me into next week for copping a feel if I so much as grabbed her wrist wrong during a spar. Half the time I was just catching her before she broke her nose on a rock. Damn it, it's not my fault my taijutsu style uses open-handed strikes, I muttered under my breath. I can't control where your stupid chest grew. With Hinata it was different. Hinata was soft. Quiet. Like a place in my head where all the noise finally shut up for a bit. I was still a guy, I still had eyes. I'd have to be blind not to notice she'd grown into herself too. Flexible, graceful, more curves than those jackets used to show. Sometimes when she smiled at me, something flipped in my stomach and I wasn't totally sure if it was nerves or something else. I just didn't get it the way I did with Ino. With Ino it was like getting smacked in the face with a frying pan. Loud and obvious and impossible to ignore. With Hinata it was like trying to listen to a whisper during a storm. Warm. There. Easy to miss if I wasn't paying attention. With Hinata-chan, I could slow down. Match my speech to her careful, aristocratic way of talking. She helped me with etiquette drills and all the boring noble crap I'd need if I ever actually sat in the Hokage's chair. And in return I let her practice juken on someone who wouldn't break the first time she missed a tenketsu. There's nothing gentle about that style. I'd thought the first time she'd slammed a palm into my chest hard enough to short my chakra. That name is a lie. She looked at me sometimes, when she thought I wasn't paying attention, like she wanted to say something and never quite could. I pretended not to notice, because every time I tried to figure out what I felt back, my brain tied itself in knots. I liked her. A lot. I just didn't know how yet, and I really didn't want to mess her up while I was still figuring out my own head. So I decided not to push. Not with Hinata. Not until I knew what I was doing, and what I could actually give, and not just because my stupid heart and eyes were short-circuiting. Ino, though. Ino was like someone had taken all my loudness and energy, put it in a girl's body, then given her sharper insults and better fashion sense. We bickered, teased, trained. She called me an idiot. I called her a harpy. We both pretended we weren't listening when the other got quiet between missions. We're circling something, I thought, finishing the last palm thrust and letting my stance ripple back to loose. I just don't know what yet. Ino, your chakra control used to be top 3 at the academy. I called, forcing myself to be helpful and not just stare. You've done this before. You know what it feels like. Stop thinking about beating someone and focus on your feet. Her glare could have stripped paint. Don't you start on me too, Naruto. I already have 2 lazy idiots and 1 smug blonde sensei judging me. But her shoulders loosened. Jaw unclenched. Her feet pressed against the water more steadily. It was ugly, but it held. Asuma was a good leader. I knew that. Team 10's teamwork was something I envied every time I saw it up close. Little adjustments, unspoken coverage. Like they shared one brain cell between the 3 of them and somehow it worked. He just didn't push them like Kurenai pushed her team. Didn't have that extra edge of, this might kill you someday, so learn it now. That was what I tried to add when I trained with them. Turning D-ranks into training. Last week's house painting job had ended with all 4 of us covered in blue, laughing and chasing each other along the walls while using tree walking. Ino and I had trounced Shikamaru and Choji. That had been a good day. Yo, Ino-chan! I yelled. You finally did it. I told you, you're always at your best when you're pissed off. She spun, finger stabbing at my chest. Stay out of. She started, all fury and flailing limbs. Then she looked down. Her toes flexed experimentally against the surface. No freezing water swallowed her. Ino's outrage melted into pure, bright joy. She bounced. Then her face went chalk white. I saw it in the tremor of her knees, the way her shoulders sagged, chakra crash incoming. I moved without thinking. Chakra flared under my soles and the river blurred past. I caught her just as her legs gave out, cold water splashing up my shins as I slid to a stop, Ino's weight dropping into my arms. She sagged against my chest with a weak little moan, lashes fluttering, head tucking into my shoulder. Gotcha! I breathed, relief making my voice softer than I meant. On the bank, Shikamaru and Choji watched. Shikamaru wore that knowing, smug smirk that made me want to dunk him. Choji's grin was worse, wide and bright and loud. Heat crawled up my neck. I tried to play it off, shifting my grip to something more practical and less bridal. She overdid it. I muttered, trudging back toward shore. Chakra crash. She'll be fine after a nap. They didn't comment, but the looks they exchanged said plenty. I set Ino down gently beside Shikamaru and stepped back, rubbing my neck. Watch her for a bit, I said. I'm gonna grab my stuff and get some ramen. Choji snorted something that sounded like, of course, and Shikamaru's smirk sharpened. You guys are so lucky, I thought as I pulled on my dry shirt and shrugged into my jacket. I wish I'd had teammates like this, instead of what I got. I turned away so they wouldn't see the twist in my face and started toward the path back to the village, sandals squelching. Knowing Ino, she was probably already awake and smirking the second my back was turned. I did hear Shikamaru a moment later, voice pitched just loud enough to carry. That was kind of cute, he drawled. Seeing you so shy and sneaky. But you know, Ino, if you just asked him, I'm pretty sure he'd romance you and kiss you for real. You didn't even deny checking him out when Choji said it, so what are you waiting for? There was a strangled sound, a rush of air, then a very familiar yelp. Troublesome violent woman! Shikamaru howled. You can't take any honest remark without resorting to murder. I glanced back long enough to see him sprinting across the grass, Ino right behind him with murder in her eyes and color high on her cheeks. Choji laughing so hard he nearly fell over. The ache that uncurled in my chest was familiar and old. I smiled anyway and turned back toward town, hands in my pockets, Ichiraku's warm glow already forming in my head like a promise. Scene, new fangs, new chains, Anko, POV. Meantime, Council of Flame Chamber. I bit my lower lip and shifted my weight from foot to foot, staring at the empty ring of council chairs and trying not to bolt. The more they filed in, the tighter the knot in my stomach pulled. Old scars itched across my shoulders, phantom serpents coiling under my skin as elders and clan heads took their places. Every single one of them gave me that look, measuring, sharp, and disapproving the instant they clocked the cut of my coat and the mesh over my stomach. Orochimaru's old uniform. My version of it, anyway. Seemed like a good idea when I was 18 and furious at the world. Now, with their eyes on me, I wasn't so sure. Should have worn something with fewer belts, I thought sourly. Too late now. I'd wanted this to stay between me and the Sandame. He'd disagreed. Any issue concerning the snake arts goes before the council, he'd said in that quiet, unyielding tone that meant the matter was closed. That has always been the custom. So here I was. The same room where, years ago, someone else decided what to do with the snake problem, one that ended with a lonely little boy handed to a god of war and labeled a good investment. The door opened again. Danzo shuffled in. My eyes narrowed automatically. He took his seat, locked that one dead eye on me for a beat, then closed it, chin lifting like, remember your place. I snorted under my breath. Meddlesome old fossil. If I didn't have to see you, I'd have skipped this circus. The last chairs filled. Sarutobi-sensei took his place at the head, flanked by Koharu and Hamira. He looked older than usual, lines deeper, shoulders heavier beneath the robes. He folded his hands, swept the room with a steady gaze that brushed mine and didn't flinch, then spoke. "We've gathered here today to discuss the request of Midarashi Enko," he said. "She wishes to delve into the more advanced and powerful arts of the Snake Clan. As that summoning contract holds significant power and risk, I felt the decision required discussion with all of you." There it was. No backing out now. Danzo's eye flicked to me, calculation bright under the bandage. So the snake's broken apprentice finally wants power, he was probably thinking. Just as planned? He wasn't wrong about the power part. He was wrong about broken. "State your request so that the council will be fully aware of the situation," Sarutobi said, nodding toward me. My throat went dry. I coughed into my fist, drew one slow breath, then another. The weight of their suspicion pressed against my ribs like a hand. I straightened my shoulders anyway. "Before Manda was crowned king of the Snake Clan," I began, "his mother was queen. Her name is Dokuikiyohi. She's the original matriarch." Faces twitched. A few faintly surprised looks. Most of them had never thought about who came before Manda. Orochimaru never liked sharing bedtime stories. "Snakes are split now," I continued. "Two factions. One follows Manda, the strong devour the weak, sacrifice hungry, allied with Orochimaru. The other still follows the old rules of the summons. They wait for a summoner whose strength and will they respect, then pass down their arts." I exhaled slowly. "They're still serpents. Prideful. Violent. Battle-hungry. But they aren't as petty or capricious as Manda's lot." Some Inuzuka's chakra bristled 2 seats down. I could smell the anger off her. "The queen holds the original written contract I signed as a child," I said. "Orochimaru holds a separate binding tattoo from Manda, from after his coup. I want to bring the written contract and the original snakes back into Konoha's fold. I want to bind myself to the queen as her new summoner." "What would such a binding ritual entail?" Shibi Aburame cut in, voice soft but precise. "And what are the prerequisites and consequences?" He wasn't snarling. Shibi never snarled. His questions weren't about me. They were about risk. I almost appreciated it. I didn't even get to answer before Tsum's fist hit the table. "It doesn't matter," she snapped, lips peeling back from her teeth. "Snakes can't be trusted. This is stupid." Her chakra flared wild and ugly, thick with old grief. "They're cold, gutless predators with no loyalty, no code. Bringing them back just gives us another Orochimaru." She jabbed a finger at me. "No offense, Anko, but you're already a liability. You're violent, reckless, bloodthirsty. Give you full snake power, and you'll be a walking time bomb." The words hit like a slap. They also weren't anything I hadn't thrown at myself in the dark. I clenched my jaw and swallowed the first 10 responses, all of which involved a broken table and an Inuzuka matriarch leaving with fewer teeth. Koharu's voice slid in, sharp as a samban. "Tsum-san is correct. The snake contract is bathed in blood, treachery, and death. It should die with Orochimaru and you, Anko." Thin little smile there. If I had my way hanging unspoken. "How troublesome," Shikaku Nara said, scratching his head. He sounded bored, which meant he was paying attention. "You can say the same about all our techniques." He shrugged lazily. "Painting ourselves as altruistic is hypocritical. We're shinobi. Our clans descend from warlords and butchers. None of our abilities are clean." He tipped his head toward me. "And Anko-san hasn't finished. It'd be stupid to shut her down before we hear her out." "Shikaku-san is correct," Danzo added smoothly, catching Sarutobi's tiny nod of permission. "Let us not allow emotion to cloud judgment." I drew another breath. "I'd have to drink some of the queen's venom and blood," I said flatly. No point sugarcoating this part. Orochimaru told me the process would change my body. Eyes. Skin. Maybe more. I don't know all of it. Choza Akimichi folded his arms, expression troubled. He was the closest thing this room had to a conscience. That will make the villagers see the snake Sanin every time they see you, he said. Things are already bad. You've pushed away most jonin who tried to reach out. That change will isolate you, possibly put you in danger. Why would you do that to yourself? And why now? The anger drained out of me, leaving something hollow and raw. Because I hate what I've become, I said quietly. The room actually stilled. I let Orochimaru's shadow own me. I went on, voice rough. I let it wreck my life. I spent years being a crazy bitch, acting out, hurting people who tried to help because I thought that was all I deserved. My fist shook at my sides. I'm done with that. I want to change. More than that, I want to protect this village. No matter what it costs me. I forced myself to meet each gaze, one by one. I've always been loyal. I've always bled for Konoha. That won't change. Even if I'm hated, even if I'm distrusted, I'll still stand between this village and anything that tries to hurt it. Hamura sniffed. A noble concept. Completely unfounded. He shook his head. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I, for one, refuse to trust the Snake Clan again. Determined or not, Anko-sen, your record does not inspire confidence. Color drained from my cheeks, but I didn't step back. Danzo chose that moment to smile faintly, like a vulture spotting roadkill. Since losing Orochimaru to his madness, Jiraiya to his guilt and vices, and Tsunadeheim to her grief, he said, Konoha has lacked a major summoner. It would be nearly impossible to stop an invasion led by one of the great villages wielding their own boss summons. His eye slid to Sarutobi, head dipping in fake deference. The old man coughed into his hand and nodded. Danzo is correct. Without my former students, Konoha has no large-scale summoners. If we are attacked on that front, we are vulnerable. He grimaced briefly. That is one reason I'm inclined to consider Anko's request. Hayashi Hyuga, all cold poise, inclined his head. Hokage-sama and Danzo-san have identified a weakness in our defenses, he said. It is risky, yes. But we are shinobi. Risk is our profession. His pale eyes turned to me. Hyuga will support Anko-san's request. However, to placate those still opposed, I propose a compromise. Koharu and Hamura stiffened. Some bared her teeth. Hayashi went on. We place a temporary seal on Anko, similar in function to the caged bird seal, but without the permanent aspects. His mouth tightened around the word. It will allow us to ensure she remains loyal. Once the council is satisfied, it is removed. Only the Hokage and whomever he designates may activate it. Sarutobi's gaze softened when it slid back to me. I knew that look. I'd seen it the day he'd argued me out of execution. The word seal hit a raw nerve. For a heartbeat, all I could see was that ugly little sigil on the Hyuga kids' foreheads, the way it crawled like a brand when activated. Trading one collar for another. Then I exhaled. This one wasn't carved into me as a child. This one I was walking into with my eyes open, teeth bared. If they wanted a chain, fine. I'd drag Konoha's enemies to hell with me and rattle it the whole way down. All in favor, he said. Raise your hand and say aye. Hands went up. Voices followed. Shikaku. Choza. Inoichi. Hayashi. Shibi. Others. Koharu and Hamura kept their hands down, faces pinched. Some stayed on the table, knuckles white. Didn't matter. Majority had spoken. Anko-san, the Sandaime said, you will report to my office. I'll administer the seal personally. After that we'll discuss the ritual. I bowed, throat tight, and left before anyone could see my hands shaking. Old chains rattled in my head, Orochimaru's voice, sweet and poisonous, promising power and belonging. The idea of letting more snake into my veins should have made me sick. Instead, for the first time in a long time, I felt something else. A direction that wasn't backward. Scene, desecrated graves and hidden knives, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moments later, I watched Enko bow and slip out. The doors slid shut with a soft click. For a moment I let myself sag in my seat, fingers steepled before my mouth. My lungs ached more than they should from such a short meeting. The cough I kept swallowing tasted faintly of iron. "No," I said at last, straightening. "Before I dismiss you, I have two unsettling announcements. I ask that you remain silent until I am finished." Every gaze sharpened. "First," I said, "the true, hidden grave of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, has been desecrated." Shock rippled around the table. Even Danzo's visible eye widened a fraction. "As you know," I continued, "only a handful of people know that location. ANBU is investigating. At present I suspect Orochimaru, but I will not dismiss the possibility of other parties." My eyes drifted, just for an instant, to Danzo. I didn't bother to hide it. He did not rise to the bait. Too careful. But tension spiked as others noticed my glance and built their own suspicions atop their existing ones. "All ANBU are actively hunting the culprit," I said. "I'd appreciate Aburaim, Hyuga, and Inuzuka's support." None of them wasted breath answering. Outrage and grim resolve sat heavy enough. "Second," I said, voice roughening, "ANBU have recovered the body of Akita Suzume, one of our medical kunoichi, on the outskirts of the village. Her neck was broken cleanly. No forensics. No trail. I let that hang like smoke. An elite assassin or spy," Shikaku murmured. I inclined my head. "That is my conclusion as well. Which means there are foreign agents operating in Konoha." The words tasted like ash. So many times I'd rooted such threats out. So many times I'd hoped we'd learn enough not to be surprised again. "This is another reason I allowed Enko's request to pass," I admitted. "Difficult days approach. We will need every weapon we can claim." I looked at them again, old comrades, clan leaders, heirs. "Do not be lax," I said softly. "Increase security around your compounds. Sharpen your senses. The tide is rising." They filed out, Shikaku and Choza murmuring together, Hayashi thoughtful, some stiff with unspent rage. Koharu and Hamura passed Danzo with looks sharp enough to cut. He ignored them, face as bland as old paper. Only when the room was empty did I allow my shoulders to slump. "Jiraiya," I thought, closing my eyes for a heartbeat. "Whatever you've seen out there, hurry." Orochimaru was moving. Again. The question that gnawed at me as I reached for my tobacco pouch, hands trembling slightly, was simple. How many would die before we could stop him? Scene: Green Beast, Broken Rules, Naruto, POV. Shortly after, outside the urban area, Konoha. "Where are we going, Kakashi-sensei?" I asked, dragging my feet just enough to be annoying. We'd been walking in silence for 15 minutes. No jokes. No lectures. Not even a lazy eye crinkle. Kakashi's eye was narrowed, flicking through the trees like he expected something to leap out at any second. "We're looking for one of my colleagues," he said finally. "My self-appointed eternal rival." He sighed, sounding almost resigned. "And I'm keeping my senses peeled. You'll see why." That sounds ominous. And like a pain in the ass, I thought, scratching the back of my head. I didn't have to wait long. Without warning, Kakashi shoved me sideways and jumped back, forearms snapping up. A green blur dropped from above with a shout that made my eardrums scream. "Dynamic entry!" Kakashi caught the kick on his arm. Air cracked around the impact. I rolled, came up in a crouch, hand halfway to a kunai before my brain caught up. The blur straightened. I stared. Thick eyebrows, bowl haircut, green spandex, orange legwarmers, teeth that threw sparkles when he smiled. "Ha!" the stranger boomed, striking a thumbs-up pose that practically spawned lens flares. "You're still as sharp as ever, my eternal rival." Kakashi sighed like his soul was leaking out. 53 all. The man continued. "Have you come to issue your challenge, Kakashi?" "This is... Gai-sensei," I realized slowly. "The infamous one." The reason Kakashi sometimes came back to the tower looking like he'd aged 10 years. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. No, that's okay, guy, he said quickly. I'm good. Before I could ask what the hell was happening, a girl's voice floated down from the branches. Guy-sensei! Why did you rush off like that? I was just about to show you. Tenten broke off when she saw us. Oh? She sighed. Kakashi again. Niji-kun. Another voice added, cool. He's run off to challenge Kakashi-sensei again. Niji Hyuga stepped onto the branch beside her, arms folded, pale eyes half-lidded in that bored way all Hyuga seemed born with. And here I'd hoped he'd teach us something useful for a change, he said under his breath. Rock Lee popped up on Tenten's other side like some kind of green weed, eyes blazing. Shame on you, Niji-kun, he scolded. It is disrespectful to complain about Guy-sensei's methods. He is our teacher. We must honor his every decision. Niji humphed and looked away. I lifted a hand. Hi. Niji's gaze flicked down to me, cool and measuring. Great. Hyuga eyes of judgment. He'd been 2 years ahead of me at the academy. Never laughed at me like Sasuke's fangirls, never called me names. Just ignored me. Which had almost been worse. When Niji did bother with someone, he carved them up with words like scalpels. I'd watched him lazily dismantle classmates with a handful of comments that hit exactly where it hurt. I'd been almost grateful he didn't think I was worth the effort. Well, Kakashi said, gesturing at me, my young apprentice here needs a taijutsu sparring partner. I was hoping he could test himself against one of your students. I could practically feel the countdown in his head. 3, 2, 1. But of course, Kakashi! Guy roared. Lee will be delighted to fan the flames of youth in your protege. He spun toward his student. Lee! Prepare yourself! Inspire your former classmate with your burning youth. Lee saluted so hard he nearly slapped himself, then sprang down to the clearing, stretching with terrifying enthusiasm. I elbowed Kakashi. Are they always like this? I muttered as Guy produced a notebook and Lee started copying down whatever insane motto he was shouting. Kakashi's eye crinkled in a way that was not comfort. You'll see. Up in the tree, Niji settled beside Tenten, eyes on me. What a waste of time. I could practically hear him think. There's no way Naruto can challenge Lee. Then we'll have to endure Guy-sensei's gloating all week. Don't write me off yet, you stuck-up bastard, I thought. Aloud I said. So, Kakashi-sensei, what's the plan? The plan, he said, rubbing his temple, was a friendly spar to test your taijutsu against someone your age. He sighed. But there's a complication. My stomach dipped. What complication? He looked me straight in the eye. No laziness. Just sharp assessment. Rock Lee has a rare defect, he said quietly. His chakra coils are underdeveloped. He can't channel chakra properly for even basic ninjutsu or genjutsu. I blinked. Then the words landed. So how the hell did he graduate? I snapped. I failed the academy 3 times because I couldn't make a decent clone. Everyone laughed and he. Yuki rippled under my skin, hot and slick. The world edged red for a heartbeat. My pupils stretched and snapped back. The QB pulsed against the seal, curious. That's not fair, I hissed. How did he get special treatment? Why did Gigi agree to this? Kakashi's hand clamped down on my shoulder, fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. Naruto, he said, voice like a blade. Killer intent poured off him, cold and heavy. The fox snarled and withdrew. My chakra steadied. You're a shinobi, Kakashi said. Act like one. Tantrums like that will get you killed. Worse, they'll get your teammates killed. Again. Wave. Sasuke lying in the mud, blood everywhere. My own promise echoing inside my skull. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted iron and forced myself to nod. Kakashi eased his grip, but not by much. The Jonin Corps was as displeased as you when Guy asked for an exception, he said. But the Hokage took pity on the boy. As he did with you. He hesitated, then sighed. The difference between you and Lee is simple. He carries no demon. You do. When Hiruzen-sama pressed for your graduation, the civilian council pushed back hard. Guy had no such opposition. It was bitter hearing it out loud, even knowing it was true. Kakashi-sensei, I said quietly, it's going to be a long time before I can respect Guy's decision. Or the old geezers. I glanced at Guy and Lee, currently crying and hugging while shouting about youth. No offense. None taken, Kakashi said dryly. Think what you like of Guy's choice. But remember, Lee didn't rewrite the rules. Don't aim your anger at the wrong target. I exhaled slowly. The anger didn't vanish, it just stopped trying to claw its way out. I'm not spreading this, I decided. Not to the others. Knowing how unfair it is doesn't help anyone but my temper. I know what it's like being the one everyone stares at. When I'm Hokage, I thought, a quiet promise, I'm not letting anyone feel like this. Like the rules only apply to them. Kakashi seemed to read enough of that on my face to relax a fraction. He stepped back and jerked his chin at the clearing. First round, he said aloud. No ninjutsu, no genjutsu, no elemental chakra, no chakra enhancement. Pure hand-to-hand. If you both want to take it further after that, we'll adjust. I stared. My whole style right now is chakra and clones, sensei. I muttered. You're tying both arms behind my back. He shrugged. Lee can't use any of that at all. You wanted fair. Fair. Right. I blew out a breath and unstrapped Bufudoki, handing it over. Keep this safe. He took it without comment. Across the clearing, Guy pumped a fist. Lee! The time has come! Yes, Guy-sensei! Lee cried, eyes sparkling. I will show Naruto-san the true flames of youth. He and Guy launched into a call and response about hard work and springtime. I caught maybe one word in 10. I leaned toward Kakashi. Are you sure they're not some kind of genjutsu? Kakashi pretended not to hear and opened his orange book. Guy and Lee finished by hugging and sobbing that this was destiny. Then Lee bounded into position opposite me, face suddenly serious. Niji settled more comfortably above, pale eyes faintly amused. What a waste of time, he said to Tenten. Uzumaki Naruto is destined for failure. Fate is clear. I rolled my shoulders and sank into the white wind tiger stance Ichiraku still didn't believe I could do. Ready? I asked. Lee nodded. I will not hold back my youthfulness, Naruto-san. Begin! Guy shouted, chopping his arm. Lee exploded forward. His shin slammed into my raised forearm before I even processed he'd moved. The impact rattled my bones. A punch followed, then another kick. I blocked the first, misjudged the second, and it cracked across my cheek. My head snapped sideways. Pain flared. I'd been hit harder. By Kakashi. By Zabuza. By life. I straightened and grinned, tasting blood. Not bad. Lee's eyes widened. He'd been holding back. Right, I thought, heart thumping, not from fear, but from the thrill. So that's how it is. He came again. Punch, kick, spin, sweep. Fast. Faster than anyone my age had a right to be. I gave ground, blocking what I could, eating the rest. My style wasn't pretty yet. But it was stubborn, guard up, feet moving, refused to stay down. Every impact gave me data. Weight. Rhythm. Preference. He likes aerial hits when I'm static, I realized, ducking under a spinning heel. He wants me reacting, staying on the back foot. He feinted high, then sighed the kick across my temple. The world tilted. I hit dirt, rolled, and a fist drove into my gut before I could breathe. Air exploded from my lungs. I gasped, vision swimming, then dragged myself upright. Humph, Niji said overhead. As expected. A loser remains a loser. Naruto-san, they called, still bouncing lightly. Your determination is admirable, but perhaps you should yield. Without chakra enhancement, your taijutsu cannot yet match my Goken. He was polite. Sincere. It made me want to deck him. I spat blood, lifted my hands again. Stop talking like this is a spar between teachers, I said. We're genin. You think I came here to be coddled? A tiny line appeared between his eyebrows. Good, I thought. Get annoyed. Underestimate me again. He lunged. This time, I stepped into the kick instead of away. His heel smashed into my ribs. Something protested loudly, but my left hand snapped shut around his ankle like a trap. Pain lanced up my side. I ignored it. Lee jerked, trying to pull back, and couldn't. I smashed my right palm into his face. His head rocked back. I didn't let go. Mom's notes flashed through my mind. The leopard is faster than the tiger. The tiger accepts the first bite, then pins the leopard and tears it apart. I yanked his head down by his hair and drove another rising palm into his forehead. Bone met bone. The impact buzzed up my arm. Guh! He tried to counter, but the Goken needed flow. Space. Here, in this cramped clinch, his rhythm broke. My style loved ugly. I slammed a palm into his ribs. Once. Twice. Felt the line of his breath hitch on the third. I could have gone for the throat. The liver. Could have made it lethal. I didn't. I let go of his hair and finished the combo with a tight hook to the jaw, then a spinning roundhouse that caught his cheek and sent him skidding sideways. He rolled, came up on his feet again. Barely. Don't underestimate me, I snarled. Niji's eyes narrowed. Interesting, he murmured to Tenten. He baited Lee into a range that robbed him of speed. Vulgar but effective. Vulgar but effective is going on my forehead seal, I thought. Lee shook his head, expression shedding the last bits of polite condescension. You were right, he said. I underestimated you. That was unyouthful. He turned to Guy. Guy-sensei! Please, allow me to show Naruto-san my true power. Guy folded his arms, gaze finally sharpening. Kakashi. What do you say? Kakashi closed his book, studying us both. I could almost feel him running the numbers. Gates, my healing, risk of permanent damage, risk of me losing my temper. Second round, he said finally. Moderate chakra enhancement allowed. No lethal techniques. Naruto, no wind blades meant to maim. Understood? Excitement flared through me, sharp and clean. Got it, I said, grinning. Guy punched the air. Very well, Lee. Show them your youth. Lee's smile came back, blazing. He reached down and unbuckled the weights around his ankles. They hit the ground with twin booms that shook the clearing and kicked up dust. Tenten flinched. Oh no, she muttered. Niji activated his Byakugan, veins bulging as he watched. I crossed my fingers and flared chakra. Four familiar bodies popped into existence around me. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kakashi's eye twitched. He didn't say anything. Technically, he'd only banned elemental wind from cutting techniques. Clones weren't on the list. The Bunshin and I fanned out, shifting in a loose triangle around Lee. I started circling too, staying mobile. Go, I said. They went. Lee vanished. He reappeared in front of a clone and shattered its jaw with a kick I barely saw. The clone burst into smoke, its pain and angle slamming into my mind an instant later. My head throbbed. I gritted my teeth and made another. Lee flickered from target to target, each blur of motion erasing a Bunshin. I kept moving, pushing speed with chakra, every popped clone feeding me data. Prefers high-speed rushes from the side when I'm focused front, I thought as another Bunshin died. Combos that end in launchers to set up aerial hits. And he's still pulling his shots. Feedback built. Pain layering headache on headache. My legs burned, trying to keep up without dipping into Fox chakra. One more clone dissolved under a spinning kick. My stomach lurched with the echo. Enough, I decided. As Lee lunged through smoke, I dropped my sprint, planted my feet, and inhaled. Chakra surged into my lungs, spinning in tight coils the way Mom's scroll described. Hand seals flashed, tiger, ram, monkey, boar. I didn't need them anymore, but they helped aim it. Air thickened around my hands as wind gathered. Lee's eyes widened. He knew he couldn't answer with a jutsu of his own. Futon, Ripusho! I slammed my palms forward. Compressed wind detonated from my hands in a roaring wall. Lee tried to dodge. Nobody outruns the wind. The gale smashed into him like a hammer, lifting him and hurling him into a tree. Bark exploded. He slid down to one knee, coughing, eyes stunned. I was already there, kunai at his throat. He blinked, trying to focus on the cold metal a breath away. I lost, he croaked. I let the tension drain out of my shoulders, slid the kunai away, and held out a hand instead. It was a good fight, I said. Don't underestimate me next time. We'll call it even. He stared at my hand, then took it, hauling himself up with a wince. Thank you, Naruto-san, he said, sincerity hitting like a flash grenade. You have given me much to think about. You are a very worthy rival. If I cannot surpass you by our next duel, I will punish myself by running laps around Konoha on my hands 20 times. I choked. That's not human, I muttered. What the hell is Guy-sensei teaching you people? I glanced at Guy. He was sprawled on the ground, sobbing to the sky about youthful defeat, while Kakashi calmly slid his book away and walked over. Very nice, Naruto, Kakashi said. I wasn't aware you knew offensive wind techniques already. Tone mild. Edge under it. What else are you hiding? I rubbed the back of my neck. I wanted to surprise you, I admitted. Thought maybe you'd be proud. He stared for a long moment, then sighed. I am proud, he said. Surprised. Slightly annoyed. His eye crinkled. Don't keep things like that from me again. If I don't know what you can do, I can't train you properly. And neither of us likes wasting time. Yes, sensei, I said quickly. He jerked his thumb toward the path. Come on. Ichiraku's is waiting. We can talk about the fight there. I turned back to Lee. We're good? I asked. He nodded vigorously, wincing at his ribs. We are not just good, Naruto-san. We are youthful. I snorted, but I smiled. I still think the academy thing was bullshit, I thought. But if you ever get arrogant about it, bushy brows, I swear I'll bury you under D ranks for life when I'm Hokage. As Kakashi and I started walking, I glanced back once. Up in the branches, Niji was watching me with a strange look, like he just felt something crack in a world he thought was solid. Maybe I thought someone will yank that stick out of your ass eventually, Hyuga. Even if I have to do it myself. Scene, weapons, not pets, Uzumaki Karen, POV. Meanwhile, within the perimeter around Takigakure, the shadows shifted as we moved, 3 ahead, 4 behind in a loose diamond. Branches whipped overhead. Roots and moss blurred underfoot. The air smelled of wet earth and fresh water. Taki's scent. Perfect cover. How much further, Kimimaro? Sakan rasped from the front, irritation in every syllable. We've been running forever. Kimimaro didn't look back. He never did. Just kept moving, white hair and robes a pale smear between trees. His silence should have been answer enough. Yeah, seriously. Tayuya groaned behind me, hitching the black cylinder higher on her back. This scroll weighs like a motherfucker. You sure Kabuto didn't fill it with bricks? My legs burned too, but I adjusted my glasses and kept going. No way was I giving them that satisfaction. You two are unbelievable, I snapped. Kimimaro already said we're close. If you spend half as much chakra sensing as you do whining, maybe you'd feel it. Sakan muttered something foul. I ignored him and pressed my hands into a tiger seal, letting my awareness drop inward, then flare outward. Kagura Shingon. My mind rippled over the terrain. Animals like faint sparks. The sound 4, steady behind me. Kimimaro's cold presence ahead. Jugo's roiling turbulence beside him. And there, 3 signatures lying in wait. I opened my eyes and lifted 3 fingers. Kimimaro glanced back. That tiny look was enough. 3 at the entrance, I reported. More deeper in. The village is where your map says? He nodded and murmured something to Jugo, too low for me to catch. The big idiot stiffened, eyes going wide, then wilder. His chakra flared, spiking higher, fraying at the edges. Jugo's control always snapped first. Kimimara's killing intent brushed across him like a cold blade. Jugo, he murmured. You know what is at stake. Do this, and Orochimaru-sama has reason to cure you. Fail and… He didn't finish. Didn't have to. Why yeah, Jugo mumbled. His voice was already starting to distort. Then he pushed off and vanished ahead in a blur of power. Jugo is handling the guards, Kimimaro said. His gaze swept over us, flat and unreadable. The mission begins now. Do not fail Orochimaru-sama. He didn't threaten. He never had to. Kidamura muttered as we dropped to the forest floor. So the zombie freak really is back from the grave. Kabuto said he was dying. Taiya snorted. Guess he missed the hint. Orochimaru-sama had me working on his condition for months, I said tightly. Obviously I succeeded enough to get him walking. You're welcome. What did you even do to fix that creep, Red? Taiya pressed. If you want medical details, I said sweetly, volunteer for my next experiment. I'll show you up close. She shut up. We hit the ground and started down toward the concealed cave. Air grew cooler and damp. The faint roar of underground water got louder. TCH. Yukon spat when he thought Kimimaro was too far to hear. I still don't get it. Why are we hauling this huge-ass scroll to some backwater like Taki? And why bring him? Jugo's laughter echoed faintly from ahead, high wrong, riding over the sound of screams. Goosebumps prickled along my arms. Enough, Jirobo rumbled. Focus. Before I could add my own warning, the screams cut off with a wet crunch. We rounded the last bend. Jugo stood at the cave mouth, bathed in dim light and blood. His body had partially transformed, skin darkened, muscles swollen, jagged protrusions jutting from his arms. Red curse marks crawled like living ink. Pieces of bodies lay around him in shapes that had once been people. Taiya gagged. Kidamaru stepped back. Even Sakan went a shade paler. Jugo turned. One eye human, the other molten gold and slit-pupiled. He licked blood off his knuckles, then lifted his hand. Flesh rippled, stretching into a spear-like spike. He moved. Kimimaro was suddenly there, bone blade flashing as he parried the blow and drove his fist into Jugo's face hard enough to smash him into the cave wall. Enough, Jugo, he said, voice calm. We need you sane. For a heartbeat the monster in Jugo's eyes pushed back. Then his skin began to pale. The spike shrank into fingers. He hunched like a scolded child. Sorry, he mumbled. I lost it. You hate killing, Kimimaro reminded him. Remember that. Hold on to it. I watched them, cold crawling up my spine. People called Orochimaru-sama a monster. Watching these two, I knew better. He didn't keep pets. He kept weapons. Our mission, Kimimaro said, turning away from Jugo, is simple, Yukon. Complete purification and annihilation of Takigakure. Sakan's mouth snapped shut. Jugo and I will hold their forces, Kimimaro continued. You four and Karen will bring the contract into this cave and activate the summoning. Orochimaru-sama will join us in 2 days at Fire Country's border. He has another matter to handle. Taiya scowled. Why the hell is the old snake so interested in Bug Country anyway? Taki's not a power. Kimimaro's eyes slid toward her, and the air tightened. I do not question Orochimaru-sama's orders, he said. Neither will you. Which in Kimimaro speak meant, ask him yourself if you think you're that brave. Taiya muttered something about lunatics and stomped after him. I hung back long enough to press my hand to the cave wall and flare my senses. No more chakra nearby. First wave already dead. We moved deeper. The tunnel sloped down. The roar of water filled everything. Stone underfoot went slick. The air tasted of minerals and old secrets. Karen, Kimimaro said. The map. Already on it, I said, pulling the worn animal hide from my vest. Ink lines traced the submerged tunnel that ran under the main waterfall and into the hidden village. Orochimaru-sama drew this years ago, I told Kidamaru, who was peering over my shoulder. He and Jiraiya-sensei did missions here when they were young. Once someone finds your hidey hole once, they never really forget. Kidamaru finished, grinning. Exactly. We reached the underground river a few minutes later. The water was clear and cold, rushing from beneath a low overhang. Kimimaro stepped to the edge and froze. His hand flew to his mouth. His body convulsed. Dark flecks splattered the stone. Kimimaro! I was at his side in an instant, bracing him. His skin burned. You stopped taking the pills again, didn't you? I hissed. He wiped his lip, eyes unfocused for an instant. They weaken me, he ground out. The chakra draw interferes with my bones. I did not want to compromise the miss. If you die, I snapped, there won't be a mission. Open. Even Kimimaro knew better than to argue with the only person keeping his bloodline from killing him. He opened his mouth. I fished a small black pill from my pouch and shoved it in, waiting until I saw his throat work. A moment later, some of the tension eased. His breathing smoothed. I told you, I said more quietly. The cure only holds if you keep the dose regular. Your bloodline is poisoning you. I can't stop that yet. I can only slow it. But only if you let me. His fingers curled once, then relaxed. Understood, he said simply. He straightened, the moment almost erased. Jugo. We are moving. Jugo flinched and nodded. We slipped into the river one by one. Cold seized my muscles. The current grabbed my legs. I forced my body to move, one hand on the path in my mind, the other on Jugo's ankle. If he panicked down here, we all drowned. The tunnel felt too long. My lungs burned by the time we broke the surface and dragged ourselves onto a narrow ledge. I pushed wet hair from my face and stared. Takigakure lay ahead, carved into the heart of a cavern. Houses clung to tiered rock on either side of a broad inlet, connected by a single arched bridge. The water mirrored everything, a second upside-down village. It would have been beautiful, if we weren't here to erase it. My senses prickled. Chakra flickered in windows, on roofs, in shadows. Targets, I said. Lots. The festival pulled everyone in. Streets are packed. Good, Kimimaro replied. Easier. Kanai hissed out from the dark. Kimimaro stepped in front of me. I hit the stone. Steel shrieked off his bones. They know we're here! Sakan shouted. Of course they do, genius! Tayuya snapped, scrambling behind cover. Kimimaro blurred forward, Jugo at his side. They hit the first line like a hammer. Bone flashed white, carving through flesh and metal. Jugo's twisted arm cut a man down. Blood splashed stone. I shut the screams out and focused on my job. We needed Manda. Karen! Kimimaro's voice cut through the chaos. You know what to do? I nodded, throat dry, and dropped to my knees. Form up, I ordered, snapping open the black cylinder Jirobo had been lugging. The scroll inside unfurled across the stone with a heavy whump, sealing script spiraling into complex circles. The Sound Four were already pulling on the curse marks Orochimaru-sama had gifted them, violet chakra crawling over their skin. Their bodies began to twist toward level 2. Each corner, I said, tapping 4 points. Right hands inside the small circles. Do not move. Don't screw this up, Four Eyes, Tayuya muttered as she set her hand down, face already warping. If I do, I said, you won't live long enough to complain. They shut up. I set a small vial in the center of the main seal. The blood inside was dark and viscous. Orochimaru-sama's blood. Let's begin, I whispered. My fingers flew through seals, snake, ram, boar, dog, snake. I bit my thumb, mixing my blood with his as I slammed my palm into the circle. Kuchios no jutsu! Hibi koko, Manda-sama! The world tore. Chakra roared up from the scroll in a violent column of violet and black that made my teeth ache. For a moment it felt like my skin was being pulled off from the inside. The four screamed as their marks flared, dumping power into the summoning. Then everything snapped outward. A shockwave hit us. I flew, hit stone back first, air gone, ears ringing. When I forced my eyes open, the cavern was full of smoke. And something else. Pressure pushed down on me, heavy and suffocating. Snake chakra. Old. Cruel. Vast. A massive shape loomed in the smoke, coils thicker than houses, scales the color of bruises. Two golden eyes burned down, slit pupils narrowing as they searched. Orochimaru! The giant cobra roared. Where are you, you stingy bastard? You dare summon me and then hide? You still owe me sacrifices from last time. Every Taki shinobi froze. Even Kimimaro and Jugo backed off, retreating to the edges as Manda's fury rolled over us. My heart hammered. My palms were slick. Orochimaru-sama couldn't come in person. I managed, forcing my legs to move, forcing myself into that gaze. He sent me instead. Manda's head dipped until his snout nearly touched me. The stench of blood and reptile breath washed over my face. You! He hissed. His tongue flicked out, tasting the air around me. You're not the purple-haired brat, the one who signed after Orochimaru killed her master. Enko. No, Manda-sama, I said. She's unavailable. Then where? He said, voice dropping to a lethal calm. Is Orochimaru? He knows better than to cheat me. He still owes me 20 human sacrifices. 20. Panic clawed up my throat. If he lunged, I was dead. I remembered my orders. The numbers. The village. Deep breath. He said you'd say that. I blurted. He said to tell you, he offers you all of them. I pointed at the clustered houses, the crowded streets. At Takigakure. There are more than 800 people down there, I said, voice rough. Shinobi. Civilians. Children. Elders. All yours. Silence. Then Manda laughed. Low, horrible laughter that scraped my bones. I swallowed. This wasn't just about paying Manda back. Orochimaru-sama wanted the hero water secrets buried with the village, or bottled for himself if Kabuto and I could salvage anything from the ruins later. No witnesses, no treaties, no one left alive to complain that the heroic sacrifice at the heart of their culture was being turned into lab notes. Orochimaru, he rumbled, always knows how to pay his debts. With interest. He swung his head toward the village. Paused. Tell him, Manda said without looking back. I accept this insult once. Next time he stands me up, I'll eat him. We both knew he wouldn't. That was their game. They lied to each other so they didn't have to admit they needed each other. I'll tell him, Manda-sama, I breathed. He surged forward, a tidal wave of coils. His head smashed through the nearest building, wood and stone crumpled. People screamed. Shinobi scattered. Kimimaro and Jugo were already moving, pulling back to the tunnel mouth, taking positions on either side. The sound force staggered up, drained but still dangerous enough to block the exit. We had one job now, plug the hole. No survivors. I watched Manda tear into Takigakure, hands still shaking. Orochimaru-sama, I thought faintly, you seriously owe me a raise. Scene, the day of the Crimson Waterfall, Shibuki, POV. Meanwhile, I was supposed to be strong enough to protect them. That's what everyone said when they made me leader. Shibuki-sama, you're our best chance. Shibuki, your father believed in you. So do we. They told me that when they gave me the forehead band. When they handed me the hero water and told me to guard it with my life. Standing on the central bridge, watching a monster rip my village apart, I felt like the biggest liar in the world. Everyone, stay calm! I shouted, straining my voice over the collapsing stone and screams. Get inside! Secure the children and elders! Shinobi form! No one listened. People ran in all directions, crashing into each other, dragging loved ones. A mother tripped and dropped her child. Someone else snatched the boy up and shoved him back into her arms as they fled. The ground shook as the snake's head slammed into another row of houses. What is that? My mind gibbered, even as my eyes answered. A summoning. A snake. Boss level. Like something out of stories about the Sannin. Lord Shibuki! One of my jonin landed beside me, chest heaving. We've lost contact with Sato's patrol at the main shaft, and Daichi's team at the upper vent. No survivors found. No bodies either. Then they're blocking the exits, I said numbly. They knew exactly where to cut us off. Of course they did. The only ones who knew our routes were Konoha and Kusa. My father had trusted them. I trusted them. No time for that. What about the hero water? I demanded. Is it secure? The jonin flinched. Still in the shrine, Shibuki-sama. We haven't been able to reach it. The intruders control the approach. Because I'd ordered it left there today. Because it was Hero Day. Because I'd wanted to show the urn to the children and tell the story about sacrifice and courage and all the things I was supposed to represent. If I'd carried it with me, would it matter? Could even hero water do anything against a monster like that and the kind of force that could summon it? Probably not. But having nothing hurt worse. Send another squad, I said, knowing I was sending friends to die. If anyone reaches the shrine, they drink and fall back to me. We make our stand here. He hesitated. That's an order, I snapped. He vanished. I turned back to the nightmare. The snake, Manda, some old story whispered, was feeding. There was no other word. Coils smashed buildings. His jaws scooped everything that fell. Wood. Stone. People. Blood ran down the rock in thin rivers, darkening the water below. My father had told me stories about other hidden villages. Shattered lands. Craters where forts once stood. Men who thought peace would last forever until it didn't. I'd always thought, that won't happen here. We're small. We're hidden. We're safe. Watching Manda rip apart another street, I realized how stupid that had been. We're under attack by an unknown force, I shouted, forcing my voice steady. Summoners and at least 2 elite close-range fighters. We can't let them reach the shrine. We can't let them leave with hero water knowledge. My hands tightened around my kunai. Hero water gave overwhelming power at the cost of the user's life. My father had died using it to protect us. I'd thought his death was enough. Apparently it wasn't. All remaining shinobi, with me, I yelled. We go for the summoners. Take away the snake's anchor and... The bridge lurched. I stumbled as something massive smashed into the stone at one end. A pale-haired man stood there, slender, stained in blood, a blade of bone protruding from his arm. Beside him, a larger figure with wild, shifting flesh snarled, body already distorting. They didn't speak. They just moved. The first shinobi to reach them died mid-leap, his throat opening under a flicker of white I barely saw. The second tried to flank and was simply taken apart by the big brute. Limbs. Blood. Silence. I'd watched jonin spar. I'd seen border skirmishes. I'd never seen anything like this. Retreat! I heard myself shout, voice cracking. Fall back! Regroup! Manda's tail swept across the far side of the cavern, flattening the hospital. Hundreds of people disappeared in an instant. My kunai slipped from numb fingers and clattered on stone. I don't know how long the slaughter lasted. Minutes. Hours. Forever. At some point my legs gave out. I found myself on my knees, staring at the water. It was red now, blooming out from the base of the falls like some obscene flower. Someone would name this, I realized distantly. They always did. Names made it easier to talk about later. to pretend there was something noble in it. The day of the Crimson Waterfall. It sounded almost pretty. I wondered how many of us would live long enough to use it. Scene debt cleared, village erased, Karen, POV. Minutes later. From our vantage point at the tunnel mouth, it didn't take long for the screaming to stop. Manda fed until the last chakra signature flickered out, Shinobi, civilians, even the tiny fragile pulses that had been children. Then he coiled lazily around the shattered stump of a tower, tongue flicking as if tasting for stragglers. There weren't any. Disappointing, he rumbled. I barely worked up an appetite. He turned his head toward us, eyes slitting. You will tell Orochimaru, he said, that the debt is paid. We will, Kimimaro answered, bowing from the waist, completely unfazed by the ruin below. Manda snorted, then vanished in a billow of smoke that stank of blood and reptiles. Silence rushed in behind him, heavy and absolute, broken only by the roar of the now dark waterfall. I let Kagura's Shingon spread through the cavern one last time. Nothing. No chakra but ours. It's done, I said. My own voice sounded strange. Kimimaro nodded. We proceed to Phase 2. We wait at the border. Orochimaru-sama will want details. Behind me, the sound force slumped back toward their base forms, curse marks receding inch by inch. They looked drained, shaken, and though none of them would ever admit it, a little afraid. Jugo stared at his hands, still trembling. You did what you had to, Kimimaro told him quietly. Orochimaru-sama will be pleased. Jugo swallowed and nodded jerkily. For now, the murderous thing inside him slept, sated on all the death we'd just given it. I took one last look at Takigakure, the ruined houses, the crimson pool where clear water had run before. Then I turned away and followed Kimimaro back into the shadows. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 9, Ghosts, Sparks and God's Whip. Scene: Ghost Village, Whispering War, POV, Jiraiya. 7 weeks and a day to Chunin exams, 6 days after Chapter 8. Ruins of Kamaki, former waterfall country. My eyes narrowed, the dark green irises of my latest face catching the silvery wash of early moonlight. The evening breeze slid over my borrowed body. No warmth in it, not with Kamaki and ruins below. Komaki, once called one of the pearls of the continent, was now a blackened husk. Charred beams stuck up like broken ribs. Stone facades lay shattered. Thick, suffocating smoke still bled lazily from collapsed roofs. I hadn't seen something like this since the Third Great War. I ran a gloved hand through long strands of spiky dark brown hair, feeling the unfamiliar texture under my fingers, and exhaled slowly. White vapor streamed from my nostrils and mouth in the chill air. Tilting my head back, I shut my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to piece together who could have done this and why. The contours of my face were hidden under a wide straw hat. Only a few bangs and stray strands escaped where the hat couldn't quite tame the length. I'd stuffed my frame into a long-sleeved blue silk shirt and matching pants, humble farmer wear stretched over a body that was anything but. Beside me, my horse stood patiently, carrying a massive sack on its back. We both faced the ruined city like we'd just stumbled on a nightmare. I had expected the stench of death. Burned wood, sure. Melted stone, sure. But the smell of cooked flesh, the cloying reek of decay, it wasn't there. That made my skin crawl more than any battlefield ever had. A place hit this hard should be carpeted with corpses. But there was nothing. No bodies, no blood, not even the usual flock of crows. Someone hadn't just killed a village, they'd cleaned it. Whoever attacked didn't want to be tracked. That was the crux of the disaster brewing in the center of the continent. No culprits, only whispers and char marks. The hidden villages bordering former waterfall country, fire, grass, rock, were turning suspicious and hostile at a pace I didn't like at all. A power vacuum with no clear aggressor, that's how wars happen. My role as Konoha's silent sentinel, its ghost wandering the borders and shadows, didn't give me the luxury of ignoring this. I had to know what it meant. Normally I didn't bother with more than a basic henge or a light genjutsu veil. This time was different. My informant was under constant surveillance. Sloppy preparation would burn a useful source. So I'd gone full method actor, physical disguise layered with subtle genjutsu, right down to the calluses on my hands and the stiffness in my farmer gait. Even as one of the continent's sharpest spy masters, a little extra paranoia never hurt. Some enemies were annoyingly tenacious about counter-espionage. I hadn't earned my reputation as a legendary spy master just on my roguishly handsome looks, though the ladies were admittedly generous about how they expressed their appreciation when I played my cards right. Grass rustled behind me. I didn't look back. The sack toppled with a heavy thud. Potatoes spilled out in a messy cascade. Hideo crouched quickly to help, scooping the vegetables back in, and palming the narrow scroll hidden between them. I watched the sleight of hand from under my hat brim, half-lidded, and approved. Smooth as ever, kid. Sorry about that, I muttered, rubbing at my eyes like a tired laborer. When the last potato was back in place, I straightened and folded my arms. Our time's short, so let's cut to the chase. What's your boss's take on the fall of Takigakure? I asked, still staring at the horizon. My real attention was on him, the micro twitches, the set of his shoulders. It was rare that anyone managed to lie to me and get away with it. Our new Tsuchikage, Katsuchi-sama, is extremely displeased with the situation, Hideo answered. He suspects all possible parties. But Konohagakure is paramount in his suspicions. He considers the obsessive removal of physical evidence, here and in Takigakure, proof that the attackers have something to hide. Of course he does, I thought, rubbing my chin. Iwabakure had always been paranoid about internal security, and Katsuchi came from a line that favored smashing problems until they stopped moving. Hidden Whirlpool had been one of many casualties of Iwa's history of preemptive security measures. Any idea what his next move is, Hideo? I asked. He didn't answer aloud. Instead, he slapped my shoulder and laughed a little too loudly, playing the role of a peasant sharing gossip. As he reached to shake my hand, his fingers pressed a small folded slip of paper into my palm. Random kanji and numbers covered one side. The real message would be hidden in the pattern. Good boy. I was about to push for a hint when something made my brow crease beneath the straw hat. A faint hoot, then a white speck circling against the dark sky. An owl. My hand rose slightly, cutting off whatever small talk Hideo was about to offer. Hideo, something urgent just came up. I need to leave immediately, I said, tone making clear this wasn't up for negotiation. I'll contact you if I need further information. He stiffened, clearly irritated, but he knew better than to argue with a Sannin. He nodded once and vanished into the night. I started down the slope, leading the horse. The bird swooped lower, circling once before landing on my outstretched arm with silent precision. I stroked its head with my thumb. What's wrong, Uriaban? I murmured. The owl's large eyes fixed on mine. Jiraiya-sama, the mistress is in trouble. It hooted in a deep, almost human voice. Strange men have been asking questions and closing in on her. She requires your counsel and assistance urgently. My eyes hardened. Are we being watched? I whispered. Uriaban swiveled his head a full circle, peering into every shadow, then shook it once. I nodded, licking my lower lip. Tell me everything, I ordered softly. My free hand slapped the horse's flank. It exploded in a puff of smoke, revealing a massive orange and black toad in a blue yukata. Gamabunta's kid brother glared at me, arms crossing as he grumbled under his breath. I dismissed my disguise with a quick string of seals. White hair spilled down my back. My frame broadened and settled back into the one on all the wanted posters. My skin shifted back to its usual tone. I'd decode Hideo's message and send a report to Sarutobi-sensei later. Right now, time was the one thing I didn't have. I only hoped I could reach the owl summoner before odd men turned into a corpse. Seen Hurricane Yamanaka vs. Shirtless Menace, POV Naruto. Meanwhile, back in Konoha. Naruto! What the hell is the point of this exercise? Ino huffed at me, breath coming in sharp little gasps. She stood shakily on the river's surface, chakra just barely keeping her up. Her legs trembled, her blonde hair was plastered to her cheeks and neck, and she looked about one pebble away from murder. I stood several meters away, also on the water, shirtless, dripping, and enjoying this way too much. I flipped a small pebble between my fingers and grinned, feeling my eyes sparkle with mischief. Kaka-sensei calls this endurance training. I sing-songed. Helps your chakra control cause you gotta keep walking on water while I pelt you. And all the jumping and dodging is like a workout for your chakra reserves. Educational and painful. 2 for 1, Ino-chan. I chuckled, openly enjoying myself. It was rare I got to tease her like this. Usually Ino was the one bossing me, Shikamaru, and Choji around during D-ranks, acting like a tiny blonde feudal lord. So when she'd actually asked me to share training tips, I wasn't about to let the chance for payback go. We'd been at it over an hour. Her frustration practically had its own chakra signature hovering over the river. Of course, she wasn't getting my full attention. At least she didn't have to know that. If she ever found out. A shiver crawled down my spine at the thought of a certain temperamental kunoichi discovering I was splitting my focus. While the real me traded pebbles and smirks with Ino, a shadow clone I'd made earlier sat in a secluded clearing, hunched over one of Mom's scrolls. The clone soaked in every word about water nature manipulation, Uzumaki style. Kakashi had promised we'd start water training tomorrow. I wanted to show up already ahead. I really wanted to see that lazy eye widen just that tiny fraction in surprise. Of course, Kakashi had gone back to being late the moment he realized I was training on my own with Mom's scrolls and the family blade. When I'd called him on it, he just scratched his head and muttered something about reading, independence, and giving me space to grow. It annoyed me. But I could sort of see his angle. If he wasn't hovering, I had more time to dig through my inheritance. So I grumbled and accepted it. Still miss him being on time, I thought, pouting internally. In the clearing, my clone traced a sentence with his finger. The water element is one of the most useful and versatile in an Uzumaki's arsenal. While it is considered the essence of life in ancient lore, in the hands of a skilled shinobi it can become a harbinger of death. I am a secondary water user and I tell you this, water, wind, and shadow clones make for a very deadly combination in any battle. The clone's grin matched mine. The clan has 4 primary branches for water manipulation. Once mastered, they give you a nearly endless set of battle strategies. Always remember this element's power depends on climate and humidity. Don't try to summon a water dragon in the middle of Wind Country's deserts, for example. He snorted. Heh. Good to know. Note to self, don't be an idiot in Suna. The first art is scalding torrents. By the time he got to blinding mist, the clone was buzzing. Water might not be as flashy as fire or lightning, but it was sounding pretty damn cool. The first exercise you should begin with is. A sharp yelp, faint but familiar, cut across my clone's concentration. He lifted his head, senses sinking back to me on the river. Ino had just taken another hit. Heh, the clone thought, picturing her expression. Original's having way too much fun. Back on the water, the pebble I just flicked smacked into Ino's shoulder. Not hard enough to break anything, but enough to sting. Her eyebrow twitched. Her fists clenched at her sides. Oh! I thought, rolling the next pebble in my palm. Here comes Hurricane Yamanaka. You said this was supposed to help me, didn't you? Ino demanded, voice honey-sweet and utterly deadly. And you just happen to be having fun throwing things at me while we're at it, huh? Her pale blue eyes narrowed in a way I'd learned to fear. I gave her my best sheepish smile, scratching my cheek. Oh, come on, Ino! It's for your own good. I laughed weakly. Her silence was worse than shouting. She lunged across the water. Her feet splashed, chakra flaring sloppy as she threw a punch at my head. I exhaled and pivoted aside, guiding the swing past my face. A reverse swing came, wilder. I batted it away and sidestepped a desperate kick aimed way too close to my groin. Nice try. I chuckled, spinning on my heel. She overextended, and in that moment her back was wide open. I flicked out a hand and tapped between her shoulder blades. Her concentration shattered. With a yelp, she pitched forward and dropped into the river. I winced as she surfaced, sputtering. Water streamed from her hair in chaotic tangles, plastering golden strands to her face, neck, and clothes. She looked like a half-drowned cat. She turned slowly, back to me, shoulders rising and falling with each harsh breath. The look she shot over her shoulder froze me in place. All the amusement died in my chest. I'd seen Kunoichi give that look before. It usually came right before something very painful happened to some unsuspecting idiot. I raised my hands in surrender. Ino-chan, what's with that look? I was just fooling around, I said quickly. Oh crap, she's seriously going to kill me. Ino's mouth curled into a smile that was all teeth. Her hands flashed through seals with her back still turned. Her chakra shifted, fine and tricksy. Genjutsu, Yurahoshi no Fikumen, she called. Her outline wavered and vanished. The world around me went out like a snuffed candle. One instant there was river, forest, sky, next there was nothing. No color, no sound, no sense of up or down. Tiny pinpricks of harsh white light stabbed into the darkness, flaring and darting like shooting stars. They streaked across my vision, too fast to follow, leaving aching afterimages. I winced, eyes burning. So that's how you want to play, huh, Ino-chan? I jammed my hands together in a tiger seal and rammed chakra through my coils like a flood bursting a dam. Kai! The false darkness shattered. Reality snapped back, the river under my feet, the trees, the cool night air, and no Ino in sight. I clicked my tongue. I hated genjutsu. I've got to fix this weakness, I thought, scowling. If I ever wanted a chance against monsters like Uchiha Itachi, letting myself be toyed with by simple illusions wasn't an option. Still cheating, Ino-chan? I called anyway, mostly for my pride. Something cool and sharp touched my throat. Really? Her voice murmured in my ear, soft and smug. I don't remember you ever saying genjutsu was off limits, Naruto. Warm breath brushed my skin. An arm slid around my waist, pulling her close against my back. I felt the press of her body, the way she was still shaking slightly from exertion and cold. Static skittered down my spine. I turned my head just enough to see her out of the corner of my eye. Her face was close, too close. Half-lidded eyes, damp hair stuck to her cheek, lips parted a little from uneven breathing. Words jammed in my throat. Something tight coiled in my chest. My lungs suddenly forgot their job. What is this? Her fingers tightened around the kunai at my neck, then trembled. I felt, more than saw, the little hitch in her breath as our gazes met. For a heartbeat, everything narrowed down to the few centimeters between our mouths. She swallowed. The tension between us pulled taut. And then she abruptly turned her head away, a shaky laugh spilling out as she stepped back and dropped the kunai. I guess I win this time, she said, voice a little too bright. Which means dinner's on you, Naruto. The invisible pressure on my chest snapped. I exhaled all at once, shoulders sagging. I guess you're right, Ino-chan. I managed, forcing a crooked smile. It felt thin, but it was better than blurting whatever half-panicked nonsense wanted out instead. I waved off the exercise and headed toward the riverbank. My clones slipped Kushina's scroll into my jacket, then dispersed in a puff of memory and chakra. One thought echoed on loop in my head. What the hell was that? I'd faced bloodthirsty Missing Nin, a masked ice user, the demon fox's rage, but this? This was something else. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't think straight. The image of her on the water, eyes soft and lips too close, was burned into my brain. I could still feel the warmth of her breath on my ear, the way her fingers had tightened at my waist. Cammy. We almost. I scrubbed a hand over my face. What am I supposed to do now? Do I talk about it? Try and kiss her again? Gah. This is confusing. I'll have to ask Ichiraku-sensei. I wisely decided not to do that immediately. On the opposite bank, Ino hopped out of the water and grabbed the long dark purple overcoat she'd started bringing for nightly river training. I watched from the corner of my eye as she pulled it around herself, up to her chin. Her fingers lingered there for a second. Her cheeks were still pink. She refused to look straight at me. It's not just me, I thought, a weird mix of relief and panic swirling in my stomach. We started walking along the forest path in awkward silence, wet clothes rustling softly. Ino recovered first. Ano. Naruto-kun, she said, bumping her hip against mine. I told you I could beat you if I really wanted to. I stumbled half a step, then shot her an exaggerated glare and folded my hands behind my head. Well, I'll admit the genjutsu thing was pretty cool, I said. But we both know you were just looking for an excuse to grope me, Ino hentai. My grin turned sharp as I watched her splutter. As if, she snapped, cheeks flushing. You were the one who totally froze up just because I got a little close and whispered in your ear. Oh, Naruto-kun, am I that much of a distraction? She purred, dropping her voice and batting her lashes in a fake seduction pose. My face went hot. I muttered something into my collar I prayed she didn't catch. Hey! I'm a guy! I protested louder. I'm supposed to get distracted by hot girls. Besides, I wasn't the one with roaming hands, Ino. What's your excuse, Ino no hentai? Pervert? Me? She poked my chest with each outraged word. I'll have you know we girls check out guys too. And just because I'm easy on the eyes doesn't mean you get a free peep show whenever you feel like it, Naruto no baka. She jabbed my chest one last time, then huffed. And I wasn't groping you, idiot. I was winning a spar. By any means necessary. You sore loser. Excuses, excuses. I shot back. Any means necessary doesn't include molestation, Ino-chan. You're a clan heir, what will people think? Her blush deepened into furious crimson. She slugged my shoulder as hard as she could, sputtering my name. I laughed through the sting, nudged her with my hip, and darted out of reach of the next punch. Eventually the tension bled away, leaving something quieter behind. We walked on. Secret glances sneaked between us and immediately ran away when they got caught. After a while my steps slowed. Nah. Ino, I said quietly. Can I ask you something? She nodded, curious. My mouth went dry. Don't chicken out. Just say it. Why are you spending so much time with me? I blurted. I mean, you could easily train with Asuma-sensei, or Shika, or Choji, or your dad. I looked away, bracing for the worst, for her to blink, realize I had a point, and leave. Why do you ask, Naruto-kun? She countered softly. Don't you like being around me? There was something fierce and fragile under the teasing. Of course I do, I said immediately. Why wouldn't I? I rubbed the back of my neck. It's just, nobody's ever asked me before. To spend time with them. Not really. So I was wondering, why now? I risked a glance. Her gaze had gone soft. Well, not many people our age really like being around me either, Ino admitted, voice quiet. That didn't fit the picture in my head at all. Sure, I had friends at the academy, she went on, fingers knotting together. But they didn't really like me. They liked the benefits of being the Yamanaka heir's friend. Now that we're graduates, and they're not, they don't keep in touch. They've all turned their backs, except Sakura, Choji, and Shika. I don't have a lot of friends, really. She stared at the ground. So, since you're my teammate now, I wanted to get to know you better. And then I found out you're actually fun to be around. You make me laugh. You don't put me down for being bossy or talking too much. And you actually listen to me. Her voice trailed off into a mumble. Her shoulders tightened like she was bracing for me to laugh or pull away. Of course I like being around you, Ino-chan, I blurted. You're funny, and you talk as much as I do, and you're really smart. You don't insult me or hit me too much. I grinned sideways. And you're just fun to be around. I'd have to be crazy not to like that, Baka. Her eyes flew open wide. She searched my face like it was a minefield, and found no traps. She stepped closer before I could move, rising on her toes. Soft lips brushed my cheek in a quick, lingering kiss that sent sparks skittering across my skin. Then her arms wrapped around my waist, pulling herself against me, her face burying in the crook of my neck. I froze. My heart hammered. My lungs forgot the whole breathing thing again. Slowly, a little clumsy, I wrapped my arms around her in return. Thank you, Naruto, she whispered into my ear. Nobody's ever said anything that sweet to me before. It's warm, I thought, dizzy. Safe. I don't know how long we stood like that. Long enough for my heartbeat to stop trying to punch through my ribs. Long enough for something quiet and dangerous to start blooming in my chest. A rustle in the bushes snapped us both out of it. We jumped apart, faces blazing. We shared one more flustered look, then stared anywhere else. Ino cleared her throat, grabbed my hand, and laced her fingers through mine like it was the most normal thing in the world. Hey, she said, yanking me toward the village. I know you can't keep your eyes off me, Naruto, but at least try to contain yourself. I'm hungry. I snorted, but I didn't let go of her hand. Seen half-drowned hearts on the long walk home, POV Naruto. Several hours later. By the time we hit the village proper, my mood had sobered up a lot. My eyes flicked everywhere. That was old habit, but now it was more than paranoia. Ever since Sasuke's death, the way civilians looked at me had shifted, icy indifference hardening into open hatred. The glares were knives, venomous, unhidden. I saw men's hands curl into fists. Mothers pulled their children closer. Merchants went stiff behind stalls. A few looked like they were physically stopping themselves from stepping forward. The Civilian Merchant Guild had already boycotted me, threatening to slap restraining orders on me if I ever set foot in their shops again. Shinobi-owned places were mostly safe, so I stuck to those for food and gear. It hurt. Of course it did. Part of me wanted to hate them back. They didn't know me. They didn't want to. They only saw the fox. But I remembered Wave. The bridge. Haku's body hitting the ground. Sasuke lying limp in front of me. The way everything had gone red when I'd snapped. If that's what I did for one teammate. I clenched my jaw. What would I do if my entire family and village were wiped out in one night? It didn't excuse what they'd done to me all my life. It didn't make the stares any less painful. But it gave me something besides bitterness to hold on to. I won't become like them, I promised myself. I'll get strong enough to protect everyone. I'll make up for the Kyuubi's sins, even if it wasn't my fault. I'll win their respect the hard way. That'll taste better than revenge ever could. Shinobi were already starting to look at me differently. Less hostility, more curiosity. Being known as Kakashi's apprentice helped, so did the council's grudging acknowledgement that I was useful. Merchants who dealt with Shinobi clients were more willing to serve me. Prices were still sometimes unfair, but they weren't highway robbery anymore. Gamachan felt the difference. Kakashi had helped me move my savings to a Shinobi-run bank overseen by the Advisory Council and the Hokage. I didn't trust old men with pipes and committees as far as I could throw them, so I kept half my pay on me at all times, just in case. So far, no mysterious accounting errors. I'd lived with hatred for years. But now there was something new underneath it. Something darker. Assassination attempts. By my rough count, there'd been at least 15 since Sasuke's death. Some were clumsy, badly hidden poisoned food, suspicious accidents. Others had been nastier, kunai in the dark, strange chakra flaring a little too close behind me in a crowd. I could handle threats aimed at me. What scared me was one of my precious people getting caught in the crossfire. Attack me all you want, I thought, fingers tightening around Ino's. But if you hurt them, NBU shadowed me whenever I was around civilians. I could feel them now, like faint pressure at the edges of my senses. A few times I caught glimpses, a masked figure disappearing on a rooftop, the shimmer of chakra as an attack was cut off before it began. I'd also noticed that some of the loudest haters and nastiest shopkeepers had just disappeared. No one talked about it. Their absence was loud. Footsteps scuffed behind me. A flicker of chakra brushed my senses, oddly and intent. I shifted my weight automatically, already moving Ino a little to the side so I could step between her and the threat. And then the presence winked out. The air rippled faintly. When I glanced back, the side alley was empty. Thank you, NBU-san, I thought. That makes 16. I exhaled slowly and kept walking. Nah, Naruto-kun, Ino complained, dragging me back to smaller, safer things. Why can't we go somewhere else for once? Do we have to go to Ichiraku again? She tried for a pout. It almost covered the tension in her shoulders. I puffed my cheeks out. Oh, come on, Ino-chan. You know the old man loves you. And it's yakitori night. And they've got that calamari and crab you like. I gave her my best pleading look. Under it, there was something else in my chest I knew she could probably feel through my hand, something nervous and a little scared. She studied me for a second, but I just grinned wider and tugged her along, chattering about training ideas and the proper way to eat ramen. She let me. But she didn't forget that look. Seen God's whip and the broken tool, POV, Sakura. Elsewhere in Konoha, Sakura, first person. I stood alone in training ground 16, dry earth crunching faintly under my sandals as I shifted my weight from foot to foot. The plateaus sprawled at the feet of the Hokage monument, the stone faces watching over me silently. A thin stream cut through the otherwise arid ground. A few tall trees stood scattered around like lazy sentries. The open sky felt almost wrong after so long underground. Danzo had ordered me not to return to his base unless summoned. Instead, one of his agents delivered a slip of paper each morning, listing where and when I'd meet that day's instructor. Today's note had led me here. I took a long breath, letting the air fill my lungs, savoring the way sunlight brushed my pale skin. Compared to the stale underground caverns, Konoha's dry wind smelled like freedom, even if I knew it wasn't. My body was still chemically unstable. Danzo's pills left residues and imbalances behind. But recently I'd discovered a way to blunt the worst of it. I'd stolen time with a set of medical scrolls Tiger had lent me for anatomy lessons. The old texts were dense but clear. With some imagination and a lot of trial and error, I'd learned to nudge my own enzymes, to coax my metabolism into compensating for the pills. The result, I could sleep more than a few broken hours. With sleep came longer focus and fewer wild mood swings. Less screaming in the dark, I thought faintly. My other discovery had been even stranger. My inner self, the loud, furious voice that used to just scream at me from the back of my mind, was no longer just banging at the walls. We'd reached a kind of truce. A symbiosis. We talked now. The other me could feel parts of our chakra network, especially the edges. When an illusion tried to smother me, that inner voice could seize control of the flow and stutter it just enough to break weaker genjutsu. It was still crude, and we hadn't tested it against anything truly dangerous, but it was something. Good kunoichi keeps some cards hidden, I reminded myself. Danzo didn't know about either trick. He didn't need to. My body bore the marks of Anko's training, faint bruises, new tightness in my muscles, better flexibility. The Viper style had been literally beaten into my tailbone, one punishing spar at a time. I still wasn't perfect, but I wasn't the clumsy academy girl anymore. Even Anko had grudgingly admitted I was passable the other day. The pills had sped everything up: strength, speed, muscle. I hated admitting it, but without them I'd never have come this far this fast. I had no real measure of my level compared to my peers. But compared to the girl I'd been before Sasuke-kun's death, the difference was night and day. My taijutsu, when I got it right, was precise and lethal. My anatomy and chemistry knowledge gave me a cruel edge. I could calculate where to cut, what to poison, how to break a body from the inside. And I was very used to pain. Danzo had decided I was ready to start on the arts that made perfect tools, genjutsu and ninjutsu. He told me Mitarashi Enko would only instruct me occasionally from now on. Instead, I'd have new teachers. Then he'd handed me a slip of chakra paper. I'd fed it chakra. It had crumpled instantly into a tight little ball. Lightning. Danzo had nodded, his visible eye as cold as ever, and told me he'd find me an instructor. So here I was, waiting for another psycho. Where the hell is he? I thought, irritation finally edging past wariness. A metallic sound whispered through the air. I flung myself sideways, blasting chakra into my legs. A heartbeat later, something slammed into the ground where I'd been standing. The earth cracked, dust plumed outward. My heart pounded, but there was a grim satisfaction under the fear. I'd sensed it. I'd moved. Your awareness is mediocre at best, a gruff voice said behind me. I've been watching you for the last 15 minutes without you noticing. But the fact you managed to dodge that means you're not a total loss. I can still salvage something out of you, girl. Chains jingled as he walked closer. I turned. A short, dark-complexioned man stood there, dragging a long black chain across the ground. His hair was spiky and black. His left eye was a sewn-shut scar. The right one was a startling, almost sickly green. His face and throat were a patchwork of old burns and cuts. An ANBU tattoo inked his left shoulder. He wore black and green camo armor, practical and scarred. Chains wrapped every which way around his torso and arms, coils of dark chromed steel. 2 free lengths dangled from his hands like lazy snakes. Why are all the strong ones such freaks? I thought, throat going dry. My name's Shojiro Retsu, he rasped. His voice whistled oddly, like his vocal cords had been mangled and never healed right. They call me Kami no Hippu. Thanks to Danzo's meddling, I'm stuck crash coursing your sorry ass through basic lightning manipulation and Amatsudenku no Susanoo, my chain style. The way he said it made it very clear how thrilled he was. I flinched, remembering another introduction, Anko's gleeful threats and serpentine grin. A shiver ran down my spine. Why do all the powerful ninjas have to be psychos? Stop shooting your pants, girl. I ain't got time for this, Retsu snapped, scowling. Listen carefully. I'll only explain the basics once. I bit my lip and nodded. The lightning element's one of the easier affinities to master. It's almost entirely internal. He held up his hand, fingers curled slightly like claws. Chakra flickered. Crackling tongues of electricity leapt between his fingertips. The answer to the question you're about to ask is no, he added dryly. Most people can't just conjure lightning from thin air. Only a few have the chakra capacity, talent, or bloodline to pull that off. You are not, and will never be, one of them. The flat dismissal made something ugly twist in my chest. Ugh, listen to him. Arrogant bastard thinks he knows everything about us already. My inner voice hissed, fanning the ember of anger. Everyone always underestimates us, I thought, eyes narrowing. Let them sneer now. We'll make them choke on it later. His lone green eye sharpened. Got a problem with my assessment, girl? He asked. Before I could blink, the chain around his left forearm flared with blue chakra. It shot forward in a blur and snapped around my neck. I clawed at the steel as it constricted. The chain bit into my skin, cutting off my air. Panic surged. My vision tunneled, edges blurring. You pampered brats who live among civilians, protected from the ugliness of death and betrayal on the backs of people like me. Retsu's voice was flat, but the anger under it was volcanic. You don't get to question my words. Arrogant fools who know nothing yet think they know everything are always the first to die in battle. My lungs screamed. Thoughts slowed and fuzzed. Be bastard. I managed to think, nails scraping uselessly at the chain. Just before the lights went out for good, his fingers twitched. The chakra binding shifted, and the chain yanked me downward, smashing my face first into hot dirt. Pain lanced through my cheek and nose. The chains slackened and slid away. When I am talking, you will listen, Retsu said. When I'm deducing, you will not argue. I have no patience for insolence. It makes me angry, and when I get angry, I get a thirst for blood. I coughed and gasped, throat raw. Every instinct screamed at me to jump at him, to scream, to run, but I forced it down. Survive first. Rage later. As I was saying, he continued, like he hadn't just nearly strangled me. Lightning chakra is easiest to master because all you have to do is feel your own bioelectric energy. He pulled a scroll from his pouch and tossed it. It landed by my face with a soft thump. I've marked the main electrical nodes in the human body. You will spend 3 hours a day trying to create static, channeling chakra through each one. Once you can spark each node individually, you'll activate them all at once. 3 hours a day. On top of everything else. Of course. Once you attune your chakra to your body's electrical output, I'll teach you recomposition and shape manipulation for lightning, Retsu said. Simple stuff. We'll see if your brain can keep up. Scene, know you place genin. He paused. His eyes slid past me, toward the trees. Copy ninja, Hataki Kakashi? He called, voice suddenly sharper. My stomach clenched. Kakashi? Retsu's gaze locked on a patch of foliage. You're late, he said dryly. But I suppose that's to be expected from you, Hataki. I followed his gaze. Kakashi stepped out from behind a tree with his familiar unhurried slouch, one hand raised in a lazy greeting. Sorry, Retsu-san. I was helping an old lady across the street, he said. Then she invited me for tea. It would have been rude to refuse. My fingers dug into the dirt. Liar. He'd never had time for his own team, but somehow there was always time for tea, or that stupid book, or that monster. TCH. Have you taken care of Danzo's recon squad? Retsu asked bluntly. Kakashi's eye curved in a half-smile. He gave a small nod. Thank you, Retsu-san. I owe you, Kakashi said. Retsu snorted. There are no debts between comrades, Hataki, he said curtly. Then he vanished into the trees, leaving me alone with the man who used to be my sensei. I pushed myself up, chest tight. My heart hammered against my ribs. I honestly didn't know if I wanted to run or attack. Kakashi walked toward me, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable above his mask. It's been a while, Sakura, he said quietly. I got to my feet, legs unsteady. My hands came up automatically, half guard, half shield. He sighed. Sorry it took me so long to approach you, he went on. But with the restraining order you filed against me, it was complicated. Restraining order, I repeated, confusion cutting through my fear for a heartbeat. Then it clicked. Cold and ugly. Of course. I straightened. The fear hardened, crystallizing into something sharper. Yeah, I said flatly. What of it? Why are you here? He watched me carefully. I hated that. Hated how he acted like he could still read me. Sakura, I'm not your enemy, Kakashi said. I only want to help you. It isn't too late. I can help you reconcile with Naruto. We can be a team again. Something snapped. No! I screamed, flinging my hand out as if I could shove him away by force alone. Fuck you, you bastard! I know what you did! My voice shook, but not from fear. You sold me out to protect him! I spat. You told them I was unstable so they could get rid of me. You abandoned me to Danzo and took him instead. I hate you! You fucking hypo! His lone eye closed for a slow beat, then opened, colder than I'd ever seen it. Know your place, Genin, he said, voice suddenly steel. Killing intent hit me like a wall, heavy, suffocating. My muscles locked. My breath stalled. The air felt thick as oil. He turned his back on me. I won't tolerate that kind of language, he said. Not from you or anyone. For your information, the only thing I ever asked for was professional help for you after that mission. I never requested you be taken off my team. The words fell into me like stones. I heard them. They just didn't fit anywhere. However, he continued, I can see reasoning with you is useless if you don't believe me. He's lying, inner me hissed. He's just trying to ease his guilt. Trying to protect that monster. Don't fall for it, Sakura-chan. Remember how things really were? He never believed in you. My throat ached. You're giving up, I thought bitterly. Just like always. He started to walk away. As if. I shouted after him. You never cared about me. You only ever cared about Sasuke-kun, and now that monster, Naruto. I won't be tricked by you or him ever again. I squeezed my eyes shut, refusing to let the tears fall. Memories crowded in. Kakashi's lazy indifference, Sasuke's cold focus, Naruto's constant noise. That mission. The blood. The claws. Red chakra. He was supposed to be my support if Sasuke fell. Instead, he'd shown his true colors, a monster wearing a fool's grin. I would always be alone. Fine. I'd get strong alone. I'm sorry things have come to this, Sakura, Kakashi said quietly. His voice sounded tired. I won't approach you again. A beat. Then again, you won't remember this conversation. My eyes flew open. He lifted his Hitite, revealing the Sharingan. His normal eyes slid shut. Genjutsu, I realized, right as his chakra crashed into my mind like a tidal wave. The world warped. Colors bled out. Shadows twisted into grotesque shapes. Echoing laughter, inhuman mocking, filled my ears. Faces, monstrous and distorted, lunged at me from the dark. I clamped my hands over my head. Stop it! I screamed, voice cracking. Stop! Pain flared behind my eyes, bright and sharp. The ground tilted. My knees buckled. Everything went black. Seen green tears and iron questions. Later that day, NBU headquarters, interrogation chamber. I don't consider myself easily surprised. So when the Hokage himself chose to attend an interrogation in person, I just filed it under unusual but not unprecedented, and moved on. Konoha had seen stranger things lately. First, Uchiha Sasuke was killed on a foreign mission. Then the Hokage activated the Tenchi contingency, tightening internal security, and sending ANBU combing the village for spies. Then Mitarashi Enko went and bound herself to the Snake Clan in a ritual that still made my skin crawl if I thought about it too long. I shook off the thought and lifted the metal briefcase from my desk. Time to work. I walked the familiar, unmarked corridors of ANBU's underground headquarters, ignoring the masked faces I passed. Before a session, I shut out everything that wasn't the room, the tools, and the target. Emotion has no place where I work. The interrogation chamber was octagonal, its walls sheathed in rusting metal. Dark stains, some old, some not, spattered the surfaces in irregular patterns. We didn't clean them off on purpose. Let the imagination do half the work. The flickering neon lights buzzed and blinked, casting the room alternately in harsh glare and murky shadow. Just distracting enough to irritate the eyes. Just regular enough to grind on the nerves. In the center of a ring of chakra suppressor seals sat a bald man, bound naked to a metal chair. Old scars crossed his golden-brown skin. His IWA forehead protector lay neatly on top of his folded clothes in the far corner, a quiet reminder of who he worked for. Good afternoon, Sarutobi-sama, I said, shutting the heavy door behind me. I bowed my head, bandana dipping. The third Hokage sat in a plain wooden chair against one wall, hands resting on his staff. He barely glanced up. I could not concentrate on my paperwork while I knew this man was in my village, he said, voice calm but edged in steel. I nodded once and set my briefcase on the side table. The prisoner didn't flinch. He hadn't looked at either of us since I entered. Veteran, I noted. He wouldn't break easy. Good. I opened the case. Neat rows of tools gleamed up at me, needles and pliers, vials of clear and colored liquids, coils of wire. I selected a syringe and a small vial of thin green fluid, filling the needle halfway. Tapping it to clear bubbles, I turned to the prisoner. "Who hired you?" I asked in a conversational tone. He stared straight ahead, jaw clenched, eyes giving away nothing. I nodded. "Thought so." I stepped forward and slid the needle into his neck with clinical precision. A tiny bead of blood followed it out when I withdrew. His eyes narrowed minutely. Then, slowly, they began to water. He blinked. Harder. Harder. There it is. His throat convulsed. He coughed, thick mucus clogging his windpipe, but not enough to let him spit it all out. His muscles trembled, clenching and relaxing in jerky spasms. "You must be wondering what I gave you," I said mildly, selecting several long acupuncture needles. "Don't worry. It won't kill you. It'll just get progressively worse if you don't talk." His breathing hitched. Sweat beaded on his brow. "Ever heard of liquid man syndrome?" I asked. I didn't wait for an answer. "Soon you'll lose control of your bodily functions," I continued calmly. "Everything will want out. From everywhere. The drug also keeps adrenaline levels high, so you can't pass out. Not until I decide you've earned that mercy." I slid the first needle into the flesh behind his jaw, then a second on the other side. The last two went near the hinge of his jaw, angled just so. His mouth slackened, hanging partially open. "These will keep your jaw loose so you don't choke on your own vomit," I added. "I've got a trauma team on standby in case you somehow manage it anyway." His eyes burned with hatred. I smiled faintly. "You're going to talk eventually," I said. "Up to you how much pain you want to take before that." I glanced sideways. Hiruzen hadn't moved. His face might as well have been carved from stone. There was one more tool we could use. "He's stubborn," I observed. "I suggest we loosen his tongue further." "With that jutsu?" Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. For a heartbeat, something heavy and old flickered there, then hardened again. "I will not rest while threats to our shinobi walk free," he said quietly. "Use it." I inclined my head. I stepped back and formed a long string of hand seals. Chakra gathered, heavy and precise, weaving a lattice through the room. "Megan, Kudasiri no Akumu." The prisoner's gaze went distant. From my perspective, nothing changed. He remained in the chair, panting, eyes wide. But I knew what he was seeing. If he had even a shred of conscience left, every face he'd ever killed would be clawing at him now, screaming, biting, tearing. Each phantom touch would translate to very real, very intense pain. The drug would keep him from escaping into unconsciousness. The genjutsu would keep him from escaping into denial. I watched his expression shift from anger to confusion, then to stark terror. "Make it stop!" he screamed suddenly, voice ripping into a raw screech. Spit flew from his loosened mouth. "I'll talk! I'll talk! Just make it stop!" I kept feeding chakra into the technique for another long, calculated heartbeat, then let it fade. He sagged as much as the restraints allowed, sobs shaking his frame. Tears and snot smeared his face. The hatred was still there, buried under fresh trauma. I picked up the syringe again, more out of habit than need. "Who hired you?" I asked. This time, the answer came quickly. "Hokage's office, Hiruzen, first person." I set the interrogation transcript down and closed my eyes. For years I told myself I was too old to fight every battle. Too tired to drag Konoha, kicking and screaming, into a better shape. I'd let things slide, trusting time or circumstance to fix what they never would. I'd let Orochimaru go. I'd let the village abuse Naruto and Anko, looking away because the alternative would have meant war with my own council. 15 years of small compromises, all wrapped in the excuse of peace. Sasuke's death had shattered that illusion. The attempts on Naruto's life had driven the shards deeper. I saw the boy's grin in my mind's eye, the way it wobbled sometimes at the edges now, the way his eyes flicked to exits in crowded rooms. Jiraiya's last visit replayed itself, his accusations still ringing. "You let this happen. You." From the moment I'd ordered the Tenchi contingency into effect, I'd known the rot ran deeper than a handful of angry civilians. ENBU had hauled in poisoners, arsonists, would-be attackers, 13 civilians in one day, all of them more terrified of someone else than of me. Then the Shinobi. Reckless, stupid assassination attempts stopped by ENBU blades in the dark. And now this. An IWA Jonin for hire. Paid well. Sent into Konoha with one clear objective: kill the vessel of the Kyubi no Kitsune. Not by some foreign shadow organization. Not by a rogue daimyo. By members of my own civilian council. This was no longer bigotry or emotional backlash. This was mutiny. A direct attack on my authority and a blatant attempt to cripple Konoha's future. I opened my eyes. I let this go too far, I thought, fingers tightening on my pipe. I will not let their sins pile onto mine any longer. I couldn't force the people to love Naruto. I couldn't erase years of fear and hatred with one decree. But I could send a very clear message about the line that could not be crossed. Mess with my Shinobi, I murmured to the empty office. And you will pay. I'd already funded Naruto's ANBU shadow detail out of my own pocket. I would continue to do so until the boy no longer needed it. As for the council members who had hired an enemy ninja to kill a Konoha genin inside Konoha's walls, their lives were forfeit. And this madness would end, with blood and steel, if that was the price. Chapter 10: Fractures and Second Chances. Scene: Minds, Bloodlines, and Unresolved Issues, POV Naruto. Gates of Konoha. 2 weeks after everything with Taki blew up, I was back at the gates with a pack on my shoulders and a mission scroll in my vest. Mato Guy was already in full performance mode. "Alright, team! Are you ready for our mission?" he shouted, one leg up on the stone post, finger stabbing at the sky like he was challenging the sun to a duel. Lee practically vibrated beside him. "Guy-sensei!" Tenten smiled, arms folded. I could see the second-hand embarrassment on her face, but she wore it like an old, familiar coat. Niji just snorted quietly, eyes half-lidded like this was all beneath his genius. I shoved my hands into my pockets, trying not to stare at Niji too long. Ever since Lee opened the gates and survived, something in Niji's attitude had hardened even more. Like the world got even less fair in his eyes somehow. Kurenai-sensei approached with her squad and that familiar mix of wildflowers and steel in the air. Kiba bounced along with Akamaru on his head, Shino drifted like a shadow, and Hinata walked a half-step behind them, eyes lowered but listening to everything. We joined up, forming a loose circle in front of the gate. "Teammate +1, reporting for duty," Kurenai-sensei said, nodding at Guy. Guy-sensei actually sobered a little and nodded back. "Then let us begin with the mission briefing." Kurenai took over. "Hakumai no Kuni has requested assistance. Miners and nobles have been taken captive deep in their silver mines. The support beams are unstable. We can't just blow our way through." I shifted my weight. "So no big flashy explosions. Shame. The mines sit between fire and lightning territories," she continued. "Hakumai has no shinobi of its own and acts as a buffer between us and Reiki no Kuni. Normally, that makes it our responsibility. And a perfect place for idiots to start a war," I muttered under my breath. Niji's pale eyes flicked toward me, then to Hinata. "Sending Hinata-sama of all people that close to Kumogakure's doorstep is questionable." His tone was cool, but the meaning wasn't. Hinata tensed, shoulders shrinking in on themselves. Kurenai-sensei's gaze sharpened. "Hokage-sama has already accounted for that. ENBU will be watching all passes and exits. Any attempt at bloodline theft will be intercepted." Guy-sensei flexed his arm. "Fear not. Kurenai and I will protect our precious students. None shall harm Hinata-san or Niji-kun while the fires of youth burn in our hearts." Niji's jaw tightened. He didn't say anything, but I knew that branch and main family stuff was grinding behind those eyes again. TCH. I stepped a little closer to Hinata, letting my hand brush against her fingers. She jumped, then looked up at me with those wide lavender eyes. "Hey," I said quietly. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan. We're stronger than we were in the academy. We've got this. I'll make sure things turn out okay, believe it. Her shoulders eased a bit, and she nodded. Why yes. Thank you, and Naruto-kun. Behind us, I could feel Niji's and Guy's gazes like weight between my shoulder blades. Yeah, Mr. Destiny. We'll talk about you and Hinata later. When we finally started moving out, I caught it when Shino's hand closed on Kiba's shoulder. I let myself fall a few steps back, close enough to hear if I focused, far enough to pretend I wasn't. Kiba, Shino said, voice low and muffled by his collar. During our last mission, my female Kakaichi refused to attach to Naruto. His chakra imprint is abnormal. My clan would not explain why. Kiba bristled. So what? He's always been weird. That's just Naruto. There is more, Shino went on. His physical and mental growth rate is anomalous. We should exercise caution until I complete my assessment. My jaw tightened. So even Shino's bugs don't like me. Figures. Kiba shook off Shino's hand and stomped forward. You're overthinking it. Naruto's my friend. He's saved our butts more than once. I'm not treating him like some enemy. I pretended I hadn't heard a thing, lengthening my stride until I was back alongside Hinata and Kiba. The wind tugged at my jacket, cool against the heat in my chest. Shino's doing his job. I get it. But if he really thinks I'm going to hurt them... Up ahead, Tenten leaned closer to Lee. I could hear her if I really strained my ears. Don't let him get under your skin, she whispered. No matter what Niji or Naruto say, I believe in you. Guy-sensei believes in you. That's what matters. Lee's fists clenched. Flames practically lit up in his eyes. I will prove that hard work alone can make me a splendid ninja. Naruto will see the power of youth. I sighed inwardly. Lee, you're gonna get yourself killed if someone doesn't make you look at reality. Even if that someone has to be the annoying blonde loudmouth. We marched out of the village, 2 teams and one walking pile of unresolved issues. Scene, art is a bang in the bloody mist, POV, Deidara. Southern Island, Mizuno Kuni. Mud. So much mud. Hirako slogged through it like it wasn't even there, joints creaking, that ugly scorpion tail swaying lazily over my head. I had to keep one hand on my hat just to stop the wind from stealing it. Are you sure you don't want to lift, Sasori no Dana, I asked. I could make a nice bird. Fast. Elegant. Unlike this walking junk pile. The tail blurred and stopped a breath from my neck, blades gleaming. I grinned without flinching. Hirako is special. Sasori's flat voice drifted out from inside the puppet. He has survived more battles than you have years. Do not compare your parlor tricks to my art. I rolled my eye. Here we go again. Real art is explosive, I said, fingers dipping into the cool lump of clay in my pouch. The mouth in my palm drooled eagerly. Not some eternal toy in your collection, yeah? Before he could snap back, something brushed my senses and we both paused. Company, I murmured. A faint chakra tremor, then the genjutsu peeled away from the nearby brush, and a single mist ANBU appeared mid-seal. Water around her surged. Suetun, Suryodin no Jutsu! I was already moving. A tiny clay grasshopper flicked from my fingers, landing on her shoulder just as the dragon's head formed. Multiple signatures. I called to Sasori as I snapped a seal. They were chasing someone else, but we stole the spotlight on. The world flashed white as my grasshopper detonated, and the ANBU vanished in fire and steam. HN, pursue the target, Sasori said, bored. Don't waste time. I shrugged and bit down on my grin. I'll be quick. But real art takes time to be appreciated, I slapped a half-formed bird to the ground. In a puff of smoke, it expanded into a sleek, 4-winged clay masterpiece. I hopped on, Saul sticking with chakra. Let's teach these Curie Philistines what art is, I whispered, and we shot into the sky. Scene C-Rank, A-Rank Trust Issues, POV, Saratobi Asuma. Leaving the Hokage's office. At the same time Team 8 is at the gates, The door slammed behind me harder than I meant it to. The sound echoed down the corridor like a challenge. "Mark my words, this is a mistake," I muttered. "But who am I to argue with the great Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama?" I could still see the look on the old man's face, tired, stubborn, guilty. He'd made his decision about Sakura, and my opinion was just smoke in the wind. My team was waiting in the hallway, Shikamaru slouching against the wall, arms folded, Ino pacing, Choji staring at the door, chip bag unopened in his hands. "Asuma-sensei?" Ino asked. "What's going on?" "Yeah," Choji added. "You were in there for a long time. Is everything okay?" I took a drag from my cigarette as we walked, letting the nicotine calm my nerves and my temper. "We've got a C-rank. I'll brief you at the gate. We're meeting your 4th member there." "4th?" Shikamaru's brow furrowed. "Troublesome." We emerged into sunlight. The smell of leaves and dust replaced ink and old paper. At the gate, a red-haired kunoichi in black gear was adjusting the chains wrapped around her arms and waist. "Harino Sakura." Ino sucked in a breath beside me. Choji stiffened. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed, and I could almost feel the calculations ticking behind them. I took in Sakura's posture, straighter, heavier gear, new scars on her knuckles, a different weight in her eyes. Danzo-S brand of polish. It made the back of my neck itch. "Ota-san, you really want to bet the will of fire on this girl? On Danzo-S training?" "All right, Team 10 and Sakura," I said, arms crossing. I kept my tone neutral, but I didn't bother to hide the distance in my eyes. She'd earned that much, and we all knew it. I cleared my throat. "Our mission is to investigate disappearances in Fukuoka, near the Amagakure border. Normally it'd be ANBU or a Chunin recon squad, but with Taki gone, everyone's jumpy. Sending in heavy forces near Rain would look like we're preparing to strike." Ino frowned. "Wouldn't Team 8 be better for this?" "Normally," I agreed. "But Amagakure knows our clans. Hyuga eyes, Aburain bugs, Inazuka noses, they'd see it as espionage immediately. We need people who don't carry a clan's signature." Shikamaru sighed. "So, Ino's mind jutsu, my brains, your experience, and Sakura's, what?" Sakura spoke up softly. "I know anatomy. Some toxicology. I've been training in genjutsu." She looked down as she said it, then took a breath and looked up at us again. "Asuma-sensei, before we go, I need to say something." I watched her carefully. "Here we go. Show me if you're still the girl who tried to kill a comrade, or someone different now." Scene chains, apologies, and conditional forgivens, POV, Sakura. At the gate with Team 10. My palms were sweating under my fingerless gloves. Even with the chain snug around my arms, even with the new gear's weight, I felt exposed. Bare. "Don't be stupid, Sakura. You asked for this. You can't work alone forever." Asuma-sensei's eyes on me felt heavy and cautious, but he hadn't refused me. That counted for something. I bowed my head. "I owe you all an apology." Ino's breath hitched. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Choji glance away. Shikamaru tilted his head, watching every twitch of my muscles like I was a shogi piece he wasn't sure where to put. "I've been wrapped up in what happened to Sasuke-kun," I forced out. My throat tightened on his name, but I pushed on. "In what I did. I pushed everyone away. I acted like a complete bitch." My voice dropped to barely more than a whisper. "I know I don't deserve it, but please forgive me." "You're going to lose them if you say the next part wrong," inner me snorted. "Think about Danzo-sama. Think about Crimson Eyes. Let me handle this." I felt that familiar shift, like my own thoughts moving sideways. My eyes cooled, my spine straightened. "I don't expect you to forget what happened in Wave," I continued, voice steadier. "But I'm still a kunoichi of Konoha. I made a stupid, emotional mistake. I've been given a second chance, and I won't waste it. I won't attack another leaf ninja unless they're a traitor. Not yet, anyway." When he finally shows his true colors, when everyone sees what he really is, then they'll thank us. Choji frowned, thinking it over. After a long moment, he nodded. I think he should apologize to Naruto. But I'll give you another chance. Ino stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me suddenly. You idiot, she muttered into my shoulder. Don't make me choose between you and Naruto-kun, okay? Fix it. I swallowed. I can't talk to him. Not yet, I said, and that part wasn't a lie. Just the reasons were. But I'll do my duty. I won't endanger the village again. Shikamaru's gaze was sharp, his nose wrinkling slightly like he smelled something off. We'll see, he said simply. Actions, not words. Asuma-sensei flicked his cigarette away and turned toward the road. That's enough. We move out. Keep your heads, watch each other's backs. I fell into step beside Ino, feeling the weight of 3 different kinds of judgment on my shoulders, my sensei's, my teammates', and Danzo's shadowy expectations. Don't screw this up, Sakura. You don't get a third chance. Seen Snake's blood and old man's fears, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen, meantime, in the Hokage's office. The office felt emptier after Asuma slammed the door. I stared down at the mission request again, the ink blurring for a moment. Fukuoka. Amigeku's long shadow. And beyond that, the memory of a country we'd failed before. Let this time be different. I set that scroll aside and picked up another. The Tsuchika's seal glared up at me in red wax. Katsuchi's reply was predictable, grudging agreement to pay reparations for his dead men, absolute refusal to withdraw from the border, and a neat little threat wrapped in polite language. Everyone was blaming everyone else for Taki's destruction. No one had proof. At least we intercepted the assassin's report, I thought, thumb running along the edge of the paper. If IWA ever confirmed Naruto was Minato's son, they'd burn the world just to stamp him out. Iwa's old hatred of the Uzumaki, the scars from the yellow flash, those wounds hadn't healed. They just scabbed over. I lit my pipe and let the smoke curl in front of my eyes. 2 weeks of tense quiet after the executions. 2 weeks where Naruto could walk the streets without fresh glares, according to A&B reports. Too quiet. Like everyone's just waiting for the next excuse to explode. The door opened. Kakashi, I said. Right on time. He scratched at his hair, eye crinkling. Sorry, Hokage-sama. I was just... I waved him off. Save it. I didn't call you here to scold your punctuality. I tamped my pipe out and folded my hands. Mitarashi Enko completed the snake ritual 2 weeks ago. She spent a week in the hospital, and another week training in seclusion. She has changed. Kakashi's brow rose fractionally. I could see the distaste and unease in his visible eye when I mentioned snakes. Orochimaru's shadow still lay over both of us. Her body has mutated, improved perhaps, and she's learned new jutsu from the clan. I sighed. She wants to resume her duties. The council reluctantly agreed under conditions. Kakashi straightened. What kind of conditions, Hokage-sama? I'm sending her to Yuki no Kuni on an A-rank mission. Publicly, you will be her partner. Privately, I let the word hang. He understood. An S-rank assessment, he said quietly. I nodded once. If you judge that her new powers, or her old scars, make her a danger to Konoha, you are authorized to act. His eye closed briefly. Understood. I'm sorry, Anko, I thought. I want to believe in you. But I can't afford one more mistake like Orochimaru. The door slammed open again. Hokage-sama. Kakashi, Anko said, stepping in with a limp woman slung over her shoulder. She set the brunette down gently on the floor. Fujike's Yuki, safely retrieved, she reported. No physical harm. Might be a little spooked when she wakes up. Her new appearance still caught me off guard. Brown skin traced with cobra-like markings under the edges of her sleeves, hair sleeker and brighter, eyes a startling swirl of gold and violet. When she grinned, the elongated incisors flashed. The snake's blood accepted you, I thought. Let's see if the village can. Good work, I said aloud. Kakashi will accompany you from here. We'll discuss the details when your client arrives. Enko's gaze slid to Kakashi, curious suspicion glittering in those new eyes. Kakashi? Didn't think this kind of thing was your style, she said. He lifted a hand in a lazy greeting. I hear Snow Country has great scenery. I watched them both and felt the familiar weight of an old man's choices pressing down on my shoulders. Scene 2 Bijou, not in the budget, POVE, Deidara. Mizu no Kuni, hunt for the Jinchuriki. My clade birds cut through the mist, wings fluttering, wind howling in my ears. Through the scope over my left eye, the world was all heat signatures and pulsing chakra readings. Kiri and Biu tried to swat me from the sky with water dragons. I laughed and weaved between them, hands dipping into my pouch, feeding my hungry palms. Let you and all of Kirigakure know this! I shouted, scattering a hail of tiny white spheres as I skimmed low over their formation. Art is a bang! The clay seeds stuck where they landed, to armor, to masks, to the ground around them. I rocketed upward, brought my fingers together in a seal, and savored that perfect moment of tension. Then, detonation. The swamp bloomed with fire and shrapnel. Mud turned to spray, blood to mist. Much better, I sighed. A spike on my visor dragged my attention eastward. A massive flare of chakra, coiled and nasty. Bingo! I sent 2 mid-sized birds streaking ahead and dropped into a dive, the air screaming past me. The target came into view, a short man standing knee-deep in water, surrounded by jagged ice pillars. Violet eyes, strange facial markings, chakra twisting with something deeper. Yagura, I called down, grinning. Or should I say, Yandere Mizukichi-sama? You should have kept obeying orders. Would have saved me the trouble. He raised a long, violet hilt. Water surged, then froze at a gesture, his eyes going hollow and glowing. Naginata of ice and chakra in hand, he spun it, twisting the surrounding water into a raging vortex. You've come for my bijou, he said calmly, voice echoing oddly. I can't let you live. No one can know I'm still alive. So dramatic. I dug my heels into my birds and circled. At the right moment, I dropped, letting the ice vortex swallow me. He thought he had me pinned. The water closed in, then crystallized into ice, his Hayaton, Hagashido Ketsu no Sudo, if I remembered the file right. The Deidara trapped there smiled, cracked, and crumbled into white dust. Outside the ice, my real body rode the twin birds, already circling. A clay centipede burrowed out of the ground and wrapped around Yagura's legs at my signal. Bad move, yeah, I whispered, forming a seal. The centipede and its hidden siblings erupted in a chain of explosions that tore up the bog and swallowed him in fire. He screamed, chakra flaring wildly, and then something else hit my senses, hot and sharp. A streak of fire carved through the smoke toward me. I jerked my birds into a climb, barely dodging. Below, a small figure knelt beside the battered Yagura. Short, in tight dark armor with white guards and a red scarf. Bright green hair. Red eyes with slit pupils. And that chakra. You messed with the wrong Jinchuriki, kid. She yelled up at me. Leave Yagura-sensei alone! My visor pinged, another bijou. 2 in 1 swamp. TCH. That's not in the mission budget. I muttered. Name's Fu. She shouted, scarlet flame gathering between her hands. I'll be your killer tonight. Enjoy. I had no intention of enjoying that. Already turning my birds, I veered away, climbing higher and higher until the mist swallowed them both. The leader was going to want to hear about this, and Sasori no Dana too. Scene Survivor's Margin, POV, Yakushi Kabuto. Border of rice field and fire. Night in the border woods was never truly quiet. Crickets, distant owls, the soft hitch and rumble of my sensei's snores back at camp. All of it blurred together into a low hum while I crouched on a high branch, alone. We'd just finished escorting a caravan between Hai no Kuni and Ta no Kuni. A simple C-rank job for my promising genin team. perfect cover to slip away. It had cost me a few extra herbs in the stew to make my jonin and teammates sleep deeply, but they'd thank me later, or never know. Either worked. I adjusted my glasses and scanned the darkness. The Hokage had finally tightened security after Taki's fall and the incident at Hashirama's grave. ANBU patrol routes had changed, and now Hyuga and Inuzuka were tagging along. It made slipping in and out of Konoha annoying, but not impossible. A figure landed lightly on the branch beside me, cloaked in deep blue. Even before he pushed the hood back, I recognized the posture, the smell of bone dust and cold steel. "Kimimaro," I said. "You're standing. That's surprising." He inclined his head slightly. "Kabuto-senpai. It has been a while. Last time I saw him, his illness had been eating him alive. Orochimaru-sama must have found something, or someone, to patch him up. Temporarily, at least." I handed him the rectangular package I'd brought. "My latest report. Konoha's eyes are open now. More patrols, stronger ones. Internal security is finally tightening." He opened the box, checked the contents, then produced a small scroll of his own. I took it, unrolled it, and skimmed. "Orochimaru-sama has left," Kimimaro said. "He gave us no destination. Only that he would return when he had completed an important task." My eyes narrowed behind the lenses. "So you finally went off on your own, Orochimaru-sama. No detail, no backup. Just vague orders for the rest of us. That's not like you, unless you're obsessed." Sasuke's death. The scraps of Uchiha lore I'd been able to steal. The way the Sanin's letters had grown sporadic, frantic. "You're chasing something again. Something dangerous enough you don't dare let even me near it." I burned the scroll with a pulse of chakra, watching the embers flutter away into the night. "Tell Orochimaru-sama that Konoha is preparing for war," I said. "Whether he's ready or not." Kimimaro simply nodded, box under his arm, and vanished into the trees. Left alone again, I leaned back against the trunk and pushed my glasses up the bridge of my nose. "I'm not dying for anyone," I murmured. "Not for Konoha. Not for Orochimaru-sama. Not for Akatsuki." The forest hummed around me, uncaring. "If his obsession drags him under," I whispered, "I'll already have my next host lined up." I smiled faintly into the dark. After all, I'm a survivor. Chapter 11: Ice, Lead and Lightning. Scene: home is a burning palace, POV Koyoki/Yuki. Southwestern Sea, route to Yuki no Kuni, the following day. Life sucks. That's the single, dull thought echoing in my head as I sit on the deck, elbows on the rail, watching gray water stretch into gray horizon. The sea is empty, but I still feel cornered. One moment I'm running from Sandea's men, the next I'm inside the coils of a massive black snake, squeezed, terrified and sure I'm going to die. I remember the smell, the scales against my skin, and then nothing. When I wake up, I'm in a cabin. When I look out the porthole, I see it. We're heading toward that direction. Home. The word still tastes like ash. Kakashi's here. Of course he is. Even after all these years, I can still see him as he was that night, a shadow in the smoke, a hand closing on my wrist, dragging me away through a palace that was already burning down around us. He hasn't changed much. Lazy eye, easy slouch, that ridiculous little orange book tucked into his vest. He jokes. He smiles with only one eye. But I saw him fight once. I know what that smile hides. The other one is just whispers so far. A woman. A second jounin. Supposedly the shadow, guard while Kakashi plays the visible escort. I haven't met her yet, and that terrifies me more than I want to admit. I'm busy trying not to think about any of that when a voice slides in from my side, warm, amused and wrong. "I've been keeping my eye on you, Yuki-san. I must say, while you're a kick-ass actress, you're also one ice-cold bitch." I flinch before I can stop myself and turn. She looks like she crawled out of someone's nightmare and decided to stay. Her eyes are the worst, this unnatural mix of molten violet and gold that feels like it sees too much. Her skin is bronze, healthy, alive, her hair a dark violet, mostly tucked under a hooded white camo coat that's clearly a variant of the Leaf uniform. The colors clash with her complexion on purpose. She wants to be seen. Then she grins at me and I notice the sharpened incisors. Of course. She drags her tongue lazily along one tooth. Don't be so shy, girl. I don't bite too hard. A blush creeps up my cheeks because I'm unnerved, not because her little act works. I snap my gaze back to the sea, schooling my face. Is there a particular reason you're bothering me, Ninja-san? I ask, keeping my voice flat and clipped. I've played enough roles to sound bored on command. I was bored, she says immediately, as if that explains everything. And you've got a serious chip on your shoulder. Is there any particular reason you're such a drama queen, Yuki-san? Her tone is light, but those predators' eyes never stop moving. She's not just looking at me, she's watching the ship, the crew, the horizon. My fingers tighten around the rail. I have no chip on my shoulder, Ninja-san. I simply recognize the truth that as an actress, I am the ultimate liar and pretender. My life is an immortalization of myself as something I am not. I'm wasting away my meaningless life because it's what I do best, selling illusions and false hopes and slogans to the masses. I stare at my reflection in the water as I speak. It doesn't look like me. It looks like a character they painted for a movie whose script I didn't get to approve. If I didn't know better, she says dryly, I'd say you were an Uchiha with that kind of fatalistic nonsense, Yuki. I don't know what an Uchiha is, and I don't care. I flick my eyes back to her, annoyed despite myself. Excuse me for asking, Yuki-san. She goes on, blowing a stray lock of hair out of her face. But if you're so miserable, why bother? It's a living, I answer, because that part at least is simple. We all do what we must to live our lives in this miserable existence full of lies, deceit, and despair. She whistles low. You really aren't a patch of sunshine. Before I can tell her exactly where she can shove her opinion, another voice cuts in, calmer, lazier, but with that undertone that makes me stand up straighter. Kakashi. Yuki-san, the directors decided to roll some scenes on an iceberg we've encountered, he says, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. So you best gather yourself and meet up with the cast. Iceberg? I glance past him and finally notice the sudden absence of crew on the side of the ship. Everyone is clustered starboard, pointing and murmuring. A pale shape sits out in the water, hunched and ominous. I force my knees to unlock and stand, smoothing my costume out of habit. Of course, I say, because that's what an actress does, nod, smile, obey. Please don't worry about me. I walk away before either of them can see how much my hands are shaking. Behind me, I hear the woman, Enko, Kakashi called her, mutter. What the fuck? Where'd an iceberg pop up from? I thought we were still a couple of days sailing away from snow, and I know it wasn't there when I borrowed their telescope. Kakashi's answer follows, mild and unnerving. I'm not sure, but something tells me you'll have your chance to shake off your restlessness soon enough. Of course. Because my life isn't allowed to be simple anymore. Life sucks. And now, apparently, it's getting ready to suck a lot more. Scene 3 extractions the hardest, POV, Kakashi. Same time, approaching the iceberg. The first time I extracted Kazuhana Koiki from a burning palace, she was a child who hadn't yet learned what betrayal tastes like. The second time, she was an actress who looked straight through me like I was just another camera. Now we're on round 3, and I can't shake the feeling we're heading into something that wants to chew all of us up. I'm leaning against the rail when the lookout yells about an iceberg. I take the telescope Enko borrowed earlier and look. Too big. Too close. Too conveniently placed. Yuki-style tactics are like that, terrain as trap, snow as weapon. I don't say any of that out loud. I just let my visible eye crinkle and hand the scope back. Call Sendeu, I tell one of the crew. He'll want to use this. He does. Of course he does. 10 minutes later, cameras are rolling orders back and forth across the deck. Koyuki, Yuki, right now, is already being ushered away to wardrobe. I cross the deck to where Anko is baiting the client. She's different than the last time I saw her. The skin tone, the eyes, the little inhuman tells from the ritual. Orochimaru's shadow lingers in everything about her, and the Hokage's order lingers in the back of my mind. Gauge her stability. If she becomes a danger to the village, react accordingly. I shove that thought away when I interrupt them. Yuki-san, the directors decided to roll some scenes on an iceberg we've encountered, so you best gather yourself and meet up with the cast. She stands, dignified even with fear clinging to her shoulders. When she leaves, Anko leans in. What the fuck? Where'd an iceberg pop up from? I'm not sure. I tell her, watching crews swarm toward the lifeboats. But something tells me you'll have your chance to shake off your restlessness soon enough. I'm proven right half an hour later. We land on the icy shore, actors fuss with costumes and makeup, and Sandeya starts barking about blocking and angles. Anko and I linger at the edge of the set, outwardly relaxed, inwardly counting exits and blind angles. I focus on footing, wind direction, how the ice here sits on stone. The terrain is awful for us, wide open, reflective, nowhere to hide a trap that isn't already theirs. I'm listening to Sandeya's voice fade into background noise when I hear it, the faint whoosh of something cutting air from above. My Sharingan spins into life under the Hittite even before my fingers brush the cloth. 3 figures drop from the upper ridge, silhouettes against the white snow armor. Cloaks. I recognize the lead immediately, Nadar. Older, more polished, but the chakra signature is the same. Welcome home, Koikiheim, he calls, loud enough to cut through the director's rant. I must thank you for returning her and the hexagonal crystal to us, Hatake Kakashi. I feel Yuki freeze behind me. This just became an A rank. I tug my Hittite up, exposing the Sharingan, and step in front of her. Everyone, return to the ship! I shout, voice sharp enough to slice through panic. I'll deal with this. Anko, you cover their retreat. The film crew explodes into motion, chaotic, stumbling, exactly as untrained civilians always do. Anko plants herself between them and the enemy, hood coming up over her snake-marked skin. No problem, Kakashi, she purrs, but her chakra is razor-focused. It'll be my pleasure. Nadar's lips twist. Mizore Fubuki. Deal with the woman and get Koyuki. I'll deal with Hatake. His 2 flanking shinobi split, one bulky figure on a mechanized snowboard, Mizore, charging across the ice, the other, Fubuki, taking high ground, chakra wings humming with power. I don't have the luxury of watching what Anko does next. Nadar is already closing the distance. I flick through seals, compressing air between my palms until it feels like a trembling sphere. Futon, Gekuretsu Kazutama. The compressed wind bullet screams toward him. He lifts his armored forearm to guard, chakra flaring indigo around him. The projectile smashes into that barrier and dissipates. The armor registers the hit but holds. Good. Let him focus on that. I'm already moving, Sharingan mapping his counter before he throws it. My fist snaps into the side of his helmeted face through the blind spot he opened defending, sending him staggering back with a grunt. He's stronger than last time. Faster. But I'm not the same either. We exchange a flurry of blows. He keeps trying to buy space for ninjutsu. I keep stealing it back with taijutsu and short, sharp bursts of elemental attacks. The ice underfoot is slick, treacherous, but training with Guy has its uses. My balance is not going to be what costs us this mission. I sense rather than see the spike of chakra from the other side of the berg, Anko's, flaring large, reptilian, and hungry. A giant serpentine outline briefly crests above the ridge. Nadar spares it a glance, and that's all it takes. I create a shadow clone, sending it to the left as I veer right. 2 sequences of seals at once, one through the clone, one through my own hands. My clone draws up a water dragon from the sea itself, the construct's serpentine body coiling with potential as it rises. I focus, feeling lightning charge along my arms, buzzing in my fingertips. Raitun, Ikazuchi no Yari. The lightning lances into the water dragon, infusing it. The entire mass glows with lethal energy as it surges toward Nadar. He erects an ice barrier just in time, the shield cracking under the impact, his armor drinking in what's left of the current. He slides back, boots digging furrows in the ice. His eyes flick behind me again, to where Anko's summon rears, dwarfing Fubuki and Nizor. He curses. "Fubuki, Nizor! Retreat!" He glares at me, all teeth and frustration. "We'll meet again, Hataki." I let them go. We've accomplished the minimum. Koyuki is still alive and on our ship. We've tested their capabilities, and we haven't burned too much chakra on the opening move. Chasing them into their own territory now would be suicide. Besides, this is just the tip of the iceberg. No pun intended. Seen Snake in the Snow, POV Anko. Same fight, from the beach in Berg. I hate boats. I hate waiting. I really hate going this long without a proper fight. So when Kakashi says iceberg, and I realize the map says we're still days out from snow, my skin starts to itch in that way it does when something fun's about to happen. By the time we're on the ice, my nerves are singing. Sandeo is shouting about angles and lighting, the crew is stomping around in heavy boots, and Yuki is doing that tragic, hollow stare she thinks no one notices. Me? I'm counting how many ways this setup can go wrong. Answer, a lot. Wind's nasty but manageable. Visibility is good. Terrain is a nightmare. If anyone hits us with a big sway-ton or hyaton in the wrong place, we're all surfing home on a coffin. I hear it a second before I see it, a faint shoop of something cutting air from up high. My pupils slit and widen. 3 figures drop in. The tall one in the front talks too much. "Welcome home, Kirkiheim." By the time he finishes thanking Kakashi, we've already moved. Kakashi orders the retreat. I flip my hood up over my hair and step in front of the crowd spilling back toward the boats. He tells me to cover them. Like he even has to. "No problem, Kakashi. It'll be my pleasure." The lead Snownin, Nadar, I think, barks orders. Mizor barrels toward us on his stupid mechanized snowboard. Fubuki's chakra wings flare as she swoops from above. My lungs fill with chakra-laden air, heat building in my chest. I run through the seals so fast my fingers blur. "Katon, carrier endin!" Fire pours out of my mouth as a roaring dragon, ripping through ice and snow, carving a molten path straight toward the big guy on the board. The heat is beautiful, hungry, wild. I grin as Mizor curses and bails, leaping off his board and rolling frantically to keep his armor from cooking him alive. I'm already arming my hands with steel when I feel the crew still milling behind me, too slow, too panicked. And Yuki is still there, staring at the fire like it's something that's going to reach back through time and bite her. "What the fuck are you two waiting for, an invitation?" I snarl over my shoulder, eyes not leaving the targets. "Get out of here! I can't keep you safe if you're in the way." I hear Sendai dragging his princess back, finally. Good. Fubuki's chakra flares, cold and sharp. Ice birds fan out from her position in the air. Mizor levels some weird mechanical arm at me. I can practically smell the trap. They fire together, ice birds from above, a mechanical strike head-on. I let them hit. My body tears apart in a flurry of white strips as ice and steel shred through where my limbs and face were a heartbeat ago. There's no pain, just a satisfying rip as the skin shell gives way. The snow drinks in the fake blood that isn't there. Hebikawa Kawarimi kicks in fully, and I'm already underground, sliding through cold earth like it's water. I burst up behind them, hands snapping up, fingers pointed, a gunslinger's stance out of pure habit, and 3 violet snakes shoot from my sleeve toward Fubuki. She gasps, twisting midair to avoid them, chakra wings flaring harder. Another trio of serpents streaks along the ground, wrapping around Mizor's mechanical arm. I can taste metal and grease through my summons as they coil. "Gotcha!" I purr. I gather chakra at the glands in my mouth. It tingles sharp and bitter on my tongue. When I spit, the venom is a sickly indigo, splashing over the cables and joints of his arm. The metal hisses, smokes, then starts to melt, the acid eating clean through. Mizore screams as the arm severs, sparks flying. He slams a fist into the yin-yang crest on his chest, his armor flaring with a shockwave that blasts my snakes apart into faded chakra. Shay! I click my tongue. Touchy! Behind them, Fubuki slams her palms into the ice, running through hand seals. The ground under my feet starts to shift, a delicate web of Hayatan chakra forming. The ice wants to creep up my legs, trap me. Fine, I mutter. You want to play like that? I bite my thumb, taste copper, and slam my hand into the ice. Kuchios no jutsu! The world heaves, and a 20-foot serpent erupts from the glacier, scales shimmering, tongue tasting the frozen air. I land on its head, balancing with casual ease as it hisses at our enemies. From up here I see Kakashi's water and lightning spectacles slam into Nadar's barrier. I see the hesitation in the Snownin's eyes when he realizes he's outnumbered and outgunned. Fubuki, Mizore! Retreat! Nadar shouts. Cowards start to run. Fubuki grabs Mizore's remaining arm and Nadar's hand, chakra wings hauling them away into the white. I let them go, chuckling darkly as my snake coils back down, burrowing into a summoning reverse. We're not done! I call after them. Not nearly. My heart's hammering pleasantly, adrenaline mingling with the sibilant whispers of my new blood. Orochimaru's mark is gone, but the snakes are in me now, in my skin, in my venom. The old man wants Kakashi to test me. He's not the only one who wants answers. Scene guard duty and caged birds, POV Naruto. Wilderness near Hakumai no Kuni, a few days later. The last few days should be boring. They aren't. We're just traveling, teams Guy and 8 plus me, through thick forest, hopping branches, camping, eating ration bars. Nothing flashy. No enemy ambushes. No crazy weather. But the tension? Yeah. That could cut steel. Kurenai-sensei has to physically hold Kiba back every time Niji opens his mouth around Hinata. It's like clockwork. Niji says something polite and poisoned, Hinata flinches, Kiba snarls, I tense, and Kurenai's hand clamps down on Kiba's shoulder with that. Don't you dare! Pressure. I get it. I want to punch Niji half the time too. But we're on a mission, and I learned the hard way what happens when you let your temper run the show. Lee's something else entirely. He keeps trying to prove himself to Niji, in everything. Morality, taijutsu, endurance, youth. If he's lucky, Niji just ignores him with that blank Hyuga mask. If he isn't, Niji takes him apart verbally with this cold precision that makes my teeth grind. It's weird watching it happen from the outside. Lee reminds me so much of myself from a couple of years ago, loud, stubborn, desperate for validation, that it's like staring into a distorted mirror. Only difference is, where Sasuke mostly just sneered or called me an idiot, Niji dissects Lee like a bug. As much as it pisses me off, I can't jump into every argument. I've already got a target painted on my back in Guy's mind after the stuff I said about Lee's training. If I keep pushing, it'll just make things worse for everybody. So I pick my battles. Niji's not the only problem Lee has. He's decided he needs to outdo me too. If I go for water, he wants to carry more. If I collect firewood with a couple of clones, he insists on doing it himself, the proper way. Every time my Kage Bunshin finish in 1/10 of the time, I can feel his frustration spike. I've stopped hammering the point like I did at first. I still tell him, quietly, when we're alone, that relying only on taijutsu is a death wish. But I do it now with that guilty pit in my stomach that whispers I'm hurting someone who doesn't know how to hear what I'm trying to say. Because I do care. I just care more about him staying alive than about him liking me. And then there's Shino. For some reason, he's gone extra quiet. That's saying something for an Aburame. I notice Kiba avoiding him, which is weird enough on its own. When I tried to ask, both of them shut me down, Kiba with grumbling, Shino with those blank glasses and a single. This is not the time, Naruto. The weirdest part is how his bugs act around me. Every now and then, when we're walking close together, I feel a faint tickle of Kakaichu chakra brushing my skin, and then abruptly snapping back, like they touched something hot. Once, when we paused to drink water, I caught his shoulders tensing as his insects recoiled from my arm. He thought I didn't notice behind those sunglasses. Yeah. That's not unnerving at all. By the time the sun starts to sink, we're all tired, on edge, and Guy-sensei finally calls it. "All right, teams, let us stop for the day," he booms. "Even the most youthful flames must rest." We set up camp. Kurenai and Guy huddle, whispering about shifts. In the end, they split it like this: first watch is Guy, Lee, and Kiba. Second is Hinata, Tenten, and Shino. Third is me, Niji, and Kurenai. One jounin on each shift. One tracker. One set of bloodline eyes. Fair enough. 4 hours later, I shake myself awake when Guy's huge hand nudges my shoulder. I roll out of my sleeping bag, stretch, and feel the familiar weight of late-night patrol settle over me. "Niji, Naruto, Kurenai," Guy says quietly. "It is your time." We gather at the edge of camp. Kurenai turns to me first. "Naruto, summon some Kage Bunshin and spread them around the perimeter," she murmurs. "Right." I cross my hands. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 6 clones puff into existence around me. We don't need to talk much. They shoot off into the trees, each one taking a different compass point. Kurenai looks to Niji next. "Niji, take Naruto with you and cover the southern side. Exercise judgment using your Byakugan, and if you see anything, or a clone dispels, have Naruto send another Bunshin to fetch me." "Yes," Niji says simply. Kurenai disappears into the darkness, chakra dampening until she's just a whisper against my senses. "Follow me," Niji tells me, and leaps. We move without talking at first, hopping branch to branch until he chooses a tree, running up the trunk and settling on a thick branch. I land beside him and hunker down, making myself small. He activates his Byakugan, veins bulging at his temples, pale eyes widening. For a minute or two, there's just quiet forest, our breathing, and the distant snore that has to be Guy. This is my chance. I swallow, feel my throat go dry, and then just shove the words out. "Niji, can I ask you something?" "You're welcome to talk," he answers, voice cool. "But don't expect me to answer you if it's a waste of my time." My jaw tightens. Great start, Naruto, really smooth. Just say it. "What's your problem with Hinata?" I ask, keeping my voice low. "Why do you keep giving her such a hard time? Your family, right?" "That is none of your concern," he says immediately. "It's Hyuga to Hyuga. Nothing else. We're all shinobi of Konoha, Niji." I push back. "I try not to judge people, and I don't know what happened between you two because either of you will talk about it. But it's hurting her. It's hurting the mission. And if I'm not mistaken," I squint a little at the line of his shoulders, "it's hurting you too." Silence stretches. I can feel him weighing me, the way he does everyone, with those eyes that see more than they should. Finally, he speaks. "So we're comrades, are we, Naruto?" he asks, a faint edge of curiosity under the sarcasm. "Interesting. Let's see how far your supposed camaraderie runs." He lets out a slow breath. "It's simple. I am more skilled than Hinata. By all rights, I should have higher honors than she. But I never will." His lips pull into a small, bitter scowl. "She is main family. I am branch family. That will never change." My brows knit. "But Kakashi-sensei says you're already heralded as the greatest Hyuga in years, even in your own family. So what difference does it make?" I can't keep the frustration out of my voice. "Hinata obviously cares about you like a brother, so why do you reject her and keep being cruel?" He actually smiles at that, thin and sharp. "She hasn't told you, has she? She hasn't told you that she, Hyuga Hinata, will always hold power over me." There's something like venom in his words now. Niji taps his forehead lightly with a finger. "There is a seal carved into the flesh on my brow. With one hand seal, any main family member can kill any branch family member." He turns his head just enough that, even in the dark, I can see the shadow of his caged bird seal beneath his headband. So don't talk to me about cruelty. He finishes, voice flat. There is no comparison. My lungs forget how to work for a second. I knew the Hyuga had some kind of branch/main system. I read that much. But this? That Hinata could, in theory, kill Niji with a hand sign? She'd never do that. I blurt, more to myself than to him. Hinata would never. Out loud I manage. But Niji, Hinata's going to be clan head in a couple of years, isn't she? Wouldn't it be better to get on her good side? Maybe you and she could change the clan together. End the cycle. And Hinata would never abuse that kind of power. You know she wouldn't. She'd never sacrifice anyone for herself. What can someone like you understand? Niji asked quietly. You don't know anything. My temper spikes, but I bite it down. Do I really know nothing? He continues, answering himself. Why should I put stock in blood relations when Hayashi-sama, Hinata's own father, allowed my father, his twin, to die in his place? I feel like someone dumped a bucket of ice water over me. That's... My jaw works uselessly. No wonder he's like this. But, Niji says, and now there's something like grim satisfaction in his tone. The main crux of your argument is null anyway. I don't consider people who use seals like that family. I may be the main family's slave, but don't expect me to be friendly with them. They lost that right years ago. I want to yell. I want to scream at Hayashi. I want to tell Niji that he's being an idiot. But looking at him, I see it. This isn't arrogance for fun. It's armor, hammered under pressure. But she was 5. I say instead quietly. Hinata was 5 years old when that happened, right? How can you blame her for what Hayashi did? It doesn't make sense to carry a grudge against her for it. She is main family. He answers. That is enough. You have to be Hyuga to understand. Any branch member would agree. I clench my fists on my knees. I know I'm the dead last orphan who doesn't get clan politics. But that doesn't mean I don't know what it's like to feel like the whole world's against you. I stare down at my hands. I've been alone since I was 3. Kicked out of the orphanage. Scraping for food, teaching myself how to survive. So yeah, I'm sorry if I'm annoying you, but someone like me, who's never had anything, can't help but think you should feel at least a little lucky you have something that looks like family. He exhales, some of the sharpness leaving his tone. Your personal woes are regrettable, he says, but they don't change the fact that I don't want or need anyone's pity. Especially not a main family member's, like Hinata-sama's. He looks away. I will show my worth by myself. With my own power. I feel the same way about pity. I say quickly. I don't bring up the past to waste your time. I told you so you know I'm not just talking out of my ass. I'm not against you. I'm not trying to judge you. I look at him, really look. But going against everyone isn't going to help. I tried that. All it does is make people see you as a threat. If you keep acting like this, the main family won't just mistrust you. They'll fear you. And then they'll kill you at the first excuse. Then what? The invocation of the cursed seal is not instantaneous, he says, tone turning flinty again. If my skill is high enough, I can strike back before they kill me. That is the cage I live in. He lifts his chin. I live at their whim. I die at their whim. But if and when I die, I will do so with my head held high. That's bullshit. I hiss, and he shoots me a warning look for the volume. I lower my voice. Why do you keep thinking like that? Fate this, fate that. A man makes his own fate. If fate had its way, I'd have died on the streets a long time ago. You are blind to the truth because you lack perspective, he says. There is no truth but destiny. No rebellion against it. I am a caged bird. You are a pariah. I have as much chance to be free as you have of becoming Hokage. He pauses. 0. I grit my teeth. No, Niji. I refuse to give up on myself, and you shouldn't either. You're not the only one cursed with something he didn't choose. I carry a burden too, one that might be as bad or worse than your seal. A shiver runs through me as I remember those dreams, the bars, the eyes, the voice like dripping poison. There's always a way if you try hard enough, I insist. We have to believe that. Otherwise there's no point in living. He exhales sharply, the closest he gets to a sigh. A burden, is it? Fine. Then carry it the way you wish, and I will carry mine the way I wish. I want to hammer at him more, but I can feel the wall now. I've said everything that matters. I blow out a breath. Fine. Be that way. If you refuse to fight fate, then I'll fight it for you. That gets his attention. He tilts his head, just slightly. I promise, when I become Hokage, I'll change the Hyuga for you. I say. My voice doesn't shake. I won't let it. He rolls his eyes. Oh, for the love of... Why are you fighting her battles, Uzumaki? His composure cracks, just a bit. You lecture me about hiding behind fate, but isn't Hinata-sama hiding behind you? Hell no, I snap. She didn't ask me to do anything. She actually told me not to interfere because you have enough on your plate without me jumping you too. I lean forward, meeting his gaze. I'm not fighting her battle. I'm fighting mine. And yours. If I don't try to help the people I care about, or people who need help, then I'm not worthy of being a ninja or Hokage. I look past him into the trees, remembering a hand on my shoulder, an old man's tired smile. I had lost hope too once. I thought I'd live and die as some stupid loser. Then someone believed in me. Acknowledged me. Pulled me out of the dark. If I can be that person for someone else, I'll do it. Even if they don't want me to. We sit with that for a long moment. Niji's face is unreadable. Then he gives the smallest of nods. Do what you feel you must, he says. It's not acceptance. It's not forgiveness. But it isn't dismissal either. The rest of our shift passes in silence. I watch the tree lean. He sweeps with Byakugan. The sky gradually lightens, dawn bleeding in through leaves. Kurenai calls us back not long after first light. Breakfast is ration bars, dried fruit, and jerky. Very glamorous. As we move out, hopping branches, I end up a few trees ahead of Niji and Tenten. I hear her ask, casual as she can make it. So, how was guard duty with Naruto? I don't mean to eavesdrop, but ninja ears are ninja ears. Niji snorts softly. Unlike Lee, he murmurs, almost too quiet to catch. Perhaps Naruto isn't a total loss. I have to bite my cheek to keep from grinning. One step at a time. Scene mission safe pace, weaponized girl, POV, Saratobi Asuma. 2 days later, 50 miles from Fukuoka. The night breeze feels good. It cuts through the humid heat that's been clinging to us since we crossed into this part of fire country. My kids are tired. Not exhausted, not yet, but I can see it in how often Chuji glances at his snack pouch and doesn't open it, in the way Ino's shoulders droop between branches. We've been traveling at what I'd call a mission-safe pace for 2.5 days. If it were just me, I'd have sprinted to Fukuoka and had this investigation halfway done by now, but Genin don't have that kind of gas yet. And I don't trust leaving them alone with Danza's little experiment when they're worn down. I pull in a lungful of smoke, let it burn out the taste of old arguments. Dad and I had gone a few rounds over Haruno Sakura. He sees a broken kid. A chance for redemption. Proof that the will of fire can heal even the most damaged. I see a tool. A clanless girl Danza scooped up and shaped because she had nowhere to run, nothing to bargain with, and just enough raw talent to be useful. The way she moves now, the way she talks, she's like a prism someone smeared grease over. Same source of light, but everything that comes out the other side is distorted. Shikamura sees it too. He walks beside her now, hands in his pockets, eyes half-lidded in that way that fools everyone else. I trained him. I know that look means every detail is being recorded, every twitch filed away for later. Chuji and Ino are chatting quietly behind me about something small and silly. It's good. They need that normalcy. I keep my eyes on the path ahead but stretch my senses back toward the Genin. I hear the slight hesitation in Sakura's voice when Shikamaru says her name. I hear the subtle shift a heartbeat later, the way her tone goes from frightened teen to calm operative. It's not healthy. It's also not my job to fix her. My job is to keep my team alive and complete the mission. Still, as another drag of nicotine hits my system, I can't help the thought. Unlike you, old man, I don't hand out second chances like candy. But I'll watch her. If she so much as looks at one of my kids wrong, we both know what I'll do. The trees thin ahead. The glow of Fukuoka's lights licks the night sky. Showtime. Scene wave, red light, red chakra, POV, Shikamaru. Same time, road to Fukuoka. This is troublesome. We've been walking in mostly comfortable silence for a while, Asuma-sensei in front, Ino and Chuji behind him, and Sakura a step behind me. The breeze is nice. The stupid mission is not. Asuma-sensei's mood is off. He's been in bad moods before, lazy, annoyed, even pissed off when someone did something really stupid, but this is different. Ever since he came out of that meeting with the Hokage, he's been stuck somewhere between resigned and angry. That plus pulling Sakura onto this mission? Yeah. Something's rotten. I slow my pace a little until Sakura ends up beside me. I pretend to be looking up at the stars, even though the canopy hides most of them. Nah, Sakura, I say, casually as I can manage. Mind if I ask you a question? Her green eyes flicker. I watch her pupils change, widen then contract. For a second she looks scared, then that melts away into the empty, calm look I've started to recognize. She nods, making a non-committal sound. How troublesome! I mutter under my breath, more at the situation than at her. I know it's nosy. And uncomfortable. But I've only ever heard Naruto's version of what happened in Wave. Her hands twitch at her sides. With all due respect, Shikamaru-san, she says, voice small at first. I'm still trying to get over that incident. I'd rather not. Fear. Hesitation. She's honest about that part, at least. Look, I cut in gently. You said you wanted me to trust you, right? She nods again. Then you've got to tell me your side of the story. I say. I'm not saying I'll automatically believe it. I just need the data. She stares ahead for a moment, and I can almost see the gears turning inside her skull. Her eyes narrow slightly, then go back to normal. It's become a pattern. Pressure spikes, she goes inside herself, comes back out different. Interesting. Our team got split up. She starts softly. I was told to stand back and guard the client. Kakashi-sensei was fighting Zabuza while Sasuke-kun and Uzumaki were fighting his masked partner. She closes her eyes as she talks, like she's replaying a movie in her head. Zabuza used a jutsu to cover the bridge with mist. She continues. I couldn't see anything. Then all of a sudden this horrible pressure hit us. I could see an eerie red light through the fog. It felt like a piece of hell on earth. And then there was the sound of exploding glass or ice. It was terrifying. Red light. Killing intent. That tracks with Zabuza and Zabuza's partner, but not with Naruto. He doesn't know any fire jutsu. He's complained about that often enough. Then the mist cleared, she says, voice tightening. Uzumaki got knocked into the bridge by some dragon-like ice jutsu and was buried under the debris. I thought he had died. But then... She swallows. Then he shrugged off the chunks of concrete and literally tore into the masked ninja. She whispers. Shikamaru, he was like a monster. I'm not exaggerating. His body was covered in burning red chakra, and his bloodlust was horrible. It wasn't human. I let that sit for a moment. Red chakra. Slit pupils. Unnatural killing intent. Red chakra, slit pupils, massive pressure. There's a story every kid in the village knows, even if they pretend they don't. Kyubi no Kitsune. Demon fox. Red chakra like poison fire, eyes like a predator. Even if I buy that something not normal was happening, I say slowly, I don't see the problem with him tearing into an enemy ninja who just killed your teammate. That's what we do. That's what we are. You didn't see his eyes, Sakura hisses, and now the calm cracks, anger and fear bleeding through. They were red with slit pupils. Like a monster's eyes. She breathes a little fast, then controls it again. Besides, Uzumaki openly admitted that Sasuke-kun was protecting him. But if Naruto was capable of using so much power, how could Sasuke-kun have died protecting him? He manipulated the situation. There it is. Or, I say, he only tapped into that power after Sasuke died. Because he lost control. Or maybe it woke up for the first time. There are a dozen possibilities. She shakes her head sharply. Kakashi-sensei was there, and Naruto was injured. She argues. That's why he suppressed his evil powers. The worst monsters are the ones who lull you into feeling safe and then strike when you're not prepared. That's why I've been trying to warn you all. He's manipulating you. He pretends to be a loudmouth idiot So what? I cut in before she can build up steam. So he can… What, exactly, Sakura? What's the endgame here? She falters, just for a second. You're making a lot of assumptions. I tell her bluntly. It sounds like you're looking for someone to blame, and Naruto is the easiest scapegoat. She's quiet. For a heartbeat, I see doubt in her eyes. Guilt, even. Then the shutters slam down again. If you ever feel his horrible power, she says, voice low and intense, you'll know what I mean. You're ignorant of his true evil, so don't judge me until those burning, hateful eyes narrow on you. Troublesome. I blow out a breath. There's no getting through to her right now. Whatever mix of fear, grief, and Danza-style indoctrination is in there, it's deep. But you don't need someone's cooperation to analyze them. Red chakra. Slit eyes. Unnatural regeneration. Born on the day the Kyuubi was defeated. Villagers' hatred. No clan, no records of parents. Put all the pieces together, and there's only one answer that fits. He's not the Kyuubi. If he were, he'd be dead or in a very deep hole. But if he contains the Kyuubi, or something like it, I'm going to need more information. Books on Jinchuriki. Records. Legends. Anything. I'll drop it, I say finally, shrugging. For now. Sakura snorts faintly and looks away. I speed up, sliding back into step beside Asuma. He glances at me from the corner of his eye, smoke curling from his lips. Well? He asks after a moment. She's not lying about being afraid, I say quietly. But she's not seeing straight either. She's stuck in it. He grunts. And Naruto, I add. When we get back, I'd like some time in the archives. On Bijou. His eyes narrow just slightly. Then he nods. We'll see what we can do. I shove my hands into my pockets and stare ahead at the city lights. Naruto, what the hell are you? Scene pellets, coins, and distance, POV, Asuma. Later, alley in Fukuoka. The city smells like sweat, cheap perfume, and old stone. We pass through the gates as just another ninja team on just another mission. The guards barely glance at us. Once inside, I steer the kids into a side alley, out of sight of the main street. I turn, flick some ash off the tip of my cigarette, and address them. I'm going to hit the local exchange point in the sewers, I say. Try to barter for information. You four already seem paired up, so you'll go do some surface-level digging. They shift, glancing at each other. Sakura and Ino are in the middle, shoulders almost touching. Shikamaru and Chuji fall naturally together. You'll rendezvous back here in 3 hours. I continue. I'll join you as soon as I'm done. I hold up 2 small black pellets between my fingers. These are flash bombs. If you're attacked, channel chakra into them and throw them in the air. I'll be there in minutes. Shikamaru and Ino step forward. I drop a pellet into each of their palms. Oh, and I rummage in my pouch and pull out 2 small coin purses. Here. In case you need to buy information or bribe your way out of something stupid. Chuji and Sakura take those. No unnecessary risks. I say, letting my gaze linger a second longer on Sakura than the others. We don't know if the kidnappers are ninja or civilians. Keep your eyes open. They nod. I give one last grunt of approval and turn toward the manhole cover at the end of the alley. Time to go see what the underbelly of Fukuoka knows that the officials don't. Scene, red lights and hooks, POV, Chuji. Same time, Fukuoka, after Asuma leaves. Asuma-sensei disappears into the shadows, and the alley suddenly feels smaller. We all look at each other. Ino's eyes go to Shikamaru automatically. Mine too. He's better at thinking. I'm better at punching things and eating chips. Sakura beats him to it. Me and Ino will hit the red light district, she says, like she's just announcing what we had for lunch. We'll blend in better. Ino splutters. The red light district? Sakura, what the hell? I stare at her. Shikamaru stares at her. Sakura just lifts a hand to cut off the protests, eyes sharpening. In training, I learned a passive genjutsu called Fukyukagami no Jutsu, she explains. It's a more advanced version of henge that helps us blend in better. I know other genjutsu that can help us escape if necessary. It's the best place to hear rumors, drunks and whores talk. Her logic isn't wrong. But the way she offers it, fast, like she's been waiting for the chance, bothers me. Shikamaru's eyes narrow, but he doesn't jump straight to no. He thinks it through, and that's worse, because now I have to as well. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Troublesome. He calls me over and we huddle. Chuji, he murmurs. Take my flash bomb. What? I blink. If Sakura really goes to the red light district, she shouldn't be alone, he says. And if something goes wrong there, she'll need you more than I will. Your taijutsu, your size. Ino and I will be in official buildings. Different kind of trouble. I can handle it. I don't like the idea of splitting from him. But I like the idea of Sakura wandering around a den of criminals alone even less. Okay, I say finally, handing him my coin purse and taking his flash bomb. We break the huddle. Take Chuji with you, Shikamaru tells Sakura. I'll go with Ino. If you run into trouble and can't escape, he'll buy time until we arrive. Ino's mind jutsu will be more useful with officials. You can bribe and listen in over there, Sakura, and we'll do the paper route. Sakura's eyes flicker with something I can't read. Then she nods sharply. I understand. As always, your logic is impeccable. I'm not sure if that's sarcasm or not. If that's all, she says, turning to me. Let's go, Chuji. We walk out of the alley arm in arm, like some weird mismatched couple. I feel huge and clumsy next to her. Hold on to my shoulder, she murmurs once we duck into a darker spot between buildings. Oh, okay. She runs through a long series of hand seals. When her fingers touch my shoulder, chakra washes over me like a warm wave. My skin tingles, vision blurs with a wash of blue. I blink hard, and when my eyes clear, I'm not wearing my ninja gear anymore. I look down. Brown pants, red vest, older hands. I touch my face and feel stubble that isn't really there. Whoa! I mutter. Sakura twirls in front of me with a little smirk. She looks older. Curves where there shouldn't be, her red hair longer and styled differently, wrapped in a deep blue summer kimono. It's tasteful but definitely meant to draw the eye. How do I look? She asks. I feel my face heat. Like an adult. I manage, looking away. It worked. She laughs low. Good. You don't look too bad yourself. We re-enter the streets. The red light district is easy to spot, brighter lanterns, louder laughter, perfume thick in the air, and women in kimonos that show a lot more leg than my dad would approve of. 2 points stand out, a shady-looking tavern and a brothel, going by the number of scantily dressed women leaning lazily against the walls, sizing up passers-by. Sakura, I murmur. Asuma-sensei said we shouldn't split up. She slows, feigning a frustrated sigh. Be that as it may, if I go in there with you, we'll stand out more. And if I wait outside, it's the same problem. Men are more likely to talk to a lone foreign woman than someone obviously accompanied. I'll go rent us a room at the inn while you talk to the whores. She makes it sound easy. Logical. But Shikamaru's words echo in my head. Look carefully at everything she says. I narrow my eyes at her. Did you plan this from the beginning? I ask before I can talk myself out of it. You told Shikamaru you could look like a guy. We could go back, you change, and we stay together. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. It's a waste of chakra, Chuji. And the more jutsu we use, the more likely we are to attract attention if the abductors are ninja. Her grip on my arm tightens just a little. Our orders are clear. We do what we can with what we have. Then later you can complain to Asuma-sensei. Which is, annoyingly, also logical. Fine. I sigh. Tavern first. Together. Then we go back. Of course, she says. We don't make it to the tavern. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice movement, a man walking fast toward us, weaving through the crowd. Tan skin, black hair, a red dragon tattoo curling from his temple down to his chin. He bumps into Sakura, hard. Ah! She gasps, grabbing at his clothes to steady herself. I see his other hand flash, jerking her purse free from her belt with practiced ease before he shoves her back and melts into the crowd. That guy! I start, half turning. Hey, he took my purse! Sakura hisses, already tensing to go after him. I grab her arm. We can't blow our cover, I say, heart pounding. Asuma-sensei said not to cause a scene. The mission comes first. You can talk to him about compensation later. Her jaw tightens. For a second, I think she's going to ignore me. Then she exhales, smooths her kimono back into place, and forces a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Fine, she says. Let's hit the tavern. Then we go back. We move on. Neither of us notices the petite brunette watching from the shadows, or the way she fingers a hidden radio behind her ear as we pass. Scene. Orders first, kids later, POV, enemy ninja captain. Same time, elsewhere in Fukuoka. The city feels different when you're watching from the cracks. I lean against a wall in a back alley, half submerged in shadow, listening to the murmur in my ear. Captain, we have a problem. Kyuko whispers, her voice low, professional. Two Leaf are investigating around my perimeter. I shift, just enough to see around the corner. Different part of town. Different pair. These two wear their hataite openly. The girl has long blonde hair and a sharp jaw. The boy walks with his hands in his pockets, brown eyes half-lidded like he's bored. He isn't. I've seen that look before. It's the look of someone who thinks before he kills. Constable Kenji says two tree huggers were asking questions about the disappearances. I murmur back. I see them now. Should I engage? There's a faint crackle, then Kaido's voice layers over Kyuko's. I concur, Captain. One fat one and a redhead are working the red light district. They had Leaf hataite before the genjutsu. The girl's chakra feels wrong. So, for genin split in pairs. Clan kids by the look of them. Troublesome, but not insurmountable. Negative, I say. Give me your coordinates. I'll deal with them myself. You and Kaido rendezvous at the exchange point. Asama just sent word, Sarutobi Asuma is leading this investigation. You'll need all three of you together to handle him. 3 brief acknowledgments crackle through the line. I tuck the pocket notebook away and run my fingers along the cool metal cylinder at my hip. Asuma-san. I murmur amused. It's been a while, hasn't it? I step back into the deeper shadows of the alley and smile. Sorry. I add in a whisper only I can hear. I can't play with you this time. My identity comes first. Orders are orders. But the kids? Them, I can enjoy. Scene lightning in the dark, POV Naruto. 2 days later, Hakumai no Kuni border and mines. By the time we reach the mountains, I'm sick of trees. The forest thins and then drops away into an ugly, gray-brown sea of rock. The air gets drier, dustier. Chalky powder kicks up around our ankles with every step. The closer we get to the border, the worse the mood gets. On the surface, everything looks better. Niji stopped openly ripping into Hinata. He still watches her like a hawk, eyes sharp, but his tongue stays mostly sheathed. Lee's toned down his youthful challenges, after Guy chewed him out for picking fights with both Niji and me. But underneath, the tension hasn't gone anywhere. It's just coiled tighter. Shino fades even more into the background, bugs humming around him in quiet clouds as his sunglasses track, something only he can sense. Every now and then, his head tilts my way for a second too long, like he's checking a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit. Kurenai and Guy exchange glances more often now. I catch them sometimes when they think we're not looking. They're not just worried about the mission. They're worried about us. We round a bend and a camouflaged stone structure finally comes into view, built into the side of the mountain. Umbu. They drop down in flashes of steel and masks, question Guy-sensei and Kurenai-sensei, accept a scroll with the Hokage's seal. I can't see much more than glimpses, but Hinata's Byakugan is active, and when she relaxes I do too. The checkpoint lets us through. Hakumai no Kuni doesn't like Shinobi, Kurenai explains as we start climbing again. Kanehigakure and Kumogakure have fought too many battles on their soil. They're practically annexed, Guy adds, unusually serious. Our daimyo and lightning split most of their land between them. So where's our client? I ask. Hinata says she can't see anyone besides Anbu. The mine entrance runs underground, Kurenai says. The rock here is heavy with lead as well as silver. It interferes with the Byakugan. Niji's eyes narrow. If the Byakugan cannot pierce the mountain from outside, he says, tone going sharp, what difference will it make inside? Why were we assigned to a mission where our primary advantage is negated? Niji! Guy snaps. Enough. I know you have issues with this mission, but show some respect to Hokage-sama. Niji looks like he wants to say more, but he bites it back. We discovered the problem the last time we were here. Guy continues. Our best Doton specialists used Earth Jutsu to dilute the lead. Your Byakugan won't be at full capacity, but it will not be useless. Hinata fidgets, clearly not reassured. As we pass a stack of abandoned ore carts and rope, I hear Kurenai's voice drop, just low enough that she probably thinks only Guy can hear. This feels wrong, she murmurs. The timing. The numbers. The way they push for genin support. The fires of youth must sometimes walk through darkness, Guy answers quietly. But there's no smile in his voice. We adapt. Guard the children. I pretend I didn't hear that last part. I'm not a kid anymore. But some small, stupid part of me is, stupidly grateful anyway. We follow Guy down a narrow carved path around the mountain until we finally reach a small camp at the base. A blond man in green samurai armor steps forward, face already twisted into a scowl. Oh, so you finally arrived, huh? He says nasally. You tree huggers sure took your time. He smacks a ledger against his palm. The daimyo says he'll talk to your Hokage about charging you for the cost of sending food and clothes in there for the kidnappers and hostages. Kiba bristles. I feel my own hackles rise. Kurenai's hand lifts, subtly warning us to stay silent. Guy folds his arms, expression as serious as I've ever seen it. Do what you feel you must, he says. But everything will be reported to the Hokage. More importantly, brief us on the situation. The samurai snorts. We don't know how many kidnappers there are. Maybe half a dozen. One of the surviving guards says they didn't fight like ninja. No jutsu, no speed, just swords and crossbows. Kurenai's lips press together in a thin line. I can tell she doesn't buy it. Neither do I. You don't bait a trap this big without something nasty at the center. He finishes his briefing and walks off, clearly relieved to dump the problem on us. Guy turns to us. Kurenai and I will enter first and initiate contact. Teammate, you follow behind us to guide with your senses. Team Guy and Naruto, you will be rear guard. His eyes cut to Niji. Niji, your burden is the heaviest. Watch for ambushes. We nod. Then we go in. The mine is a throat of stone, swallowing us slowly. The air changes as soon as we cross the threshold, colder, heavier, thick with dust so fine it creeps into your nose and mouth and sits there like grit. Every breath tastes like old rock and older sweat. Our footsteps sound wrong. Too loud. Too small. The walls seem to lean in just a little more with every meter, the ceiling pressing down inch by inch. Water drips somewhere out of sight, the sound echoing in ways that make the distance hard to judge. I've fought in forests, on bridges, on open plains. This is different. There's nowhere to dodge if the ceiling decides to come down. Nowhere to run if something big and ugly fills the tunnel ahead. Hinata and Niji move in front of me now, Byakugan active, veins throbbing at their temples. Kiba is beside them, nose twitching, Akamaru a small warm weight on his head. Shino is silent, bugs humming under his coat, the insect's chakra a constant low buzz at the edge of my senses. We walk like that for what feels like forever. Then Niji stiffens. "Everyone," he says sharply, "move into the cavern. Now." We sprint. The passage opens abruptly into a massive underground chamber, and everything hits at once. First, the smell, rot and old blood, so thick it's like hitting an invisible wall. It crawls down my throat and sits in my stomach, heavy and wrong. The air here is colder, but it's a dead kind of cold, like whatever warmth used to live in this room has been leached away. Then the sight, a pile of bodies, miners, women, even children, stacked on the far side of the cavern like discarded tools. Limbs twisted the wrong way. Empty eye sockets staring at nothing. Some of them so decomposed I can't tell how they died, others still fresh enough that the blood hasn't completely dried. For one heartbeat, all the training in the world doesn't matter. My brain stutters, like it doesn't know where to file what I'm seeing. My stomach lurches. Before anyone can say anything, the earth explodes around us. Pillars of stone spear up from the floor, walls slam down from the ceiling. Dust blinds us. The path we just came through is cut off, a thick slab sealing Gai-sensei and Kurenai-sensei on the other side. Coughing, I reach blindly for the nearest person. When the dust finally settles enough to see, there's a figure standing at the only visible exit, a tall, dark-skinned woman with russet hair, wearing black and blue body armor. Some kind of device is strapped to her right forearm. She smiles at us like we're stupid children. Even from here, I can tell, she doesn't move like a panicked bandit. Her weight is always on the balls of her feet, center low, shoulders loose. Every step is measured, the kind of balance you only get drilled into you over years by actual shinobi. Civilian guard my ass. Then she runs through a quick set of seals and slams her hand into the wall beside the door. 7 carved seals blaze to life around the frame, lines of lightning arcing between them to form a crackling barrier. We're trapped. "Lee, wait!" Tenten shouts. Too late. Lee rockets forward, chakra bursting from his feet, opening at least one gate if the pressure spike is anything to go by. He uses the flare from the barrier's light to try and close the distance. For half a second, watching him tear across the stone, I see myself back on that bridge and wave, someone so desperate to prove they're not weak they'll throw their whole body into the meat grinder if it buys their team half a second. Part of me wants to scream at him to stop. The rest of me just clenches my fists and prepares to clean up the mess. My hands are already forming seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! 3 clones scatter, fanning out to flank him, trying to turn his straight charge into a coordinated rush. The woman's grin widens. She pivots on her heel, not surprised, not panicked. Her front foot slides just enough to steal Lee's line, and she slips around his kick like water around a rock. Her counterpunch is short, efficient, drilled. No wasted motion, no brute force swing, just a precise snap of the shoulder and hip. Her chakra flashes around her fists right before impact. The blow slams into Lee's chest and sends him flying straight through one of my clones. The bunshin bursts into smoke with a soft pop, and Lee hits the far wall hard enough that I hear stone crack, and maybe bone. Niji doesn't hesitate. He somersaults over another airborne clone, compressing himself into a tight spin, then launches off the last bunshin with a burst of chakra. "Niji!" I shout, instinctively. His hands blur, Jukin glow intensifying, chakra cocooning him as he turns himself into a human drill. He slams toward the woman like a bullet. She's good. She flips back, letting him rip through where she was, and throws a hail of shuriken at his still airborne form. Niji and I! Hinata's voice cracks. The woman flashes through more seals, thrusting out her hand. Lightning explodes from her palm, racing along the metal of the shuriken. The air fills with a web of glowing, crackling death. Raitun, Reiken no Amimano. The moisture-heavy air in here makes the lightning cling and spread, Ichiraku hungry tongue licking at the walls and floor. The whole chamber smells suddenly like ozone and burnt dust. Niji's eyes widen. He twists midair, trying to dodge, but there's too much metal, too much lightning. He isn't going to make it. My feet move, but Hinata is closer. She doesn't even pause. For one heartbeat, I see all of it on her face, fear, determination, something like apology, and then she just throws herself sideways, all of that fragile-looking body launching toward him without a second thought. Hinata tackles Niji midair. The two of them crash to the ground, momentum tumbling them in opposite directions. Niji hits and rolls, scrambling up, eyes wide. For a fraction of a second, his hand twitches toward where she's falling, like he might reach for her, then closes into a fist instead. His jaw is clenched so hard I can see the muscle jumping in his cheek even from here. Hinata screams as two lightning-charged blades slice through her left forearm and side, and a third buries itself in her shoulder. Everything else drops out of my awareness. Pathetic, the woman says. Something inside me snaps. I'm vaguely aware of Shino sending his bugs, of Kiba swearing and tensing to rush in, of Tenten checking on Lee. All I can actually see is Hinata on the ground, curled around her wounds, still twitching from leftover currents. The smell of scorched fabric and flesh hits my nose and won't leave. My breath stutters. I try to inhale, but the air feels thick, hot, wrong. The edges of the room blur, the corpse pile smearing into a single dark lump. All the tiny sounds, dripping water, crackling lightning, Niji's ragged breathing, muffle under a heavy rushing noise, like my own blood is roaring in my ears. I know I should be thinking, should be planning an attack, coordinating with the others, but my body feels like it's bolted to the ground. My hands shake. My fingers keep wanting to curl into claws. A red haze starts to bleed in at the edges of my vision. Deep inside, down past the parts of my mind I like to pretend don't exist, something stirs. Two massive red eyes snap open behind iron bars, pupils slitting with anticipation. Finally, a voice purrs, thick and vicious. You've given me something fun. Crimson chakra surges forward, slamming against the seal, then through it, flooding my coils with burning heat. My skin prickles, veins feeling too tight for what's trying to pour through them. Every heartbeat feels like someone banging on the inside of my ribs, demanding to be let out. The fear, the anger, the helplessness, all of it gets swallowed in that rising tide. The corpse stink becomes distant. The woman's mocking smile becomes a target painted bright red. And for the first time in a long time, I stop fighting it. Just a little. Just long enough to hear that whisper curl around the inside of my skull, coaxing and hungry. Just let go. I can protect her. Chapter 12: Masks, Monsters and Dragons. Scene: Princess with a snake's smile, POV Anko. Near a mountain range, eastern Yuki no Kuni. Staying in character was a bigger pain than the bindings around my chest. I lounged on a ridiculously soft couch, back straight, hands folded neatly in my lap, trying to ooze arrogant, depressed princess, instead of snake-obsessed jounin who really wants to stab someone. Koyuki made being a prima donna look effortless. Copying it while maintaining a complex disguise was something else entirely. Still, I'd had plenty of exposure to the brat. I'd heard her insult Sandeu, spit on the hopes of Yuki no Kuni's people, and generally act like life owed her a refund. If she hadn't been a client, I'd have already shaken her until her teeth rattled and told her to pull the stick out of her royal ass. But this mission? I couldn't afford to fail. Old man Hiruzen had stuck his neck out for me. He'd sacrificed political capital and goodwill to give me this redemption chance. Kakashi's plan had only raised the stakes: infiltrate Dotu, gut the snow chain of command, and get out without letting anyone in Konoha conclude I was a liability that needed quietly disappearing. No pressure. Right now I wore Koiki's face through one of the Snake Clan's little gifts. It was similar to Orochimaru's Shaoshigen no Jutsu but more elegant. Instead of stealing a face, I grew a mask of fine, chakra-infused snakeskin right over my own. Layers of pale, grafted skin adhered to me with a low, steady flow of chakra. The clever nasty part? My chakra threaded between both skins, making the disguise hard to detect or dispel. Only physical touch gave me away. The tissue was slightly cooler and rougher than real skin. Add some black hair dye, contacts, a chakra-based hair supplement to match Koiki's length, and tight bindings to flatten out my superior assets, and I was her mirror image. Painful, but a good assassin works through the discomfort. The downside? This jutsu ate chakra. Probably why Orochimaru never bothered with it. He preferred shortcuts with higher collateral damage. All of this was because the princess had kept trying to flee. After the last failed escape, Kakashi had suggested a trade. We'd use her as a template, slip me in as bait, and cut Dotu's head off the snake. Koiki had scoffed, called us fools destined to die for our arrogance. I'd smiled at her, all teeth, and promised that when we got back with Dotu's dick on a stick, she'd better be ready to pull the aforementioned stick out of her own ass and start helping. Now Kakashi guarded the real princess and the film crew, delaying the last scenes until security was better. I shadowed a squad of Yukinin through a fortress carved deep into a mountain, counting turns and doors, cataloging faces. Most of the ninja I saw were genin level or worse. Their movements were sloppy, their chakra signatures weak. The main thing they had going for them was that Chroman ice armor. So they were completely dependent on it. So lame, I thought, keeping my princess mask bored and aloof. Let's see how they handle someone with real training, armor or not. Nadar escorted me into a richly decorated chamber just off a wide corridor. He gave me a respectful bow. Dota-sama will see you shortly, Koikiheim, he said. I gave him Koiki's practiced, disdainful little non-reply and settled onto the couch. Mizore Fubuki. Keep an eye on her, Nadar added as he turned away. This is too easy. Hatake Kakashi wouldn't be this careless without a reason. He left, boots fading down the corridor. Mizore folded his hands behind his head and stared up at the ceiling. Those Kumo bastards are persistent, I'll give them that, he grumbled lazily. They don't know how to take no for an answer, do they? My eyebrow twitched behind the mask. Kumo, huh? That's interesting. Fubuki hissed at him. Knock it off, you idiot! You shouldn't run your mouth about something so sensitive. You worry too much. He snorted and pushed off the wall. I've gotta take a leak. Try not to die of boredom. The door shut behind him, leaving just me and Fubuki. I waited. Counted 3 slow breaths, listening for footsteps. Nothing. Good. Then I moved. 1 step. Pivot. My arm hooked around her neck. The other hand slid up under her jaw, fingers stabbing in behind her ear. Her eyes barely started to widen before I pushed a concentrated burst of chakra straight into her brainstem. Fubuki went limp in my arms. I dragged her to a corner behind a decorative screen and propped her there like discarded laundry. My heart rate barely changed. I'd been Orochimaru's apprentice for years. Quick, efficient killing was muscle memory. 1 down, I murmured, whipping through a short seal sequence and leaving a clone in my seat as Koikiheim, right where they expected her to be. The door creaked open. Oh, Fubuki, want me to get you something to eat? Mizore called casually. He stepped inside, eyes flicking toward my clone on the couch. Cocky little bitch, he snickered. You'll get what's coming once Dota-sama has the hexagonal crystal. The clone smiled at him in a perfect Koiki impression, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. He swore and dropped into a combat stance, arms spreading wide. So Kakashi was up to something after all. He never looked up. I dropped silently from the ceiling, riding gravity and momentum straight into his exposed ribs. My fingers speared into the gap under his upper left ribcage, and I poured lethal chakra into his heart. Cobra-style taijutsu. One of the few things I'd thank that bastard for. Mizor choked and crumpled where he stood. I stepped over him, flexing my hand, and returned to Fubuki's body. My outer princess layer was already splitting and flaking away in papery chunks, revealing my true skin below. I hate this jutsu, I muttered as I dug my nails into the edge of Fubuki's face, channeling chakra to separate skin from flesh. It gives me the creeps. Still, my hand stayed steady. But if I want to conserve chakra and get close to Dotu and whoever Kumo sent, I guess I can't be picky. Time to wear a new face. Scene red chakra, white lightning, POVE Naruto. Meanwhile, Silver Mines, Hakumai no Kuni. Hinata moved before I did. 1 second I was starting a seal sequence, brain scrambling for something that could counter that lightning web. The next, she was throwing herself in front of Niji, pale eyes wide, Byakugan flaring. The jutsu connected with her instead. The crackling shuriken tore into her arm and side, one lodging in her shoulder. She screamed, body jerking as lightning ripped through her, and both of them tumbled across the stone. My mind blanked. Everything narrowed to the sound of her scream and the sight of her crumpled on the ground. My hands forgot their seals. My stomach lurched. Genjutsu? I thought wildly, biting my lip hard enough to taste blood. Focus. Snap out of it. Then the heat hit. Oppressive, suffocating, like someone had poured fire into my veins and ice into my skull at the same time. My head pounded, my skin burned from the inside out, my muscles shuddered. Oh. Right. Kyubi. I dropped to one knee with a strangled snarl. My chakra network felt like it was being clawed open from the inside. I forced myself upright again, blinking through the pain. My vision went red. Literally. The world tinted crimson and sharpened. My pupils thinned into slits. I could feel my teeth lengthening, scraping my lower lip. Shit. This hurts like a motherfucker, I thought, fingers digging into my own thigh. Damn it, you bastard, I didn't ask for your help. Across the cavern, the Kumo Kunoichi had Tenten by the throat with her normal hand and an electrically charged kunai in the mechanical one. Tenten's feet kicked uselessly. Then a black cloud of kakaichu swarmed up her arm. She hissed and dropped Tenten to shake them off, forcing the kunai wide. Tenten hit the ground coughing, but somehow still had the presence of mind to fling a kunai that knocked the lightning blade off course, saving Shino. I pushed up to my feet fully, breathing hard. Red chakra, oily and hot, was already licking out of my tenketsu, coating my skin in a thin, simmering film. The Kumo woman saw me. Froze. What the hell is that? She muttered, more to herself than to us. Lee and Kiba darted in front of Tenten defensively. I barely registered their voices. My gaze locked onto the enemy as she stared back. Her eyes narrowed, and I saw the recognition there. Jinchuriki. I could feel Niji stare on my back. His Byakugan was active. I didn't need to see it to know he was looking straight through me. My tenketsu pulsed as the red chakra forced its way through my system, intertwining with my own blue. Great, I thought. If he didn't hate the main family enough already, wait till he finds out what's living in me. Shino's kakaichu retreated in a wild buzz, refusing to go near me. He backed off, hands tightening around his kunai, face unreadable behind his collar and glasses. Kiba's voice broke through the noise. What the hell is she talking about, Naruto? And what the hell is wrong with you? Akamaru whined and scrambled away from me, first standing on end. I didn't look at them. I couldn't. If I did, I'd see the same horror that had been in Sakura's eyes on that bridge. I'll explain later, I said, and I heard my own voice come out deeper, rougher, like it had been dragged over gravel. Right now we have to get Hinata out of here. I slammed my hands together. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. One clone popped into existence beside me and took off toward Hinata and Niji without needing an order. I dragged my focus back to the wall behind the Kumo Jounin, feeling for every scrap of wind chakra I could pull together beneath the fox's tainted aura. Lee, I said, trying to keep my tone flat, commanding. You're the fastest. Once my clone blows us an exit, you grab Hinata and run. Don't argue. Just go. I will not! Lee shouted, fists balling. I will not be a burden, and I will not back down. I will save Hinata-san with my own fists. Of course. Lee, you idiot. I started, but he was already moving, opening the first gate. His chakra spiked, wind whipping around him as he blurred toward the Kuma woman. She laughed, raising her mechanical arm. Lightning danced across the gauntlet, growing brighter, louder. An ominous hum filled the cavern. Oh good, I thought grimly. She has a super move. Niji shifted beside Hinata, Juken stance ready. Tenten had pulled herself back, weapons pouch in hand, waiting for an opening. Kiba and Shino hovered on the edge, uncertain. No time. I focused, dragged the small knot of wind chakra the Kyubi hadn't tainted down into my hands, forcing it forward through the red haze. My fingers moved through familiar seals on instinct. Futon, Kaze Rensei Bakudan! I thrust my arms at the wall. The spinning orb of compressed wind screamed across the cavern and slammed into the stone. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the rock began to crack. Behind me, Lee slid in beside the Kumo Jounin, legs snapping up for a kick. For a gate opened Lee, it was fast, but she was faster. She slipped out of range like she'd read his thoughts and hammered her shin into his stomach, sending him flying back, straight along the line of her next attack. The hum peaked. Raitun, Raikurya no Inmetsu! A dragon head of pure lightning exploded from her gauntlet, a continuous beam aimed right through Lee's trajectory. Too slow, kid, she sneered. Move, move, move! I threw everything into my legs and bolted straight toward Lee. Another clone popped into existence next to me. We didn't need to talk. As Lee hurtled past, I kicked off the stone, spun, and slammed my foot into his upper body. He blocked purely on reflex, but the momentum carried him clear, out of the lightning's path. I had just enough time to smirk at my clone before the beam hit me. White-hot agony tore through me. For a horrible second I felt every nerve ignite, my muscles locking as the current chewed through my armor and skin. I heard myself scream. Then the world vanished in light. Scene bait, blades, and bad options, POV, Sakura. Border city of Fukuoka, Hai no Kuni/Aim no Kuni. By the time we reached the rendezvous alley by the gates, the Fukiukigami no Jutsu had worn off. I was back to being regular old Haruno Sakura, shorter, flatter, younger. Chuji walked beside me in silence, face tight, his arm protectively tucked close to his injured shoulder. We'd gotten plenty of intel for Asuma-sensei. And for Danzo-sama. The tavern had been full of conscripts, samurai, washed-out mercs and bounty hunters drowning their pay and their ghosts. A few hundred ryo and some carefully placed questions later, we'd heard enough rumors about disappearances and accidents to make both the Hokage and Roots sit up and listen. But what stuck with me more than their words was the way Chuji had looked at me after the thief robbed us. Suspicious. Hurt. Like I'd tried to trick him and almost succeeded. You did, Inner Sakura said coolly in the back of my mind. You just misjudged how stubborn he is. I ignored her. We slipped into the alley's shadows and waited. It didn't take long before Shikamaru and Ino joined us, emerging from the opposite side of town. Shikamaru's eyes scanned us once, then settled on Chuji. His brows lowered by a millimeter. Something happened. I could almost hear him thinking. How troublesome. Sakura! Are you alright? Ino burst out immediately, shoving past Shikamaru. No perverts tried anything, right? What were you thinking going to the red light district anyway? Her voice grated on my raw nerves. I shifted my gaze past her, up toward the roofs and then to the right, more interested in a flicker of movement there than in answering her barrage. Don't ignore her, forehead, Inner Sakura snapped. You're making it obvious you think you're above them. I plastered on a small smile anyway. It felt brittle on my face. Ino's eyes narrowed. She caught it, of course she did. For a second I saw hurt and anger flash there before she turned away, pretending to listen as Chuji quietly reported to Shikamaru what we'd learned. Poison in the wounds. Lightning that burned flesh from the inside. Witnesses who slipped into rivers. Reports that vanished in the archives. The abductors are definitely ninja, Shikamaru concluded aloud, rubbing his chin. This is bad. We need to find Asuma-sensei. His dark gaze flicked toward me when he thought I wasn't looking. Then past me, up, following the same line I'd traced earlier. I smiled politely. Oh? You noticed too? I thought. Of course you did. How troublesome, right? Sakura, I said, letting my voice soften. Asuma-sensei is late. Maybe we should wait for him outside the city, near the woods. He'll probably expect us to improvise a little. I could practically feel inner Sakura leaning forward. Good girl. Let them out where there are fewer witnesses. Easier for our accident to happen. Shikamaru shrugged, hands sliding into his pockets. Good idea, Sakura. Ino and Chuji stared at him like he'd grown an extra head. He just walked past them. I fell in beside him, Chuji and Ino trailing behind, still confused. My chest felt tight. This was what Danzasama wanted. Isolate the team, draw out the enemy, then let fate do the rest. We checked out through the gates with lazy waves and made for the line of trees beyond the road. Once we were under the canopy, I felt my shoulders loosen. Less noise. Less light. Easier to work. We hadn't gone far when Shikamaru's head tilted just so. I felt it too, a tiny twist in the air, the faintest stir in the chakra around us. Cover your eyes! He shouted, arms snapping up. Ino and Chuji obeyed instantly. I just shut mine and flashed through seals. The first chain wrapped around my waist loosened with a mental twitch. I caught the cold metal in my hand and gave it a sharp tug, swinging it in a wide arc as I dropped my weight. A blinding flash detonated above us. A snarled curse came with it, a body shifting in the tree line. Shikamaru's follow-up was immediate. Needles hissed through the air, carrying tiny explosive spheres that embedded in the branches and detonated. Fire bloomed through the leaves, painting the clearing in lurid red and orange, shadows dancing crazily. Did you get him? Ino asked, eyes wide as she lowered her arm. No one answered. I pivoted, chain still whirling, and snapped it out behind us. The weighted end hissed just past a dark blur that dropped from a branch to avoid it. I expected a certain intricacy from the Nara, the man said, stepping into the firelight. But not from a no-name Kunoichi. He had green hair, violet eyes, and an Amigakure forehead protector. A strange blade crackling with electricity hummed in his hand. It seems I'll have more fun than I first thought. Chuji Ino. Formation 3. Shikamaru called, dropping into position for Kage Main no Jutsu. Chuji stepped in front of him, raising his palm. Chakra surged down his arm as it expanded, flesh ballooning outward, ready to swing. Ino took off to the right, hands flying through seals. I started to move with them, then everything shimmered. Not visibly. Not to the naked eye. But my chakra brushed against something oily in the air, and for a second reality fuzzed at the edges, like heat over stone. The man's outline wavered, and his feet didn't cast a shadow in the firelight. He has no shadow, I realized, heart lurching. A mediocre genjutsu, layered over the real approach. Let them stay ignorant, Inner Sakura urged sharply. That's what Danza team said. If the trap works, it works. Less competition later. I hesitated. Chuji's huge arm drew back. Ino was almost done with her seals. Shikamaru's shadow crept forward along the ground. Danza-sama wants him to bleed for what he is. My darker half reminded me, voice low and poisonous. Naruto. The monster. This is how we earn his trust. This is how it starts. My gut twisted. I remember Sasuke-kun's face when he died. I thought, fingers tightening on the chain. And Naruto's eyes. Those burning red eyes. I made my choice. It's an illusion! I shouted. Look out! I flung a volley of shuriken past the aim and into a tree behind him, where the chakra disturbance actually was. Everything happened at once. The fake body above us winked out. The real one flickered into view by Chuji, blade already thrusting. Shikamaru snapped his arms, dragging his shadow sideways. Ino lunged, seals complete. Electricity bit the air. Chuji tried to move, but he was mid-swing, mass working against him. The glowing blade speared through his shoulder instead of his heart, burning and shocking as it went. Chuji screamed. The aim missing Nin, Rokushu Aoi, my memory supplied, yanked the blade out at an angle, tearing flesh, and kicked Chuji away like dead weight, already turning toward Ino. Your tactics are transparent, he sneered. You rely on the Akimichi's brute force and the Naro's trap. So how will you distract me? His arm drew back. Then his body locked. He looked down in disbelief as his own shadow, twisted and stretched by the dancing firelight and my earlier shuriken, connected solidly with Shikamaru's. Kagame no Jutsu, Shikamaru said quietly. I used his shock. Megan Hafuku no Akumu, I whispered, molding my chakra with care and lashing it into Aoi's mind. It took hold instantly. His eyes went wide. I felt his psyche buck as the illusion took root, centipedes and worms bursting from his skin, gnawing at his flesh and crawling over his face. He shuddered, breath hitching, bound by shadow and nightmare both. Go ahead, Ino, I thought, lips curling in a humorless smile. It's not exactly what Danza-sama asked for, but he'll have to live with it. You're lying to yourself, Inner Sakura hissed. To him. To me. This isn't what he ordered. I warned you, Sakura-chan. You'll pay for that later. I snapped my mouth shut and focused on keeping the genjutsu stable. Ino's eyes were cold as she finished her final seal. Shinranshin no Jutsu! Her chakra shot forward, threading into Aoi's tenketsu and hijacking his motor control. He jerked as his own arm rose, lightning blade turning toward his throat. Impressive, he managed, fighting the technique with sheer will. To be beaten by a bunch of genin brats. Shikamaru released his shadow. Aoi strained, muscles screaming, trying to push the blade away. Enough. Asuma-sensei appeared behind him in a blur, one hand clamping down on Aoi's wrist to stop the blade, the other chopping the back of his head. Aoi sagged, unconscious, as the sword dissipated. Asuma was breathing hard, clothes torn and dirty, the smell of sewer muck and burned flesh clinging to his flak jacket. Rokushu Aoi, he muttered. You've been on Ibiki's list for a long time. He slung the missing Nin over his shoulder like a sack of rice and turned to us. Good job, team. Ino, Shikamaru, get Chuji stabilized and bandaged. His eyes slid to me. I forced myself not to flinch under the weight of that measuring stare. Shikamaru caught it too. Our gazes met for a moment, and he mouthed, "We need to talk," then flicked a subtle gesture toward me that Asuma definitely saw. As expected, Inner Sakura sighed. That one is dangerous. Too smart. You should watch yourself, Sakura-chan. I ignored her and busied myself rewrapping the chains around my waist, resecuring the second length of metal against my back. None of us noticed the faint chakra signature watching from higher up in the branches, just outside the firelight, before it melted away to report to its master. We got Chuji patched up as best we could in the field and limped back toward the inn, sticking to back streets and keeping Aoi trussed up and disguised enough not to draw attention. By the time curfew bells rang, we were behind closed shutters with Asuma standing guard and the others finally crashing. I didn't sleep. Scene: solving the Naruto problem, POV Shikamaru. Rooftop, Fukuoka outskirts, later that night. The stars over Fukuoka aren't great, but they beat staring at the ceiling of an inn room while Chuji snores. I lie on my back on the roof tiles, hands behind my head, watching a crooked line of stars try to pierce the city's glow. The breeze carries smells of smoke, food, and something vaguely rotten from the alleys. Below me, in our rented room, Ino is pretending she's not keeping one ear open in case Chuji's breathing changes. Asuma-sensei is pretending his cigarette breaks are just stress, not an excuse to pace in the alley like a caged tiger. Sakura is pretending she doesn't notice any of it. Troublesome. I shut my eyes. Sakura's story about Wave keeps replaying itself anyway. Red chakra, slit pupils, horrible pressure, he was like a monster. Then the mines. Kurenai-sensei's mission write-up. Anko's offhand comments. Asuma's careful non-answers when I asked about Bijou in the abstract. Behaviors, patterns, data points. That's all people are, in the end, when you strip the drama away. I roll the pieces around in my mind like shogi stones. Naruto was born the night Kyuubi attacked. No parents. No clan. No official explanations. Half the village glared at him growing up for no reason. He survives things he shouldn't. Wounds knit faster than they ought to. Sakura saw red chakra and slit pupils in Wave. Hakumai reports mention overwhelming killing intent and chakra unlike any known nature on a genin team. Shino's insects won't feed on him properly. Every time Kyuubi comes up in a history lesson, the room gets weird. If I had to solve this as a mission problem, the answer would be obvious. Naruto is carrying something he shouldn't be able to carry, I think. And the adults in charge are terrified of the consequences if that fact gets out. I don't know if it's technically the Kyuubi sealed inside him, or a fragment, or some other broken relic. I don't know the exact mechanics. But I know enough to be sure of three things. 1. Sakura wasn't lying about being afraid. She was just wrong about what it meant. 2. If the other villages find out whatever I'm half sure of, we'll have more than a few missing nin to worry about. 3. Konoha already knows. At least the people in the smoke-filled rooms do. I sigh and open my eyes again, watching a cloud crawl over a piece of the sky. I'll need the archives, I decide. Not the kiddie section. The real one. War reports. Sealing texts. Anything on Jinchuriki. Asuma-sensei will help if I ask the right way. He'd yell if we went digging too deep into village secrets just for gossip. But if I frame it as threat assessment, for the team's safety, he won't be able to refuse completely. Troublesome idiot. I mutter, thinking of Naruto's stupid grin, the way he throws himself between danger and people like there's no other choice. He's my friend. He's also a potential walking diplomatic incident. Both can be true at once. I stretch, bones popping, and sit up. The tiles are cooling under me, the night's getting late. One step at a time. I tell the sky. We'll solve this like any other problem. With data. And maybe a little praying to whatever gods hate me least. I hop lightly off the roof and back toward the window. Chuji's loud snore reaches me as I slide it open. Ino's soft "Shut up, pig!" follows immediately after. For now, they don't need the whole picture. Not yet. I'll carry the extra pieces until I know which way the board is going to flip. Scene trash on ice, POV, Kakashi. Secret loyalist compound, mountain top, north of Yuki no Kuni. I felt the chakra coming long before I saw him. Not subtle. Not careful. Just a heavy, deliberate flare on the edge of my sensing range, moving directly toward the safe house. We've been compromised, I thought, closing my book and rising from the chair by the small window. That was fast. I hope you got your answers in time, Anko. Koyuki-sama, Sandeya-san, I said, turning toward the hidden room behind me. Don't move. The enemy is approaching. I'll draw them away. Stay here. Sandeya paled but nodded. Koyuki scoffed. You fool! She snapped, eyes sharp and afraid at the same time. Yuki no Kuni will never be reborn. There's only death and failure in these frozen wastelands. Ma, I said, lifting a hand. Try to relax, Koyuki-sama. I've got it covered. I gave them a casual salute and slipped out into the blinding white. Once I was clear of the safe house, I veered away, leading my chakra signature in the opposite direction across the mountainside. Snow crunched under my sandals, The air bit at the exposed skin around my mask. Hatake Kakashi. A deep voice boomed above me. This is the second time you've interfered with my plans. There will not be a third. I looked up. Kazuhana Doto hovered in the air, held aloft by mechanical wings and chrome armor that gleamed unnaturally against the pristine snow. His presence pulsed cold and heavy like old ice. My agents found the princess easily enough, he continued. A simple transmitter was all it took. So we do have a leak, I thought. We'll deal with that later. Aloud I sighed. Doto, what a surprise. Coming yourself like this? I raised my forehead protector, letting the Sharingan drink in his form, his chakra, the way it flowed through the armor's systems. You must be confident. His expression twisted. Neither your Sharingan nor your ninjutsu will save you. I have no quarrel with Konoha. Hand over Kokiheim and the hexagonal crystal, and you may yet live. Sorry, I said pleasantly, forming seals with practiced ease. But I'm going to have to decline. One seal, a puff of smoke, and 6 copies of me stood scattered along the slope. Regular ninjutsu won't help if that armor is as tough as it looks, I thought. He can fly, thinks he's invincible, and likes broadcasting his power. This should be simple enough. Your clones will not help you, he roared, hands blurring into seals. He thrust his right palm forward. Hayatan, Kakuria Bufusetsu! A dragon of dark blue ice roared into existence and hurtled toward us. The clones scattered, sprinting in every direction. 2 of them scrambled up the mountainside, aiming for the high ground. The others used their positions to form overlapping fields of fire. Katon, Gakaki no Jutsu! One clone spat, launching a huge fireball. Futon! The other 2 called, exhaling cones of wind chakra that fanned the flames, turning the combined attack into a raging torrent of scarlet. Doto veered, mechanical wings straining as he dodged between the blasts. As he twisted away, he flung both hands outward, invoking his favorite technique again, this time twice. Twin ice dragons slammed through 2 of my clones, obliterating them in explosions of snow and steam. The remaining clones didn't last much longer. Only the original me evaded the carnage, still moving through the seals from my real plan. Katon, Kasumi and Bu no Jutsu! I exhaled a thick, dark mist that billowed upward, swallowing Doto. It burned in my own lungs slightly as I backed away, using the Sharingan to track his chakra through the haze. He coughed, covering his mouth and eyes. This mist tastes odd, he muttered, wings beating faster as he tried to escape the cloud. Perfect. One of my higher ground clones, already poised at the edge of a cliff, flung a kunai with an explosive tag into the center of the mist. Then it dispelled. The tag detonated. The entire gas cloud ignited, turning into a roaring inferno of white-hot flame. Snow vaporized around it. The air itself seemed to scream. A violet barrier flashed around Doto, chakra armor flaring to full power as it took the brunt of the explosion. He burst from the fireball, only slightly scorched, but disoriented and vulnerable. And right in front of me. I'd already launched myself from a ledge above, riding gravity and speed straight into his face. My palm smashed into his nose with all that momentum behind it. Bone crunched like dry twigs. Trash, I thought as we separated. Doesn't even deserve to be called that. Doto's body dropped like a stone, trailing a splash of blood that froze midair. He cratered into the ice with a distant, sickening thud. I landed in a crouch, panting lightly as I covered the Sharingan again. My chakra reserves were a little low, but nothing dangerous. Sandeya and Koyoki will be fine now, I thought. The rest is Anko's show. I made my way down toward the crater, boots skidding on the icy slope. When I reached the edge and peered in, I winced under the mask. Doto was a broken mess inside the armor, limbs twisted at impossible angles. But the chrome shell itself? Intact. That chakra armor is too dangerous to leave lying around, I mused, pulling a scroll from my vest. And too valuable. If we can study it, maybe we can back-engineer the concept for Konoha, or destroy it, if it's too risky. I drew a kunai and sighed. I hate this part, I muttered, bracing myself to separate what remained of the man from the armor so I could seal it alone. I'll have to keep this between me and Hiruzen-sama at first, I decided. If Danzig gets even a whisper of this tech. I didn't finish the thought. Scene after the tyrant falls, POV Koyuki. Secret Loyalist compound, north of Yuki no Kuni. I wore a groove into the floor with my pacing. The safe house, Sandeya had brought us to was small, bare walls, a single table, a few crates, but the view from its lone window held the endless white of my homeland. The same mountains I'd fled, the same sky that had watched my father die. Now somewhere out there, a leaf ninja had just killed the man who'd stolen everything from me. Dotu. Dead. I still couldn't quite believe it. They really did it, I thought, fingers tightening around the violet crystal at my throat. After all these years, someone actually avenged you, Ota-san. For so long, it had been easier to pretend nothing could change. To call life meaningless and myself a liar. To drink until I forgot, to bury the girl I'd once been under costumes and scripts and hollow smiles. Trusting anyone had felt like an invitation to be betrayed all over again. And yet those two Konoha jounin, Hatake Kakashi with his lazy eye and unreadable face, and that insane snake woman with the predatory grin, had taken my scorn and fear and still fought like demons on our behalf. Even when I tried to run. Even when I told them it was hopeless. They promised they'd handle it, I admitted silently. She promised me. I could still hear Anko's voice, crude and irreverent. We're coming back with Dotu's dick on a stick, princess. So be ready to pull the one out of your own ass when we do. And Kakashi, he just smiled with those crinkled eyes and said, Leave it to me. Like he was talking about taking out the trash. I swallowed. You always told me to look for people like that, Ota-san. People who kept their word even when it hurt. People who fought for something larger than themselves. Maybe I'd been too afraid to admit they still existed. Sandeya watched me from his seat, hands clasped around his knees. He looked older than I remembered, more lines, more gray. But his eyes were bright as he listened to the distant echo of the explosion and then the heavy silence afterward. They really did it, Koyuki-sama, he breathed. Dotu is gone. I touched the crystal again, holding it against my palm. After you died, I told the memory of my father. I stopped believing in anything. Hope hurt too much. It was easier to live as someone else. As Yuki the actress, not Koyuki the princess. I closed my eyes, and for a moment I could see him, standing in the snow, cloak fluttering, smiling gently as he put the crystal necklace around my neck. This will make our dream real someday, he'd said. A peaceful snow country. A bright future. I wanted to scream at you back then, I whispered. Because dreams break. People die. Reality always wins. I opened my eyes. But maybe I was wrong, I admitted, cheeks burning with something that felt suspiciously like shame and hope tangled together. Maybe there's still room for a dream, if we're willing to fight for it. I turned to Sandeya. I'm tired of running, I said, and my voice didn't shake nearly as much as I'd expected. You were right. I won't let the past define me any longer. His eyes widened behind his glasses. From now on, I continued, I'll try to make my own destiny. As Yuki no Kuni's daimyo. He choked and laughed at the same time, tears welling. For our fallen brothers and sisters, I said softly, looking out at the snow. For my father's memory. Let's make the future count, any? Maybe together, we could drag reality a little closer to the impossible, beautiful delusions we'd once dared to share. Scene, Ashes in the Dark, POV Naruto. Back in the silver mines. I came back to myself mid-rampage. One moment I was nothing but red haze and hunger, claws tearing through something soft and yielding. The next I realized my opponent was not moving. At all. The body split like wet parchment under my hand. Blood and worse sprayed everywhere. The stench hit me through the cloak of Yuki. This isn't her. A small, horrified part of me registered. She substituted with a corpse. What the hell is wrong with me? The Kumo Jounin had swapped herself with one of the dead hostages. I'd fallen for it. Worse, I'd enjoyed the ripping sensation for a heartbeat before my conscious mind caught up. Shit! I've lost it. Behind me, Tenten's voice trembled. What the hell's wrong with Naruto? Don't move, Iji hissed back. I think that lightning blast did something to him. Be ready for anything. I could feel their eyes on my back. The fox's chakra roared around me, forming a cloak that shaped itself into a fox-like outline. My skin burned as fast as it healed. The seal on my stomach throbbed, lines glowing a vicious crimson. You won't touch them, I growled, breath ragged, dropping low between the Kumo Jounin and the others. Be a Kugen. My own voice barely sounded human. The killing intent flooding my system whispered all sorts of solutions that involved tearing her limb from limb and bathing in the result. For a wild second, it felt good. Then I remembered Hinata's scream. Niji's face when he realized she'd taken the hit. Tenten's fear. Shino's bugs fleeing from me. Kiba's eyes. Sakura's voice on the bridge, calling me a monster. No! I snarled, clutching my head as hard as I could. I'm not like this. I'm better than this. I shut my eyes. The world fell away, sound and smell and heat draining into darkness. When I opened them again, I was standing ankle-deep in water in a dim, sewer-like hallway that echoed with each of my breaths. At the far end loomed a massive iron gate. Behind it, two burning red eyes opened and narrowed, accompanied by a low, rumbling chuckle. Kyubi! I spat. Ah! The ungrateful whelp awakens! The fox purred, its voice shaking the pipes above us. Yuki rolled off it in waves, pressing against the seal. You called, little Nijen. I didn't ask for your help. I snapped, marching straight up to the bars. My hands were shaking, but I wrapped them around the cold iron anyway. Cut it out. Take your chakra back. The fox's lips peeled away from its teeth in something like a grin. The moment you succumbed to your emotions and reached for my power, you surrendered free will, it said lazily. You were going to die. Again. Pathetic. So I intervened. I didn't reach for anything, I yelled. You shoved it into me. You would have died, it repeated, tail lashing. And then where would we be? I warned you that my strength came at a price. Yet you insist on treating me like a tool to be picked up and put down at your convenience. It slammed a paw against the bars. The entire mindscape shuddered. Ungrateful ape. I gritted my teeth. This is my body, I said. Your prison. Not your playground. If I can't control myself out there, if the only way to survive is to let you turn me into that, I jerked a thumb back the way I'd come. Then I'll kill myself and take you with me. The words came out harsher than I expected. I meant them. For a second there was only silence. Then the Kyubi laughed. Loud and long and wild, the sound echoing down the tunnels. So be it, it said finally, amusement dripping from every syllable. You humans are always threatening your own pathetic little lives. It's adorable. Very well. I'll humor you, this once. The pressure eased. You'll come crawling back eventually. The fox continued, eyes gleaming. You all do. When you finally understand how weak you are alone, I'll be waiting. And next time, you won't feel quite so victorious. The Yuki recoiled, flowing back behind the gate. The seal pulsed once. Reality snapped back like a rubber band. I gasped as my senses returned. The cloak peeled away from my skin, leaving only the faint, bitter sting of the fox's chakra and the aftertaste of ashes in my mouth. Across the cavern, the Kumo Jounin smirked. Wrong move, kid, she said, flexing her mechanical hand as lightning crackled along the arm and into her body. You should have stuck with your monster while you had the chance. She tore the rest of her sleeve off, revealing that her whole arm was metal up to the shoulder. A strange yin/yang symbol was embedded in the plating near her bicep. Her chakra spiked as she pressed her fingers to it. The wall we'd blown earlier shuddered behind us, something or someone pounded against it from the other side. "I'll have to hurry," she muttered. "The others won't last long against Mato Guy and that female Jounin. Maximum power. Great. Naruto, can you fight?" Niji's voice came from my right, closer than before. I opened my eyes fully, forcing myself upright on shaking legs. "Yeah," I said hoarsely. "I'm not done yet." He stepped closer despite Tenten's hesitant grab at his sleeve. Her eyes kept flicking to me in a way, unsettled, but she followed anyway, moving to stand at my other side, from a shuriken in hand. "What's up with her arm?" I asked, nodding toward the Kuma woman. Niji's Byakugan whirled. "It seems the machinery draws in the chakra she gathers and converts it automatically into lightning," he said. "It explains her output." "That would have been nice to know before she tried to roast me," I muttered. "All right. I've got an idea. When the time comes, you'll know what to do." I looked at Tenten. Guilt twisted in my stomach at the way she flinched slightly before meeting my eyes. "I know you're freaked out," I said quietly. "But I need your help for this. Can I count on you?" She bit her lip, then nodded, knuckles white around the Fuma shuriken's handle. "For now, we're teammates," she said. "Don't make me regret it." The Kumo Jounin finished charging. Lightning crawled over her entire body now, the hum of her arm loud enough to vibrate in my teeth. "I'm in a hurry," she said, raising her hand. "So if you're done with your little tea party, it's time to die." She slashed her arm forward, releasing a high-speed, disc-like blast of lightning. We scattered, each diving in a different direction as the attack tore through where we'd just been standing. I rolled, feeling the hair on my arms stand up, then spat out dust and pushed to one knee. "Tenten Niji, showtime," I thought, racing through seals. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 10 clones appeared around me. Another poof revealed Tenten among them, already transformed. When the smoke cleared, the Kumo Jounin faced a crowd of blondes and one kunoichi wielding a massive Fuma shuriken. 8 clones charged straight at her, 2 hung back, fingers moving. The rear clones spat a hail of compressed wind bullets, each one whistling as it sliced through the air. She swore and dodged, mechanical hands snapping up to block as the shots exploded against the stone around her, throwing up dust and debris. "Playtime is over, kiddies," she snarled, drawing power into her arm again. "It's time to die. Raitun, Reikryuden no Jutsu!" Lightning coalesced into a massive oriental dragon that roared and surged forward, tearing through 7 of my approaching clones and dissipating them in puffs of smoke. Only one Naruto, me, leapt over its head and continued straight toward her. She raised her arm to meet me, focusing on my trajectory. That's when Tenten moved. Her Fuma shuriken whirled toward the Kumo Jounin, the spinning blades singing. The woman sneered and shifted, bringing her armored arm up to deflect. The shuriken exploded into smoke mid-flight. "What the?" The screech that followed made my teeth ache. I watched her eyes widen as a wind-wreathed blade sliced down her arm from knuckles to mid-forearm, carving through metal and flesh alike. Bofudoki, my mother's sword, bit deep, wrapped in screaming wind chakra. Pain ripped through me too as the backlash from lightning meeting wine traveled up the blade and through my body. The shock wave flung us both apart. I hit the ground hard, convulsing as electricity danced across my nerves. The sword flew from my numb fingers, skidding and clattering to a stop in a spray of blood. I knew it would work, I thought dimly, body curling in on itself as I rode out the spasms. Just like on Zabuza. Didn't get the kill, but arm's good enough. "You little fuck!" The Kumo Jounin shrieked somewhere to my left. I forced my eyes open. Her arm was a mess of charred metal and ruined flesh, the gauntlet's internals exposed and sparking. She tried to kick one of the Naruto clones approaching her. "You are mistaken," that clone said calmly, sliding under her kick. Niji's stance, my face. In a blur, he struck her with juken from multiple angles, sealing tenketsu in her remaining limbs and chest with precise, punishing blows. Her chakra sputtered and died. She collapsed, unconscious, hitting the stone with a dull thud. "You're fortunate," Niji said quietly, straightening. Killing you would give your village justification to demand sanctions. I won't allow anyone to be sacrificed to those bastards like you were, father. He dispelled the transformation and was at my side in the next instant, hauling me carefully upright. I would not have devised a plan quite like that, he admitted reluctantly. I still have questions for you, Uzumaki. But my initial assessment was wrong. Nice throw. I managed at Tenten, who sank down behind Niji, shoulders sagging as the adrenaline ebbed. Nice everything, she muttered, eyeing the ruined arm. Remind me never to stand in front of that sword. Before I could answer, the wall behind us shattered. Guy-sensei and Kurenai-sensei burst through the stone, dust swirling around them. Guy carried 2 unconscious men slung over his shoulders, face grim in a way I'd never seen. Niji! He barked. Are you all right? Where are the others? Niji opened his mouth, but both Jounin tensed as multiple chakra signatures approached fast from the far side of my makeshift exit. A heartbeat later, a squad of ANBU appeared, followed by Lee, Kiba, and Shino. Relief washed through me when I saw Lee carrying Hinata. She was pale and bandaged, but breathing. The ANBU fanned out, 2 of them taking custody of Guy's prisoners, another pair moving to secure the half-dismantled Kumo Jounin. Kiba filled them in on what had happened on their side. Niji gave a clipped report of our battle. When he mentioned the Kyuubi's chakra, both Guy and Kurenai's eyes flicked to me. They didn't say anything. They didn't have to. I could feel the shift. The shit's about to hit the fan, I thought, swallowing past the lump in my throat. The fox's chakra had already started working again, seeping through my system to finish healing what little my own reserves couldn't. My skin itched where burns were vanishing, where torn muscle was knitting back together. I closed my eyes briefly. Please, I begged silently, not sure who I was talking to, Kurenai, Guy, Niji, Tenten, all of them. Just give me a chance. Let me prove I'm not the fox. Don't turn on me, I thought, feeling the echo of Sakura's back as she walked away from me on that bridge. Not like she did. I'd opened my eyes to meet their gazes, bracing myself for whatever came next. We didn't get answers. Next, we got work. By the time ANBU had finished securing prisoners, tagging bodies, and setting seals, the cavern looked less like a battlefield and more like a crime scene. Guy Kurenai-sensei coordinated with the squad leader in low, quick voices. Then we were herded out of the mountain, blinking into weak daylight. Seen out of the dark, under watch, POV Naruto. Temporary camp outside the mine. They don't say anything right away. By the time we finally make it out of the mine, the air feels too big. Cold mountain wind hits my face, and for a second I just stand there sucking it in like a drowning man breaking the surface. The sky is turning that ugly gray-blue that means dawn is thinking about it. ANBU have already set up a temporary perimeter, tents, medic tarps, a couple of those ceiling posts they use when they don't trust what might crawl out of a place. Hinata's under one of the tarps. She's pale, eyes closed, bandages blooming faint dots of red over her shoulder and side. A medic Nin I don't know is hunched over her, chakra glowing dull green under his hands. Kiba's sitting nearby with Akamaru in his lap, talking too fast and too quiet. Niji's standing, but only just, one hand braced on a support beam. Tenten looks like she's using anger as a crutch to stay upright. I take a step toward them, and stop. Because I feel it. That prickle along the back of my neck you get when someone's watching you too hard. I glance left. 3 ANBU are talking with Guy-sensei and Kurenai-sensei near the edge of the camp. 2 are just, there, standard mask and armor statues. The third is different. He's angled slightly toward me, mask tilted in my direction, arms folded like he's trying very hard to look casual. I can't see his eyes, but I don't need to. I know that posture. I've seen it on civilian guards, on shinobi at the back of crowds, on teachers who thought I couldn't hear them whispering. What is he really? Look. Guy-sensei notices me first. His face softens for a second, just a second, before he schools it into serious Jounin mode and turns back to the ANBU. His chakra spiked to an unprecedented level. Kurenai is saying quietly. Her gaze flicks my way and then away. We'd never seen anything like it. It hurt him, too. I don't catch the ambu's answer. One of the others shifts to block my line of sight a little more. Deliberate. Not rude enough to be obvious, but enough that I'd have to walk right up and stick my nose in to hear anything else. So they don't want me to. Right. Big surprise. My hands curl into fists in my pockets. For a second I consider doing exactly that anyway, just barging in and demanding to know what they're saying about me. Then I look back at Hinata under the medic tarp and the words die in my throat. She's breathing. That's more important right now than my pride. My legs carry me toward her before I finish deciding to move. The medic glances up once, checks my face, then goes right back to work. He doesn't flinch. Points for him. Kiba does, a little. Naruto, he mutters, trying for his usual cocky grin and landing somewhere closer to. Tired stray. You look like crap. Thanks, I say, voice rough. You don't look so hot yourself, dog boy. Akamaru whines softly and presses closer to Kiba's chest, eyes flicking toward me like I'm something sharp he's not sure he wants to step on. That one hurts more than it should. I force my gaze away from the dog and focus on Hinata instead. Is she? She'll live, the medic says shortly, not looking up. If infection doesn't set in. Lightning wounds are tricky. I nod like I understand something beyond. Don't die. And kneel down out of his way. I'm sorry, I tell her quietly, even though I know she can't hear me. You shouldn't have had to jump in front of that. I should have been faster. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Niji's shift. It's small. Just a fraction of his weight changing, like something I said dragged him a step closer without his permission. His Byakugan isn't active, but I feel those pale eyes on me anyway, cataloging the shaking in my fingers and the way my chakra still hasn't calmed down completely. Behind us, someone raises their voice slightly. Hokage-sama will want a full report, one of the ambu says. Every detail. Especially about that chakra manifestation. Of course, Guy replies. But Naruto-kun has proven his devotion to his comrades many times. Do not forget that in your assessment. Devotion isn't the issue, the ANBU answers. Containment is. The words land like a kunai between my shoulder blades. I keep my eyes on Hinata's face and pretend I didn't hear. If I look back now and see them staring at me like I'm a mission parameter instead of a person, I'm not sure what I'll do. So I just stay there, kneeling on cold stone, counting Hinata's breaths and the medic's muttered curses, listening to the low murmur of voices deciding what to do about me like I'm a leak in a dam. I know that look. I know those words. Containment. Just once, I wish someone would say, "Let's help him carry it," instead. While everyone else huddled near the tarps and fires, one of us drifted to the edges and vanished into rock and shadow. Scene, the insects refuse, POV Shino. Side tunnel near the main cavern. Even after the battle ends, my Kikaichu are uneasy. They hum beneath my skin like a hive during a storm, restless and disordered in a way I don't like. Even after the Kyumo Kunoichi is restrained and dragged away, the feeling doesn't fade. The others are clustered around Naruto and Hinata and the Jounin, emotions radiating off them like heat. Relief. Fear. Confusion. Guilt. I step away. A small side tunnel curves off from the main cavern, just far enough that voices from the central chamber blur into a distant murmur. I stop there, in the half-shadow, and extend my hand. A few Kikaichu crawl out from under my sleeve, forming a living glove on my skin. I lower my palm to the stone. There's plenty of residue to work with. The battle-left chakra burns everywhere, Niji's precise Juken strikes, the Kyumo woman's violent right-on, my own swarm's remnants, Naruto's clones. And something else. The others tasted it when they tried to feed near him earlier and refused to latch on. Even now, they hesitate, legs twitching against my hand as if they're afraid of the floor itself. This will be brief, I murmur. I need data. They obey because that's what they do. A few detach and move across the stone, following the faint trails of chakra like ants tracking sugar. When they find a dense patch, where Naruto's cloak must have flared hottest, they stop. Then recoil. Not physically. Not in a way most people would see. But I feel it as clearly as a scream, revulsion, a deep instinctive repugnance that makes them surge back up my arm, clustering to my elbow in a frantic mass. I narrow my eyes behind my shades. As before, I say softly. Their reaction at Hashirama's grave, when Naruto's chakra spiked. Their refusal to attach to him during our last mission. Now this. This is not simply strong chakra, nor unusually large reserves. It feels, polluted is the closest human word, but that is not quite right. Aggressive. Predatory. It presses at the edges of their instincts in a way natural chakra does not. My clan teaches about many things, parasites, poisons, even certain forbidden techniques that warp chakra into something our partners avoid. There are jutsu that twist a person's network, kekkei genkai that change how chakra tastes. We are warned about all of them. And yet I have no neat label for this. Unknown aberration, I decide silently. Possibly a bloodline, possibly a seal, possibly an experiment. The last thought sits badly on my tongue. Experiment. My kikaichus shudder again, as if they heard it. I gently stroke the back of my hand with my thumb, calming them. Very well. We avoid feeding on Naruto until I understand this fully. I will not endanger you unnecessarily. They settle, just a little. In the distance, Gai-sensei's voice booms, muffled by stone. Naruto says something too low to make out. Hinata whimpers once, then falls quiet. I adjust my glasses. I require more information. I think. From father. From the hive elders. Our records on chakra anomalies. Seals. Hosts. Anything that might explain why my partners react as if they are facing a natural enemy instead of a comrade. Until then, I treat Naruto as I would a new, untested strain of kikaichu, potentially useful, potentially deadly. Handle with care. Observe from a distance. And never, ever underestimate. Scene, a boy with a dangerous power, POV Naruto. Edge of the camp that night. Night came cold and fast in the mountains. Most of the others finally crashed in sleeping bags or against rocks, exhaustion beating out adrenaline. I didn't even bother pretending. Sleep isn't happening. I'm sitting on a rock a little away from the tents, staring at the dark outline of the mountain and the absolute nothing of the sky. The moon's just a pale smear behind thin cloud. My hands won't stop trembling unless I clench them into fists, and when I close my eyes I see red. Not just the cloak. Hinata's blood. The corpse I tore apart thinking it was the Kuma woman. The way my claws. Oh! I tell myself sharply. Stop. The rock under me is cold enough that it should be uncomfortable. I barely feel it. Can't sleep? A soft voice asks behind me. I turn. Kurenai-sensei is standing just at the edge of the light from the nearest lantern, red eyes almost blending into the glow. She's carrying 2 steaming cups. The smell of bitter tea cuts through the metallic tang that's been sitting in the back of my throat since the fight. Not really, I admit. She walks over and hands me 1 cup without a word, then sits on the rock beside me. Not too close. Not far either. Just there. I wrap my fingers around the cup and focus on the heat seeping into my skin. It helps. For a while we just sit like that, the quiet stretching out between us. Somewhere in the camp, Lee snores. Kiba mutters something in his sleep and Akamaru paws at him. An Anbu shifts, armor clinking softly. You scared them, Kurenai says finally. I flinch before I can stop myself. She takes a slow sip of tea and continues, calm and even. That chakra, the transformation. The power you used. It frightened everyone. Even me. Yeah. I stare into the dark liquid in my cup, watching it ripple when my hand shakes. I noticed. But, she adds, and there's a tiny emphasis on the word. You also saved them. Hinata is alive because you kept fighting. The Kumo Kunoichi is captured, not walking around free to try again. That matters. It doesn't change what I look like. I mutter. What I felt like. Kurenai is quiet for a moment. When I was younger, she says, voice distant, I was almost killed by a missing nin who specialized in genjutsu. He trapped me in an illusion where I was the monster. I saw myself slaughtering my own team. My parents. Everyone I cared about. It felt real. I glance at her, surprised. She's looking straight ahead, not at me. For a long time after, I was terrified of my own talent, she admits. I thought if I ever pushed too hard I'd become like him. That I would lose myself in the illusions I created. What changed? I ask quietly. She lifts one shoulder in a half shrug. Experience. Guidance. People who reminded me that power is a tool, not an identity. I learned my limits. Learned when to stop. When to ask for help. She tilts her head to look at me finally. Her eyes are steady and very, very clear. Whatever that was inside you, Naruto, it hurt you too, she says. I could see it. You looked like you were being burned from the inside out. That's not something anyone should shoulder alone. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. I don't exactly get much choice, I say. It's part of me whether I want it or not. Maybe, she allows. But how you use it, how you live with it, that's not something you have to figure out in isolation. She lets that sit, then adds softer. When you're ready to talk, I'll listen. If you want training, I'll help as much as I can, or I'll drag Kakashi into it, or Asuma, or whoever you trust. You don't have to tell me what it is right now. Just remember that you have options other than be a hero or be a monster. The words hit somewhere behind my ribs. I'm not a monster, I say automatically. It comes out more like a plea than I want. I didn't say you were, she replies. I said you're a boy with a dangerous power. Those are not the same thing. I stare at her for a second, then look away, swallowing hard. You're the first person to say it like that, I admit. Usually it's just stay away from Naruto or he's trouble or, worse. She snorts quietly. People fear what they don't understand. It's lazy. Convenient. But you're not the only one carrying something heavy. You're just louder about it. Hey, I protest weakly. That gets a small smile out of her. Get some rest if you can, she says, standing. We move at first light. And Naruto? Yeah? Thank you for protecting my team, she says. Whatever else we have to sort out later, that's real. I look down into my tea again. Anytime, I say. This time, I almost mean it. I did sleep a little, eventually. Not well. Not long. But enough to stumble through breakfast and chakra checks without falling on my face. At dawn we broke camp and started the long hike back toward Hakumai's border. Seen Niji admits he was wrong, mostly, POVE Naruto. Trail leaving Hakumai. The air smells cleaner away from the mine. We're single file along a narrow mountain path now, Inbu up front and in back, Guy and Kurenai in the middle, the rest of us scattered in between. Hinata's riding piggyback on one of the ANBU, wrapped in blankets and bandages, head resting against his shoulder. She's still out cold, but her breathing's better. I'm a little ahead of most of the group, fiddling with the strap of my canteen, pretending I'm not listening behind me. Because behind me, Tenten has sidled up to Niji. So, she says in a low voice. You and Naruto, huh? I pretend I don't hear and keep my eyes on the trail. Niji exhales. It's not quite a sigh. What about us? Guard duty, she says. The Byakugan glowering in the dark, the dead last with the scary chakra. You looked like you wanted to punch him half the night. You exaggerate, he replies. There's a pause. Boots crunch on gravel. A hawk cries somewhere above us. Did I? Tenten presses. You didn't see your own face. So? After all that, what do you think of him now? Part of me doesn't want to know the answer. The other part strains its ears. Niji is quiet for a long moment. Long enough that I almost turn around to see if he's going to ignore her. He is reckless, Niji says finally. He rushes in without thinking through all possible consequences. He carries a power he cannot fully control. All fair points. Still stings. But, he adds, and Tenten makes an interested little noise. He also risked his life to shield a comrade who once tried to humiliate him on a public stage. And he abandoned that power, knowing it would lower his chances of survival, because he refused to let it rule him. I stumble a little, catching myself on a rock. Tenten lets out a low whistle. Wow! High praise from you. Do not misunderstand, Niji says quickly, but there's no heat in it. I still dislike needless chaos. His presence invites it. But I misjudged him. How so? She asks. I thought he was simply naive, Niji answers. A fool shouting about fate because he didn't understand the cage he was in. I see now that he recognizes his prison very clearly. He just chooses to fight the bars anyway. There's a small pause. It's irritating, he admits. I can't help it. A snort escapes me before I manage to swallow it. Tenten chokes on a laugh. Niji goes very still. I don't turn around. I just raise a hand and wave it lazily in the air. You know I have ninja hearing, right? I call back. If you're gonna call me irritating, at least do it where I can see your smug face. Tenten actually laughs this time, bright and sharp in the thin air. Niji's silence somehow becomes even more Niji. I did not say it was a compliment, he mutters. Sure sounded like one to me. I shoot back, but there's no real bite in it. The path winds on. For the first time since the mine, the tension in my shoulders eases a notch. If a stuck-up Hyuga genius can admit he was wrong about me, even a little, maybe the rest of the world isn't a lost cause either. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to EliadS, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.